Chapter 1. I just woke up from my rebirth, and the goddess brought her baby to block my door. Da Xia. Ningqing. May 20th, 2024. Near Erdeo Bridge, in a shabby rental house, a handsome, elegant and graceful man woke up in a daze. Hey, wasn't I wrongly imprisoned by that bastard? Why am I suddenly here? Diacame, I actually traveled through time. But why is it that even after traveling through time, I still cannot change the tragic fate of an orphan like me? Am I, Luo Dali, destined to be a lonely star? Dong dong. A sudden knock on the door startled the man, who was in a heart-wrenching state. He opened the door with some annoyance. Suddenly, a woman whose beauty Luo Dali could not describe with his 24 years of knowledge came into view. For example, in the other person, he actually saw all the advantages of top goddesses in his previous life, such as Boss Yang, Lu Tianxian and De Tiantian. She was so beautiful that even a stuffy man like him was embarrassed to desecrate her. Beside the woman were two children who looked expectant yet a little nervous. One was a little girl in a pink dress. For some reason, Luo Dali fell in love with her at first sight. The other little boy seemed to have difficulty walking and was sitting in a wheelchair. His sad and melancholy eyes also made Luo Dali feel inexplicably distressed. Before Luo Dali could ask about the situation, the little girl pretended to be fierce and said, Luo Dali, 24 years old, 188 centimeters tall, handsome. I'm currently working at the 815 bar, with a job title of young master, a monthly salary of 2,800, and my fixed asset is a second-hand electric donkey that I found for 300. Scum. Well, uncle, if you want a wife or not, marry one and get two for free, and then the fake young master will immediately become a real young master, right? Luo Dali. Who would have thought that my daughter would suddenly not play according to the agreement, which made the beautiful woman next to her very anxious. But before she could say anything, the little boy in the wheelchair couldn't help but yell with the little girl, Hey, you ungrateful man, if you dare not want it, we will call the police and say, you. Probably because he hadn't prepared his words at the last minute, the little boy's face turned red with anxiety as he stuttered halfway through his speech. After glancing at the angry little girl and then at the nervous little boy, Luo Dali stared at the beautiful woman with wide eyes. For some reason, he always felt as if he had seen the other person somewhere. Although this assumption is very strange, it is almost impossible. When she finally got the chance, the heroine quickly added with a guilty conscience and a blushing face, Well, my name is Ningmi, do you remember? No, have you considered changing to a better job? Position, full-time nanny, daddy, 3-month probation period, monthly salary of 8,000. After the probation period, the monthly salary will be 30,000 yuan. After saying that, Ningmi pretended to be calm and looked at Luo Dali. That's right, she had a terrible relationship with the man who was 4 years younger than her. It was because of her beauty that she was drugged by her most trusted agent 3 years ago. Fortunately, she escaped with her amazing willpower. But in the end, the outsider, the loser male protagonist who worked in a bar and returned home late at night, benefited from it. In order to avoid leaking the secret and ruining his own future, Ningmi had no choice but to grit her teeth and pretend to be that kind of woman and gave Luo Dali a red envelope. I thought this matter was over. Who knew that the nightmare had just begun? Ningmi was pregnant with twins. At first, she thought about just aborting the child. But when she went for a checkup, she found that her endometrium was not very good and she might only be able to get pregnant once in her life. After a struggle between her conscience and her desires, Ningmi compromised. After all, no woman wants to give up being a mother. Originally, Ningmi wanted to retire secretly for a year to give birth to a child, and then continue her acting career, but who knew that something even worse would happen again? The fact that she was pregnant was known to the person behind the drugging. The other party was so cruel that he had someone drug Ningmi, intending to completely kill the two children. Although they received timely rescue, it was still too late, resulting in one child suffering from congenital deafness and the other from congenital muscular atrophy. Sure enough, after the child was born, Ningmi began to be disliked and alienated by her family because she refused to tell them who the father of the child was. Up to now, Ningmi has not contacted her family for more than half a year. But she also had her own dreams, and she couldn't stand her child asking her who the scumbag father was all day long, so she had no choice but to compromise. Today I finally plucked up the courage to find Luo Dali, this loser guy. According to the plan she had originally discussed with the child, she wanted to give Luo Dali a warning at the beginning, and then, she wanted to take him in as a gigolo and keep him in captivity. But after meeting someone again after 4 years, Ningmi, who was kind by nature, still couldn't do anything to force the other person. In desperation, I changed my words and suggested that the other party change jobs. Fuck you, are you the one from 4 years ago? Luo Dali finally remembered something. As long as he was not blind, he would never be able to forget the beautiful love story of that night. No. I'm not. Before Luo Dali could finish his words, Ningmi shyly denied it. Of course, her reaction speed is no different from trying to cover up one's own guilt. Suddenly, the two fell silent. Seeing that things were not going well, the little girl simply laid bare her feelings and started crying. Oh, you scumbag dad, just compromise with mom. You don't know, because we have never had a father, my brother and I have always been called bastards. Seeing his sister's performance, the little boy in the wheelchair also cooperated. That's right, you ungrateful person, you must be responsible for your mother, otherwise we will call the police and accuse you. Bad dad? Unfaithful person? Suddenly, with two explosive identities added to his body, Luo Dali's expression was so wonderful. Mingyue, Xingfeng, since he doesn't want to, forget it, let's go. Without waiting for Luo Dali's response, Ningmi pretended to be indifferent and was about to take her children away sadly. Of course, the honest Luo Dali immediately fell into the trap and subconsciously grabbed Ningmi. Realizing that he had been impulsive, he quickly let go of the other person with a guilty conscience. Then he added seriously, well, that's not what I meant. It's just that I am an orphan, and a loser like me. I'll support you. Before Luo Dali could finish his self-deprecating words, Ningmi immediately looked at him seriously and affirmed. As soon as these words came out, Luo Dali's face turned a little dark. A man can be poor, but he cannot lose his masculinity. Luo Dali subconsciously wanted to find an excuse. No need to say anything, I have no objection. Ningmi gritted her teeth and looked determined. But there is really no other way. If I could have avoided coming, I wouldn't have done such an embarrassing thing as blocking the door today. So, in order for her child to have a complete family environment, she gave it her all. 3 months later, if you can get Mingyue Qingfeng to give you a score of 80 or above, I, Ningmi, will marry you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave them to you for now. After leaving this sentence, Ningmi gritted her teeth and left alone. Just as he was about to yell at the woman in anger, Luo Dali's eyes suddenly widened. That's right, his time travel golden finger is here. The host's two closest bloodlines have been detected, activating the Invincible Daddy system. Do you want to bind? Chapter 2, Invincible Dad System, Explosive Rewards at the Start. Bind. With such great fortune that could only be seen in tomato novels, there was no reason for Luo Dali to refuse. Soon, the system was bound successfully. There are 3 main simple and crude functions. First, you can get rewards by teaching and answering children's questions. Second, go to a place of good fortune and activate the sign-in function. Third, get the child's approval and activate the lottery function. Adong, where is the gift package? Without being in a hurry to study the system functions or anything like that, Luo Dali was excited and asked for a big gift package. Ding, open the gift bag, congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest dad physique, tyrant body. Currently at 1.296% activation. As an invincible father, how can I have a generation gap with my child? Congratulations to the host for obtaining double pupils. Currently at the first level, you can listen to the voices of all living beings within a radius of 33 meters around you. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spiritual farm space that is a must-have for the showy dad, which contains 10 acres of black soil and 3 acres of yin and yang pond. The black soil is 9 meters deep and has unparalleled soil quality in the world. Yin Yang Pond, composed of freshwater springs and seawater springs, forms a Tai Chi lake shape and has the best water quality in the world. In addition, the spiritual field space is a small dimensional world, and the speed of time is 12 times faster than the outside world. Ding, as an invincible dad, how can I not have a cool car? Congratulations to the host for winning an Aujia Z13, which is the most proud work of the host in his previous life when he collaborated with the military warriors in 2035. It has 3 major operating functions: sea, land, and air. It is detected that the host does not have a driver's license, and a God-level driving skill is given. All certificates are legal and compliant, so you can use it on the road with confidence. Name, Luo Dali. Hegemony 1.296%. Lifespan, 24-25. Magical power, spiritual field space, first level of double pupil eavesdropping on inner voices. Skills, God-level driving skills. Resources, 1 Aujia Z13. Oh my god. Oh my god. This gift pack is so awesome. Unexpectedly, there would be such exciting rewards at the beginning. Luo Dali was so excited that he almost smiled crookedly. Then, his ugly mouth was misunderstood by two cute kids who were born with low self-esteem. Ahem, well, don't think too much about it, I'm not laughing at you. Luo Dali keenly noticed something was wrong and quickly stopped his strength. Snort! Snort! The two cute little kids turned their heads away. Ahem. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Luo Dali. If nothing unexpected happens, I am your biological father. After confirming through the system that it was indeed his own child, Luo Dali, an orphan for 2 lifetimes, couldn't bear to be angry with the child. Hearing this, the two cute little kids looked at each other. After the brother gestured on his sister's palm for a while, the little girl who received the message responded nervously, "Dad, my name is Ning Bauer, my courtesy name is Mingyue, and I am born deaf." As soon as this detail came out, Luo Dali's heart tightened. No wonder the little boy kept gesturing on the other's palm just now. Unfaithful man, my name is Ning Shusheng, my pen name is Qingfeng, I was born with muscular atrophy, and I stutter a bit. With the encouragement of his sister, the little boy introduced himself seriously and nervously. Just one. As disabled people, they were afraid that the strange father in front of them would look down on them. Ning Shusheng? When he heard that his son's name had such rebellious qualities, Luo Dali felt really something. In order to avoid having his micro-expressions misunderstood by the child with inherent inferiority complex again, he suddenly slapped himself hard twice. Then he said with red eyes, "Mingyue, Qingfeng, Daddy is sorry for you. You three have suffered so much over the years. But please believe me, Dad will find a way to cure your bodies so that you can grow up happily like normal people." Whoosh! Before Luo Dali could finish his words, the two cute little kids suddenly broke down and burst into tears. Shoot! Realizing that he had hurt the child's self-esteem intentionally or unintentionally, Luo Dali slapped himself hard. Then he hugged the two cute little kids tightly in his arms. I don't know how long it took, but the atmosphere finally eased. By the way, what did your mom mean by 80 points just now? Remembering something, Luo Dali quickly changed the subject. After a cunning look at each other, Ning Mingyue said shamelessly, "First, you must buy a big house worth 3 million within 3 months. What the hell? Luo Dali was so upset that he almost cursed on the spot. Staring at his sister with wide eyes, Ning Shusheng pretended to be serious and continued, "Second, you must own a luxury car worth more than 5 million. Good job. I originally thought that the house was the highlight, but who knew that the requirement for a car would be so outrageous?" Luo Dali's face turned very dark. If the system had not confirmed that the two cute little babies were indeed his and Ningmi's children, he would have sincerely suspected that he was being set up to kill them. Anything else? How could you let the child down so soon? Luo Dali pretended to be calm. If the system had not been activated, the first requirement of buying a house would have been enough to make him give up completely. But, it's different now. As a man with a golden finger, all difficulties are no longer a problem. Third, own a personal company with assets of no less than 10 million. Completing these 3 conditions will give me and my brother 80 points. Well, if you score above 80 points, then you, a scumbag dad, are qualified to marry the most beautiful mother in the universe. Humph, if you can't finish it, then sorry, you have to be a live-in son-in-law and be an obedient and hard-working licking dog and gigolo. After they looked at each other fiercely, the elder sister stated the final condition. However, the truth is, first, with a down payment of 30,000 yuan, you can buy a second-hand house worth about 300,000 yuan. As for the car, according to my mother's request, a second-hand van worth 5 or 6,000 yuan will be enough for transportation. As for private companies, it is even simpler. They can be self-reliant with less than 1,000 yuan, and the main convenience is that they don't have to go out to work. However, since they have been called bastards for 3 years, how could the two cute little kids not have any complaints against a scumbag dad? Look, they are deliberately exaggerating the demands to cause trouble. Dad, you are not capable of completing it, right? The little girl asked with pretended contempt. Oh, there's no hope. Our beautiful mother will probably be given to another uncle. Phew, when I think about calling someone else Uncle Dad in the future, I feel sad. The heartless man is so sad. Stop, stop, stop. Daddy promises you that in this lifetime, I will never let you call another man daddy. But he couldn't stand such provocative behavior that insulted the dignity of a man, so Luo Dali swore with a dark face. After looking at each other, the two cute little kids smiled guiltily. I was really afraid of scaring off my scumbag dad when I suddenly added the scene. Fortunately, the other party was very excited and did not let him down so quickly. Ding, congratulations to the host for passing the first test and getting a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? Test? What the hell, a lottery? Although he couldn't understand some of it, it did not stop Luo Dali from looking forward to the system prizes. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills, which will extend his lifespan by 1. The best Peiyuan pill can strengthen the body and gradually restore congenital defects. Name, Luo Dali. Hegemony 1.296%. Lifespan, 24-26. Magical power, spiritual field space, first level of double pupil. Skills, God level driving skills. Resources, 1 Aojia Z13, 2 Peiyuandan pills. Oh. Oh whoa. Ah. I was afraid of making my child sad, so I didn't dare dwell on the cruel truth that I only had 1 year to live. He didn't expect that there would be a turn for the better so soon, and there was even a chance to make up for the child's congenital defects. In his excitement, Luo Dali ignored the eyes of the people around him and actually twisted his buttocks in public. Then, while dancing flamboyantly, he actually eavesdropped on some people's thoughts. Chapter 3, Bright Moon Little Cotton Jacket, Xingfeng Rebellious. It turns out that the thief who harmed the young lady back then was this bastard. He deserves to die. If I hadn't considered killing this thief and hurting the 2 young ladies' hearts, I would have tortured him. Forget it, forget it. The boss just wanted me to follow him secretly to confirm who the thief is. Now that I know the truth, I will go back and report first. A man in black who was hiding outside the rental house muttered a few words in dissatisfaction, then left with clenched fists. Miss? Could it be her? But judging from the top quality of the clothes she was wearing, I guess her background must be good. But the only powerful person in Ningqing is the Ning family behind the Ning Wang era, right? Oh my god. Could it be that the child's mother is a billionaire princess? Before he could finish his imagination, Luo Dali overheard another voice. Moreover, the other party's location was not far from where the man in black had just left. It turns out that the trap that the young master set for the daughter of the Ning family ended up benefiting this country bumpkin. Damn it! Should we seize this opportunity to catch this country bumpkin and use him to blackmail Ningqing's #1 goddess into having a night of fun? Forget it. If I continue to do this, I will probably be thrown into the river to feed the fishes by the young master the next day. But when I think about the Ningqing goddess being slept with by this country bumpkin, why do I feel so uncomfortable? Fortunately, when the young master learned that goddess Ning was pregnant, he secretly bribed the Ning family's nanny to poison her, causing her to give birth to 2 congenitally disabled children. This country bumpkin will have to bear the consequences in the future. No, I better go back and report first. Otherwise, if I keep watching, I will really be unable to resist and kill this lowly loser who is taking advantage of me. The other hidden man in black also left with gnashing teeth. Young master? Set up a trap for Ningmi? He also poisoned my 2 children, causing them to be born with birth defects. Damn it! If it weren't for the 2 cute little kids around him, Luo Dali, who overheard a hint of the truth, would have almost chased after the man in black and tore him to pieces. Taking a deep breath, Luo Dali forced himself to calm down. After all, it would be too easy for the man in black to kill him directly. We should wait until we find the mastermind behind him. However, an enemy that could temporarily render the Ning family, who were behind the 100 billion Ning Wang era, helpless was definitely not something that Luo Dali could handle at the moment. It's better to find a way to stay away from the vortex and develop slowly for a while. Although I was indeed an outsider who enjoyed the silky smoothness back then, she became an instant hit. I, Luo Dali, have joined this game. You dare to frame my woman and implicate my child. Are you ready to be crushed to pieces? Luo Dali roared in anger. The dominance is no joke. Although he had only awakened less than 2%, he felt that his current strength was at least over 1,000 pounds. It may not be possible to crush the head for the time being, but it is hard to say about other places. By the way, the top-grade Peiyuan pill rewarded by the system. Thinking of something, 2 jelly beans quickly appeared out of thin air in Luo Dali's hand. Ah Ton, can this thing really cure congenital deficiencies? Luo Dali was excited and asked for advice. Yes, congenital deafness requires 3, and congenital muscular atrophy requires 10. Tonzi gave a clear answer, and Luodali was so excited that he trembled all over. Then it was misunderstood by the two cute little kids. For example, you might think that a bad dad might be too weak, which could explain why they are born with congenital deficiencies or something. Just one. They didn't know the cruel truth that their own mother was drugged when she was pregnant. Sister, this ungrateful man is probably regretting accepting a pair of disabled siblings like us, right? The little boy was so angry that he wrote on his sister's palm. This. The little girl was also very panicked. Even though she keeps talking about her dad being a jerk, she really wants a father. Even though this father is weaker than them and their siblings. Hovu, you scumbag dad, you can't just abandon Mingyue and my brother, or we won't be able to survive. Hovu, you ungrateful man, as long as you are willing to accept me, Ning Shusheng, and when I can stand up in the future, I will never remove your oxygen tube. Wang Defa. It was the first time for Luodali to eavesdrop on his children's thoughts, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. This rebellious boy was born with rebellious genes. However, your biological father is a man who has a system. If you want to threaten him by pulling out his trachea, that is impossible. Taking a deep breath, Luodali immediately put on a smile and said, "Ha, Mingyue, Qingfeng, daddy will treat you to some candy." No, no, no. Before Luodali could finish his words, the two cute little kids said in unison, their faces turned pale with fear. Why not eat? Luodali looked confused. This shouldn't be the reaction. Hovo, you scumbag dad, Mingyue doesn't want to take the medicine, it's bitter. Humph, you ungrateful man, I won't take it either, even if I die. Well, this is really sugar, not bitter. Guessing that the two poor children must have taken a lot of medicine since childhood, Luodali quickly and patiently fooled them. Is it really not bitter? Looking at each other, the brother and sister looked forward to further questions. This should be the case. Luodali had never eaten the best Peiyuan pill, so he was unsure. After thinking for a while, he added, as long as you eat these candies, Dad will agree to one of your requests. Good job. Before Luodali could finish his deception, the two cute little kids suddenly closed their eyes and swallowed the Peiyuan pill without hesitation. It doesn't seem bitter at all. My belly feels warm. Hey! I think I heard something? Bad dad? After coming to her senses, the little girl widened her eyes and shouted to Luodali expectantly. Why? Luodali responded without hesitation. Bad dad? The little girl's eyes became brighter. Why? Louder for me, miss. Why? Hovu, scumbag dad, Mingyue seems to be able to hear your voice. Okay, I'm glad I can hear you. Seeing that Peiyuan Dan was so effective, Luodali was also very excited. They looked at the little boy in the wheelchair. I saw that the other person's expression was also very rich, but after trying for a long time, he still couldn't stand up. Unfaithful person. The little boy pretended to be strong. Can you change your name? Luodali looked a little unhappy. Bad dad. The little boy looked stubborn. Well, I owed you siblings this in my previous life. Luodali gave up correcting it helplessly and out of exhaustion. Unfaithful man, you just said you would agree to one of our requests? Trying not to cry, the little boy looked eager to change the subject. Hearing this, the little girl immediately looked at Luodali. Once the word is spoken. Luodali swore an oath carelessly. It's hard to catch up with a horse. After looking at each other, the brother and sister spoke excitedly in unison. Then the elder sister announced the conditions. Dad, we want to go to Wuzhuang Temple to pray for Grandma, is that okay? Wuzhuang Temple? Luodali looked confused. Because he is an orphan in this life, his world is nothing but living. I never thought about finding out about tourist attractions or anything like that, and I really didn't know anything about Wuzhuang Temple. Unfaithful man, the armed temple is at the top of Qingyun Mountain. I heard that the armed observatory is the most effective, but it has not been developed. The 1,080 steps at the bottom alone are. When she said this, the little girl looked at her brother in the wheelchair. Stop, Dad will take you upstairs. Yeah, really? It couldn't be more true. This is a great opportunity to gain recognition from his children, and Luodali doesn't want to miss it. And for some reason, he always felt that there might be an opportunity for him in this Wuzhuang Temple. Chapter 4 Armed View and Prayer. After about half an hour, the family of 3 arrived at the foot of Qingyun Mountain. Looking at the Qingyun Mountain towering into the sky in front of him, Luo Dali blushed a little. I checked and found that Qingyun Mountain is 2,035 meters high. It seems that I exaggerated a little bit just now. If he were alone, climbing to the summit would be a piece of cake. After all, he has a physique strong enough to lift a tripod. But it's hard to say if you bring 2 cute little kids with you. If any accidents happened during the journey, Luo Dali would never be able to forgive himself. Oh, sister, do you think this unfaithful man will become cowardly again? Sensing something keenly, the little rebel in the wheelchair immediately provoked him with a sarcastic look on his face. Scum dad, just tell me how to quibble? The little girl with a leaky cotton jacket questioned her father with a look of excitement. What are you talking about not getting rich? But if I can really take you two to the top of the mountain, can I change my name? After pretending to be nervous, Luo Dali cunningly stated his temporary conditions. No way. Being called a scumbag dad and an unfaithful man really brought shame upon him. Fortunately, I don't have any friends around me, otherwise it would be unimaginable. Make a deal. After looking at each other, the 2 cute little kids said in unison. Stop, this is not an exchange of titles. Luo Dali said this with an ugly face. Dad, just rest assured. The little cotton padded jacket looked very confident. That's right, you can't do it anyway. The assessment is complete. Before being forgiven, it will be difficult for the little rebel in the wheelchair to say words of praise for his father. With a pretentious smile, Luo Dali brought the 2 cute kids to the foot of an uninhabited mountain. This outrageous action made the 2 cute and inferior kids think too much, for example, that someone might dislike them and bury them somewhere. As for where this idea came from, it is not complicated. They lacked love since childhood, and their mother was too busy to take care of them. So the monster mobile phone became their spiritual food since childhood. After 3 years of poisoning, they had seen 100 tragic ways of killing these bad kids. No, why do you 2 siblings look so terrified? Realizing something was wrong, Luo Dali hurriedly spoke in panic. Dad, are you choosing a good location for us? The little girl looked hopeless. Well, can you knock him out before burying him? I'm afraid the process will be too painful. The wheelchair rebel also had a pleading look on his face. Have to. Luo Dali was so angry at the thinking of his own pair of crouching dragon and phoenix that he didn't even bother to explain and just waved his hand in a domineering manner. Buzz. After the white light, a magical car that looked like a 9-seater van appeared. The family of 3 was stunned on the spot. The 2 cute little kids were stunned by someone's magic trick. Luo Dali was stunned by the appearance of this Aojia Z13. Where is the most proud work you said you would create in collaboration with Mengshi? Are you using this thing to fool people? Hey! Luo Dali was suddenly attracted by a fingerprint logo on the magic car. Out of curiosity, he subconsciously walked over and pressed his thumb. Good job. Then a virtual screen that was so gorgeous that it exploded appeared. Ding, activate fingerprint, Aojia Z13 car system activated, please face the camera. After such a series of unruly operations, Luo Dali finally succeeded in binding the magic car. The functions of the magic car were basically unlocked at this time. It turns out that in addition to the land, sea and air functions initially introduced by the system, this thing actually has a transformation function. One is a domineering warrior model, so powerful that it can directly collide with a tank with its body and remain undefeated. One is a flying mecha model, equipped with equipment for causing trouble, codenamed Overlord. Needless to say, the last type is the low-key version of the daddy van model in front of you. It is also called a nanny van. The so-called legality and compliance of the system mainly refers to the low-key model in front of us. As for the selling price, the starting price in 2035 will be 900 million yuan, and non-Daxia citizens are not allowed to apply to purchase it. Of course, this is just one of the harsh conditions. There is not much water here. It's not bad to have a nanny van model. At least it should meet one of the 3 conditions. But, Atone, are you sure this thing really has flight mode in this state? Swallowing his saliva, Luo Dali asked with some uncertainty. Of course. Not only that, the magic car also has a stealth function, ensuring that it cannot be detected by any radar equipment at the moment. Luo Dali looked incredulous when he heard this. But the words have been spoken, and I can't take them back just like that. Otherwise, where would my father put his face? Oh my god, you can actually perform magic tricks, you are so cool. The little girl came back to her senses and couldn't help but scream in praise. What a bullshit magic trick! I think this unfaithful man was well prepared. With this broken car, my brother and I would have lost our lives this time. Oh, someone's been killed, help! Unable to bear the repeated sarcasm from the traitor, Luo Dali stuffed the man into the car with a dark face. Have to. It really is a magical car, it is so awesome that it can activate the children's driving mode in advance. Seeing that the situation was not good, little Cotton Jacket wanted to run away and inform Uncle Hat or something. Needless to say, Luo Dali stuffed him into the car with one hand. You ungrateful person, I would rather become a ghost than let you go. Hey, the interior of this crappy car is so big and soft. Oh my god, this looks better than the interior of my stubborn old man's little golden statue. Scum Dad, it seems like you have some money, why don't you let us go? Stop, now is the time to witness a miracle. Luo Dali interrupted the two cute little kids with a dignified look on his face. Oh, witness the miracle of death? The traitor just shook his head. However, the little girl seemed to be inexplicably looking forward to it. It was just because she had a woman's intuition that the scumbag father in front of her didn't seem to have the intention to kill. Shall we turn on the flight mode, target Qingyun Mountain Wuzhuang Temple? Taking a deep breath, Luo Dali shouted with a look of despair. Airplane mode? This unfaithful person really has bad intentions. The traitor closed his eyes dejectedly and waited for death. That's right, the nanny van model in front of you is one of the niche top-end nanny cars under the Ning Wang era. How could the 3-year-old Ning Shusheng not understand the functions of his own nanny car? It's still flight mode, or hell mode, right? I'm really dead this time. Activate flight mode, target Qingyun Mountain Armed Forces Temple, need. Ding, we have arrived at the destination. The car system stopped quickly before it even finished speaking. During the whole process, both the father and daughter had their eyes wide open. After finally coming back to her senses, Ning Mingyue quickly poked her stubborn brother with her little finger, who was waiting to die and missed the view of the exploding sea of clouds. Sister, have we reached the underworld so soon? As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that the place he was in was strange, and the traitor was also confused. Chapter 5: The Old Heavenly Master's Entrustment. This is not the underworld, this is the Shenmen. Yes, absolutely right, I remember that above the 1080 steps is this giant Shenmen, could it be? The traitor stared with wide eyes at his unfaithful father whom he had always disliked. Snort! It was a rare opportunity to shock this traitor, so Luo Dali turned his head away in a proud manner. Sister? The little boy looked at his sister awkwardly. I'll admit defeat and call you, handsome uncle. Shrugging, the little girl gave a small suggestion. Handsome uncle. The corners of his mouth twitched, and the traitor muttered in a low voice, somewhat unconvinced. What did you say? Can you speak louder? Luo Dali immediately turned around and said proudly. But the traitor was a stubborn person and just didn't want to pay any attention to him. Scratching his head, Luo Dali looked at the leaky cotton jacket. Scum, ahem, handsome uncle. As a loyal child, the little girl would not destroy her own image so quickly. Hey, my little niece is so good. Seeing this, Luo Dali smiled happily. After a lot of effort, I finally got the title of a more reliable elder. Receive. In order to prevent the magic car from exposing the existence of the Great Adon, Luo Dali took back the system space. Only things rewarded by the system can be recycled. The rest can only be placed in the spiritual field space. Just when the family of 3 landed in Xianmen, the only old Taoist priest in the Wuwu temple suddenly opened his eyes. And his eyes were filled with tears, as if the great successor he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the child's second recognition. You have one chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? Ding, congratulations to the host for coming to the land of opportunity. Do you want to activate the opportunity? Ding, congratulations to the host for coming to the land of destiny. Activate the sign-in function. Do you want to sign in? Damn it! It rang in his mind 3 times in succession, making Luo Dali so excited that his face almost looked hideous. Adon, please start your performance. After trying hard to calm his thoughts, Luo Dali couldn't help but said with anticipation. Congratulations to the host for drawing 2 top-grade Pei Yuan. Congratulations to the host for winning 2 years of life. Congratulations to the host for activating the half-step opportunity and obtaining the Taoist ancestor's unique skill, the Mountain God, which has not been activated. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Pei Yuan Dan and the glazed trunk bone. The precious bones of the colored glazed trunk include the spine, sternum, and ribs. Congratulations to the host for activating one of the 4 great treasure bones of the physical body, unlocking the hegemony to 25%. Name, Luo Dali. Hegemony, 25%. Lifespan, 24-28. Magical power, spiritual field space, first level of double pupil, Mountain God not activated. Skills, God level driving skills. Resources, 1 Aojia Z13, for top grade Pei Yuan pills. Good job. This time I came to the right place. 25% dominance, a terrifying force of over 20,000 pounds. It is definitely possible to crush a certain young master with ease. I just don't know whether martial arts exist in this parallel world. Or maybe monsters and demons. Looking at the unactivated Mountain God skills in the attribute column, Luo Dali quickly calmed down helplessly. In fact, now that the Mountain God has all his abilities revealed, who knows if there are other terrifying things hidden out there? Suddenly sensing something, Luo Dali quickly locked onto a direction. Soon, an old Taoist priest came running towards him excitedly with great speed. My dear boy Luo Dali, I am honored to meet you, Taoist priest. Regardless of the identity of the visitor, the children must be taught to respect the elderly. Luo Dali took the lead and made an awkward bow to the visitor. Mingyu pays respect to the old heavenly master. Qingfeng pays homage to the old heavenly master. As expected, the 2 cute little kids followed suit and greeted respectfully immediately. Old Taoist priest? What the hell? Luo Dali had never heard of the name of the old Taoist priest in front of him. I have never had the strength to care. But the next scene left Luo Dali dumbfounded, because the old master actually cried for no apparent reason. The kind that cries loudly. Well, old man. Luo Dali instinctively wanted to comfort her. Ahem, blessings and infinite heavenly venerable, the wind was strong just now and sand got into my eyes. The old Taoist priest quickly resumed his appearance as a master. Seeing this, Luo Dali's mouth twitched. I had the urge to get down the mountain immediately. Oh, old God, can you bless my grandma to have good health, good luck, and all her wishes come true? Yes, old master, can you bless my mother to be forever young? The 2 cute little kids looked at the old Taoist priest with anticipation. It makes the other person blush. He is just a Taoist priest with some power, but he is not a living god, so he shouldn't make such a big wish. Ahem, well, why don't you 2 good people make a wish for yourself? The old Taoist priest calmly changed the subject. I heard that making wishes to yourself doesn't work. The little girl looked nervous. Anyway, the Confucius Temple and Longxiang Temple at the foot of the mountain are not effective. The traitor added with contempt. Have to. Understanding everything, the old Taoist fell silent. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly looked at Luo Dali and said, the old Taoist is going to die. Then what? Luo Dali confirmed his bad guess and once again felt the urge to run away. I see that you are handsome, suave, elegant, talented, and well-read. Stop, be direct. Ahem, to be honest, benefactor, I had a dream last night that the ancestor told me that a Taoist child named Mingyue Qingfeng would bring the successor to the temple today, and the child you brought happened to be named Mingyue Qingfeng, so what do you think about this? What the hell, you want me to take over this broken temple? Ahem, it's a little broken, but don't underestimate me, if it weren't for that year. Wait, this temple is called the Armed Temple? Suddenly discovering a strange place, Luo Dali interrupted and asked. It turns out that it is not the legendary Wuzhuang Temple, so there should be no monsters or ghosts here. What else? The old Taoist priest looked surprised and dejected. When the Wujiao Temple was at its most glorious, there were 21 halls for worship and 12 attics for lay Buddhists, a total of 33 buildings. It was definitely famous in the area south of the Yangtze River. Unfortunately, since the anti-Japanese war, 369 Taoists went down the mountain to defend their country, but in the end he was the only one who came back. If he hadn't been unable to find a suitable successor, he would have wanted to go to the underground to meet his senior brothers and sisters who died on the battlefield. Why do you want me to inherit? After a moment of hesitation, Luo Dali continued to ask his questions. According to the brief glimpse he had just gained at the foot of the mountain, the area covered by this armed temple in front of him was so large that it covered an area of 33 miles in radius. It is equivalent to being 3 times larger than the Forbidden City, so there is no reason why there cannot be a successor. Therefore, he determined that there must be succession risks involved. Chapter 6. I am the master of the temple, activating the mountain god skills. Less than half an hour after Ningmi impulsively left her child behind, she regretted it. The main reason is that I'm afraid that some cheap man won't be able to raise the child well. But when she returned to the shabby rental house, she received bad news. A certain cheap man actually gave up the lease. The speed was so fast that he didn't take any property with him, including the second-hand donkey worth 300 yuan. Damn it! Could it be that this cheap man is planning to do something bad? Because of her excessive imagination, Ningmi was so scared that her face turned pale on the spot. Call my son's watch. No signal. The phone call to the man who beat the dog still could not be reached. No. Ningmi comforted herself as best as she could. However, within a minute, I started crying in panic. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and sent a text message to the man. If he didn't reply before midnight tonight, she decided to call the police. Dad, why are you here? You actually followed me? The sudden appearance of a little golden man made Ningmi realize something, and her expression became complicated. Where's the thief? The domineering man who got out of the car was furious and spoke directly to the point. That angry look did not conceal the urge to hit someone at all. Ning Hongtu, Ningmi's biological father, is also the chairman of Ning Wang Times. This I don't know. I don't know why, but at this moment Ningmi actually had a lucky feeling that the man ran fast and well. You, rebellious girl. Obviously, Ning Hongtu thought that his daughter deliberately prevented him from beating up a cheap son-in-law. At this time, a man in black came to Ning Hongtu with an unpleasant look on his face and told him a piece of news. Ning Hongtu looked unhappy when he heard that. Dad, I really don't know. My people have also been followed. If nothing unexpected happens, the evil young master of the Lin family has probably also known about his existence. What? Wait, could it be? Thinking of the possibility, Ningmi's face turned pale instantly. Check. As if he had guessed something, Ning Hongtu suddenly became furious. Wait, once we find out, save the thief's life first. Dad, you. Humph, I will personally break his dog legs. Ningmi's expression was wonderful when she saw her old stubborn man leave in a rage. Lin Tian, it's better if you don't arrest him, otherwise I will make your Lin family. Ningmi clenched her fists and muttered a few words to herself before gritting her teeth and leaving the scene. Not long after she left, a convoy of cars arrived. It's the Lin family. When the man in black found out that Luo Dali had already moved out, his face became grim. Sir, we are too late. That bastard has cunningly quit the lease and escaped. We have no idea where he is going now. Check. Yes. Wait, now that we have found out, we should break his legs first, especially the fifth one. Ah yes. Damn it, this bastard is so cunning, retreat. Throwing down these words in frustration, the man in black ordered his men to retreat. Qingyun Mountain. Armed view. Through a drink and chat with the old Taoist priest, Luo Dali learned a cruel truth that made him admire him very much. It also gives me a general understanding of this parallel world system. It is similar to the world system of the previous life, with two main differences. First, after the Republic of China, the entertainment industry in Daxia was almost completely invaded by foreign forces. Today's movies and TV shows are mostly filled with elements of personal heroism from foreign civilizations. The so-called golden songs are mostly simple and crude expressions of emotions and attitudes, and lack the artistic conception and beauty of Oriental writing. Second, martial arts actually exist in this parallel world, but probably because of the emergence of hot weapons, the strongest martial artist currently is only at the Grandmaster level, which is equivalent to the top level of military generals in ancient times. The old Taoist priest in front of him was one of the many master-level masters in the Great Xia Kingdom who could be counted on one hand. He is also the longest-lived master, nicknamed the Old Heavenly Master by his enemies. Luo Dali also learned the risk of inheriting the armed concept, which is to inherit the hatred for his family and country. This hatred mainly comes from a small island country to the east of Daxia. During the anti-Japanese war, the martial artists of the small island nation were almost completely massacred by the martial artists of the Great Xia Taoist sect led by the old Taoist priest. Later, because the island warriors lacked martial ethics and used hot weapons to fight back, the armed view almost completely lost its orthodox inheritance. Young man, I have explained everything that needs to be said. What is your decision now? The old Taoist priest looked at Luo Dali with anticipation. Since he had no hope of breaking through to the Grandmaster level, he was really running out of energy. Well, I have another question. Is this 33 li area really all the land of the temple? After hesitating for a long time, Luo Dali finally uttered a sentence. Isn't it incredible? But don't think too much of it. When the land was divided among the local tyrants, if calculated based on the number of people, each person could get about 10 acres of land. Before I left the armed temple, there were a total of 369 Taoists, so that meant each person had about 1,000 acres of land. But you have to know that Wujiaguan is over 1,400 meters above sea level, and almost 95% of the land is uncultivated, so the actual arable area that can be allocated is about 10 acres per person. And don't worry, as long as the Taoist tradition remains intact, the Northern Golden Dragon Palace will never take back the land within the temple. I see. One last question. I've never thought about becoming a Taoist priest. Are there any restrictions? What Taoists pursue is the law of nature, and there is no restriction on nature. If there is one thing, it is that if there is another war in the future, please do not weaken the military and observe the solar terms of our ancestors. If you still have a conscience, then find a few successors for the Taoist temple, so that when you trap the dragon and ascend to heaven in the future, you can also leave a legacy for my armed temple Taoist lineage. The old Taoist said with a carefree look on his face. That's right, as a top-level master who has reached the pinnacle of perfection, he could naturally see at a glance the terrifying energy and blood power hidden in Luo Dali's body. It was so terrifying that even a master like him felt his scalp tingling. Moreover, after the drinking and chatting just now, he also learned that Luo Dali was an orphan with no ties, and there was absolutely no one more suitable to be the successor than him. Luo Dali was still a little hesitant. Don't worry, kid, you can deal with the dilapidated worship halls in the temple according to the actual situation. If you have money in the future, you can consider renovating it. If money doesn't come so quickly, you can just leave the important task to your next successor. The old Taoist priest looked as if he was about to say something ugly. No way. I'm really afraid that the successor in front of me will be scared away. Stop, boy. I'll find a piece of land to bury him later. You don't need to pay for the funeral. Ahem, look at what you said. Stop, just tell me whether you want to take over or not. Catch. Don't worry, what else do you want? Wait, you just said you accepted it? The old Taoist priest opened his eyes wide and screamed excitedly. But let me be frank. I really don't have big ambitions. I just want to take care of the kids and grow some crops on this mountain. Okay, good at farming. By the way, your generation's successor happens to be the Jin generation. I think your physical body is as vigorous as a dragon, but your soul is weak, so why not give you the Taoist name Jin Yuan? Puff, Jin Yuan? Hearing this, Luo Dali couldn't help but scream. Any questions? The old Taoist priest pretended to be confused. Without. The corner of his mouth twitched, but Luo Dali still had no intention of changing this very pretentious Taoist name. Jin Yuan, from now on, this armed temple will be handed over to you. I'm leaving now. As if afraid that Luo Dali would go back on his word, the old Taoist priest just completed all the transfer procedures with various stamps and then left in a second. Luo Dali was stunned by what he saw. After measuring the old Taoist's breathing and confirming that he had really ascended to heaven on the spot, he had no choice but to carefully find a feng shui treasured place for him to be buried. Ding, sensing the host's inherited armed view, the mountain god skill is activated. Within a radius of 33 miles, the host can communicate with hundreds of beasts, shrink the distance into an inch, walk on the air, see as if it were a golden eagle, and hear the fight of ants. The ultimate move of the mountain god, which can draw on the might of Qingyun Mountain to grant him unparalleled defense. As long as Bailey Qingyun Mountain is not destroyed, the host's defense will not be broken. It can be used once a month. Chapter 7: The Gardener and the Sweeping Monk. The moment the old Taoist priest passed away, as if by telepathy, the gardener at the Confucius Temple and the sweeping monk at the Longshan Temple at the foot of the mountain immediately looked towards the direction of the Armed Forces Temple. Has the old man finally found a successor? After a moment's silence, the gardener looked curious. He has decided that he will go up the mountain to pay homage when he has time. Grandpa, what are you looking at? A cute little kid covered in gold ran to the old gardener and asked in a babbling voice. She is the granddaughter of a florist and has endless flowers. People give him the nickname, Shankai Boy. Sure, haven't you always wanted to go to the top of the mountain? After thinking for a while, the gardener asked back with a smile. Although he was a gardener, he owned the garden himself because he funded the restoration of the entire Qingyun Mountain Confucius Temple. Originally, what he wanted to sponsor most was the armed temple on the top of the mountain, but was rejected by the old Taoist priest. It is said that he is not the right person for armed view. This made the gardener a little unhappy, because in addition to being a gardener, he also had an explosive identity, Huabushi, who was once one of the top 3 richest people in the world. But that was all in the past. After retiring, Huabushi gave up all his personal honors abroad and secretly returned to his homeland. In his words, he dedicated the first half of his youth to the motherland, and in the second half, he would atone for his small family. That's great. We can finally go to the top of the mountain. But Grandpa, are you sure you can still do it? The little girl was excited for just a few seconds before she started teasing the old man with a mischievous look on her face. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, Huabushi's face turned a little dark. But there is no way, because the old master refused all donations, resulting in almost no modern equipment in the area above 1,400 meters in Qingyun Mountain. If you want to get up there, there is no other way except climbing by human power. To reach the entrance of Wujiao Temple, one has to climb 1,080 steps, which is equivalent to hundreds of floors of stairs. The 72-year-old Huabushi feels that he no longer has the strength to do so. Sure, do you think we should prepare a gift for the new master? Huabushi suddenly had an idea. What gift? The little girl looked curious. A gift that can allow us, grandfather and grandson, to ascend to the Xianmen Gate. The donation of flowers pretends to be profound. Although it is not clear who the new leader of the armed temple is, since the other party is the successor chosen by the old Taoist priest, it is worth his while to make friends with him. At the same time, Longxiang Temple. A certain monk who was sweeping the floor also stopped his work. He looked devoutly in the direction of the armed viewpoint. In those days, after retiring from society, he went to the top of the mountain in person and met the old Taoist priest. Without exception, he received the same treatment as Huabu Shi. But the old Taoist priest gave the sweeping monk a word: when the new abbot takes over, if you still yearn for it, you can consider coming again. Now, the sweeping monk has finally waited for this opportunity. Erwo, it's time for us father and son to find another place to cook. The sweeping monk greeted a little monk not far away. He did not become a monk, but with his impressive cooking skills, the abbot of Longxiang Temple knelt down and begged him to give up the position of head chef. The sweeping monk, whose real name is Xiao Yuanshan, is the last imperial chef of Daxia, also known as the ghost chef. The little monk is his son, whose real name is Xiao Yao and whose courtesy name is Erwo. Sure enough, upon learning of the departure of the head chef, the host burst into tears. He would no longer be able to eat the ghost chef's meals for free. Heartache. After burying the old Taoist priest, Luo Dali finally had time to study the armed viewing industry. We quickly came to a conclusion: the total assets should be no less than 13 million. Well, you ungrateful person, are you now the new master of the temple? Finally finding an opportunity to express his opinion, the rebel stared at someone with wide eyes and asked. Although he is only 3 years old, he still knows a lot of numbers despite the poison of the almighty monster called mobile phone. So, when he saw that a heartless person completed the 80-point task in less than a day, he became anxious. Hey, why are you calling me the ungrateful guy again? Didn't we agree to call me handsome uncle? Luo Dali answered the question irrelevantly with a somewhat unhappy face. Didn't the baby cry just now? Pooh. You just want to scream once and be done with it? Did we agree that we must keep calling? It was too careless. With a twitch, Luo Dali looked at the little cotton-padded jacket. Needless to say, the other party leaked again. Dad, I forgot to tell you that there is a prerequisite for scoring, that is, you can only score 2 to 3 points at most every day. Yes, that's it. After getting a hint from his sister's eyes, the traitor immediately cooperated cunningly and affirmed. So how would you two siblings rate me today? 1 point. 1 point per person? What are you thinking about? It only adds up to 1 point. Do I still want some candy? Holding back a slight feeling of discomfort at being cheated, Luo Dali proudly took out 4 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Wow, what a good thing, brother, I'll give it all to you. No, sister, we will each take half. I'll give it all to you. Don't object, or I'll beat you up. Then, how many points should we give to the heartless person? He admitted his mistake and scratched his head, then began to gesture secretly on his sister's palm. After thinking for a while, the little girl said generously, 2 points. Hey, Xiao Mingyue, are you sure you want to give them all to your brother? If your hearing improves, you might be able to take better care of your brother. We have to test the relationship between the brother and sister, Luo Dali said, deliberately making trouble. This. The little girl fell into deep thought. Sister, the unfaithful man is right. I want 2 and I won't eat the rest even if you kill me. As if afraid of embarrassing his sister, Ning Shusheng immediately announced it in a casual manner. You. In the end, the 2 of them divided the top-grade Peiyuan pill equally. After taking 3 top-grade Peiyuan pills, Ning Mingyue's congenital deafness was completely cured. Although he still couldn't stand up, Ning Qingfeng felt his legs were already warm. The brother and sister were so excited that they hugged each other and cried on the spot. Bad dad? Taking a deep breath, the little girl looked at Luo Dali. Why? Luo Dali responded instinctively. Yeah, thank you. Oh, well, can we do it again? Trying not to cry, Luo Dali became more and more demanding. Needless to say, the little girl pretended not to hear. In desperation, Luo Dali looked at the traitor. Hey, you ungrateful person, I'm a boy, aren't you disgusting? The traitor looked disgusted. Luo Dali clenched his fists. Fortunately, he didn't have high blood pressure, otherwise he felt something would happen sooner or later. Ding, I got a kiss from my daughter. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? Draw it immediately. Resisting the urge to beat up the traitor, Luo Dali roared inwardly with excitement. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an opportunity to renovate a large area of an ancient building. Congratulations to the host for winning a courtyard house with 5 entrances, a top-notch Chinese Western style of decoration, 5 floors, 2 underground floors, and 3 above-ground floors, with a private kindergarten attached, and a total area of 3,000 square meters. Please select the building that needs renovation. There is such a good thing. Atong, can you renovate all the buildings of the Armed Forces Temple to their original architectural style? Under renovation completed, a total of 21 worship halls have been renovated, and 12 buildings for believers, laypeople, Taoist priests and monks have been renovated, decorated in the styles of the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter. Ding, the new Taoist temple rendering has been sent to the host's mind. Chapter 8, Stop pretending, your dad is a land immortal. Atong. My dear brother. When seeing the stunning renderings of the Taoist temple after its complete renovation, Luo Dali was truly shocked. The Wadagwan temple is so beautiful after the renovation that it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a paradise on earth. Another point is that the system is very considerate. For example, in order to prevent modern equipment from destroying the ancient architectural style of the Taoist temple, various invisible solar energy equipment were carefully installed. Nowadays, the Taoist temple not only has access to electricity, but also to the internet. Not only that, Adam also thoughtfully used his great power to open up the bluestone roads in the 5 major sections of the Taoist temple. The Taoist temple is mainly composed of the Xianmen, the worship hall, the residence of lay Buddhists, Xuanwu Lake, the academy, and the medicine garden. Above the headache-inducing 1080 steps is the Xianmen. In the era of cold weapons, as long as there were top martial arts masters guarding the Xianmen, 1 man could block the passage of 10,000. The Hall of Worship is a bit unusual, in that in addition to enshrining some great Xia gods, it also enshrines heroic souls, especially those Taoist ancestors who resolutely went down the mountain to subdue demons and died in battle when the motherland was in crisis. This is how the Armed View got its name. Xuanwu Lake, a high mountain lake, covers an area of 72 acres and is unfathomable. It is said that there is a great terror hidden in the deepest part. Anyone who sneaks in will never come back. There has been no exception in the past 300 years. Over time, no one dared to try to commit suicide easily. The Academy is known to have the largest collection of Taoist books in the world. It contains countless Taoist classics. It is estimated that even the old Taoist priest does not know how many books there are in the Academy. The medicine garden is a small plain on a high mountain with a usable area of up to thousands of acres. In addition to growing some medicinal materials for self-use, it also grows various crops for self-sufficiency. Mingyue, who gave you this name? There were some words that the child was not used to, and Luo Dali couldn't help but complain. What era is this now? There are still words on it. I'm really not used to it. My mother said it was given by an old Taoist priest. What's the matter? What the hell, this old guy. Ahem, calling you Qingfeng Mingyue isnt very nice, from now on I'll call you Bauer, or Bao for short. As for the scholar, let us call him a rebellious son. Relying on his old father's power, Luo Dali took the opportunity to announce it. Why? The traitor looked unhappy indeed. Why is my sister a treasure and I am the rebellious child? Oh, then why do you call your father an ungrateful man? Luo Dali looked sarcastic on purpose. This is called taking the path of a rebellious son, making it impossible for the other party to continue to rebel. Humph, you abandoned mom and my sister and I for 4 years. If you're not a heartless person, what are you? The traitor's face was furious. It's not that he can't beat him, he probably just wants to behave like a rebellious son. Is there a possibility that the truth is that you three have been hiding it from me for 4 years? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Okay, you win. So what do you think we should call each other? It's simple, just call me Little Ancestor. If that makes me happy, I may consider giving you the highest score every day. Wang Defa, I am a rebellious son. Luo Dali was furious in an instant. Scholar Ning, are you rebelling? My sister couldn't bear to watch it anymore. In this remote mountain, it is not a smart idea to offend the only person who can cook. Well. As if he understood his sister's eyes immediately, the rebellious boy finally restrained himself. Ahem, well, you unfaithful man, where are we staying tonight? What are we eating? Oh, I thought you could be full just by drinking Northwest Wind. After overhearing the thoughts of the two cute little kids, Luo Dali immediately became annoyed. Hearing this, the traitor was too embarrassed to continue to retort. Hey! Noticing the missed call on his watch phone, Ning Shusheng called back immediately. Wait, well, don't tell your mom where we are yet. Luo Dali gave a quick reminder. Why? The traitor looked suspicious. My sister had a similar expression. When you are fully on your feet, I will give your mother a surprise. You unfaithful man, you finally have some brains. You, a rebellious son. As expected, he was a traitor. Luo Dali was once again furious. The other party ignored the father's pain and called the mother directly. Xiaoi, can you prevent that woman from locating here through the phone? Luo Dali communicated with the car system through the super smart bracelet that comes standard with the magic car. This thing is a super AI smart product of the future in 2035 and should not be difficult to handle. Fortunately, the car system would not disappoint Luo Dali. Here, mom wants you to answer the phone. After a few minutes, Fan Guzai handed the phone to Luo Dali. Hey, what do you want from me? Luo Dali pretended to be calm. Did you take them back home? After a moment's silence, a woman's voice came from the watch phone. I'm an orphan, where is my hometown? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. I meant that if anyone asks you where you live, don't tell them. Hey, are you still there? Alive and well. Then, let's leave it at that for now. Beep. Looking at the phone that was suddenly hung up, Luo Dali's expression became subtle. But he said he could understand it. After all, the two of them had no emotional foundation, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Come on, I'll take you to where we will live in the future. In less than a minute, the three of them arrived near Xuanwu Lake. We got there using the technique of shrinking the distance into an inch. Otherwise, it would have taken us at least half an hour to get there using normal means. Needless to say, the two cute little kids were stunned again by the mysterious skills displayed by their father. Unfaithful. Handsome uncle, how did you do that just now? In order to satisfy his curiosity, Fan Guzai took the initiative to change his words. Well, handsome uncle, just tell your treasure. The little cotton padded jacket is no longer leaky. Seeing this, Luo Dali took the opportunity to point at his cheek at the traitor. Pervert, tell me now, or the consequences will be serious. After suppressing his nausea and sniffing at his shameless father, the traitor immediately acted fiercely and threatened him. Ha ha, let's be frank. I'm your dad and I'm a land immortal. Luo Dali laughed so happily. Bullshit, you country bumpkin. Ah Ton, materialize the courtyard. Oh my god, ABA. Looking at the huge and magnificent courtyard that appeared out of nowhere, the traitor temporarily lost his ability to act like a rebellious son. After finally coming to his senses, he hugged his biological father and started to eat him. The little cotton-padded jacket followed unwillingly. Then, the two of them excitedly announced in unison, "Dear Mr. Luo Dali, from now on you will be our biological father, even if my mother disagrees." It would be absolutely foolish to abandon the immortal father on land. The brother and sister would never do such a stupid thing. How about helping dad chase your mom in the future? Luo Dali took advantage of the situation. Let's think about it. Yes, I must think about it. After looking at each other, the two cute little kids immediately turned against each other and ignored each other. This made Luo Dali feel very difficult. Fortunately, his identity as a father was recognized by his two children, and the system prompt sounded in his mind again. Chapter 9 Spiritual Field Space. Ah Ton, draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining various delicacies from the mountains and the sea. The rewards are pretty good. Taking out the top-grade Peiyuan pill, Luo Dali said to the traitor in a smug manner, "Rebellious son, call me daddy again." Impossible, absolutely. Ning Shushan was halfway through his words of instinctively being arrogant when he saw the good stuff in his ungrateful father's hand, and his face turned black on the spot. But the harsh words have already been spoken, and it's not okay to contradict myself so soon. Helplessly, Ning Shushan, who was bloated, looked at his dear sister. Hey, it's no use begging your sister. Luo Dali blocked the traitor's way. A rebellious son can be arrogant and domineering, but this is an exception in front of his old father. The kid was so angry that he clenched his fists in an instant. Ring ring ring. At this time, the super bracelet on Luo Dali's hand rang. Ever since he learned that this black technology could not only summon a magical car but also create a virtual screen to be used as a mobile phone for show, he threw away the cheap phone he had received as a gift when he topped up his phone bill. Wow, who is this? With the help of the system, someone has unknowingly become a little bit dizzy. Dali, why haven't you come to work today? A very pleasant female voice came from the bracelet. Damn it! I almost forgot about my job as a waiter at the 815 bar. The corner of Luo Dali's mouth twitched. Sister Xiaofan, Why, is there something wrong? The woman was not angry. It was because she usually took good care of Luo Dali, this ridiculously handsome orphan. Well, Sister Xiaofan, I have to take care of the baby, so I'm afraid I won't be able to work at the bar in the future. Wang Defa, who's babysitting? When she heard this, the woman opposite suddenly raised her voice into a high-pitched voice. Ahem, my own. Luo Dali said with a guilty conscience. There's nothing he can do about it, he's also troubled by the fact that he's too handsome. Otherwise, how could a bar waiter often receive care from the boss lady? Are you sure it's yours? After a moment's silence, the woman asked sadly. Confirm and be sure. In order to avoid being the victim of the boss lady's indecision, Luo Dali gritted his teeth and said affirmatively. Please bring me one more. What the hell? Ahem, there's been some trouble at the bar recently, and I'm afraid Bei Xian will be implicated. So, you can help take care of him for 3 months, and Sister Xiaofan will give you 2,800 per month, no, 8888, how about that? Poo-poo, Sister Xiaofan, is this really okay? It's settled. By the way, where do you live? I'll ask Sanhu to send Bei Xian to you. Armed View. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Dali couldn't help but confess. He and Zhang Xiaofeng just have an enviable relationship of brother and sister. Even if the child's mother finds out in the future, it shouldn't be a big problem. Secondly, there are only 3 people in the armed group, so they have to find a little brother for their dragon and phoenix to interact with each other. Zhang Xiaofen's son Chen-fan is a pretty good person. Apart from always thinking that Luo Dali was plotting against his mother, he didn't treat him very well. Armed View. Dali, are you okay? It's okay. So, you're going to the Armed View? Hey, I forgot to tell Sister Xiaofan that you can call me Master Luo from now on. Puff, Master Luo, it's just you? Thanks to the old master for being blind, ahem, anyway, the Armed Forces Temple is mine, Luo Dali. I'll leave Beishuan's matter to Abbey Master Luo. When I'm free someday, Sister Xiaofan will come up the mountain to thank you in person. What, you want more? Wiggle wiggle wiggle. Beep. Looking at the phone being hung up suddenly, Luo Dali felt guilty. Nothing else. The two crouching dragon and phoenix were glaring at him. Oh, you unfaithful man, it seems that you were very lucky in love. As a result of overthinking, the traitor immediately had a weird look on his face. Ahem, can you two jelly beans shut up? Humph, I can keep your secret for one day, but you know what's going on with my sister. Ning Shushang proudly took the Peiyuan pill and drank it in one gulp. After glaring at his rebellious son and then looking at the leaky little girl who stretched out her hands to ask for hush money, Luo Dali felt tired. There is really no food left in my pocket. Baby, tell your mom about it. Luo Dali pretended to break the jar. Hee hee, no need. The little cotton padded jacket suddenly smiled confidently. Then he said, as long as you are not blind, you will not be seduced by another vixen. Well, if she really is crazy and follows another vixen, that's fine. My brother and I can just call another old man our stepfather. Puff, you girl. Unable to bear scolding his little girl, Luo Dali used the excuse of cooking to walk into the courtyard materialized by the system. Good job. What a great guy. It was so good that Luo Dali wanted to find a temple to worship his own golden finger. The other party is really thoughtful. The courtyard is so thoughtful that it has everything you need. In short, all the daily necessities that Luo Dali can think of are available in the courtyard. There are even fishing rods called fishing platforms. Now all we need is fresh meat and vegetables. Wow, this house is so beautiful. My scumbag dad must have spent a lot of money, right? After strolling around the courtyard, the little girl came over and whispered in his ear tentatively. Hey, Bao, just tell me if it's worth 3 million or not. It's okay. But the nanny car is still a little lacking. Are you sure? Luo Dali smiled. And affirmation. The siblings didn't hesitate. It would be strange if they didn't understand their own brand of cars. Without saying much, Luo Dali waved his hand casually. A white light flashed, and the magic car appeared again. Change. Luo Dali continued to downplay it. After a series of explosive changes, the van turned into a sturdy warrior vehicle like a steel tank. It almost blinded the eyes of crouching dragon and phoenix chick. Hey, rebellious son, what do you think of this car now? Is it worth 5 million? No. To be honest, I might consider letting you go up and experience it for yourself. You. Every step was controlled by his unfaithful father, and Ning Shuxing's expression was wonderful. Value. The rebellious boy, who was full of curiosity, finally chose to give in temporarily. While Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick were playing in the car, Luo Dali went to the deep Xuanwu Lake, less than 30 meters in front of the courtyard, to fish. I don't know if it was because the bait given by the system was too sharp, or because the fish in the lake were starving, but I caught it as soon as I threw it. Within a few minutes, a golden grasscarp weighing more than 10 kilograms was easily caught by Luo Dali and brought ashore. We have the meat, but we're just short of the side dishes. After a while of shrinking the distance, Luo Dali went to the medicine garden again. But looking at the barren mountain plain in front of him, his face became a little embarrassed. That's right. Buzz. When he appeared again, Luo Dali had already arrived at the spiritual field space. After entering, he automatically comprehended a great magical skill. His words became reality, which can only be used in the spiritual field space. For one thing, in the spiritual field space, he is an omnipotent existence like the way of heaven. After a few thoughts, all the delicacies from land and sea that had just been drawn were arranged. With the growth rate being 12 times faster than that in the spiritual field space, some vegetables can be enjoyed in the outside world within 3 days. As for meat, since Adong rewarded various top-quality river and seafood seedlings, such as green bamboo carp, forget-me-not fish, lobster, crab roe, grouper, tuna, and yellow croaker, most of them weigh about 5 taels, it is estimated that the outside world will be able to harvest them in about a week. Oh. A whoa. As soon as he left the spiritual field space, a wolf howl came into the range of Luo Dali's ant-fighting magical ability. Activating the Golden Eagle skill, I saw a wild wolf curiously wandering around the warrior chariot. The dragon and the phoenix in the car were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Chapter 10 The Migrant Worker Who Came to My Door. Call out. Shrink the earth into an inch. In a few seconds, Luo Dali arrived at the courtyard. Roar! Seeing Luo Dali suddenly appear out of nowhere, the wolf instinctively took a defensive stance. But his eyes were full of intelligence. This is no ordinary wild wolf. This is Luo Dali's intuition. Sure enough, he soon saw 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical line on the wolf's forehead. Remembering what the old Taoist said before he passed away, Luo Dali retracted his killing intent and said to the Wolf King, "Go away, don't come here again, it's not good to scare the children." The area within a radius of 33 miles is the base of the armed Taoist temple, but there is only one old Taoist priest in the armed Taoist temple. In addition, usually few people are interested in climbing the 1080 steps to appreciate a dilapidated Taoist temple, so the surrounding area has naturally become a paradise for some wild animals. The psychic Wolf King in front of him is one of the frequent visitors to the armed view. When I have nothing to do, I often get some wild game for the old master. Roar! What? You said the new king has been born. Now you are just an old widower with no wolf cubs to love you. No, an old widower with no wolf cubs to love you? Luo Dali never thought that a human with double pupils could also hear the voices of wild animals. Roar! The old Wolf King was very excited when he sensed that the human in front of him could understand him just like the old Taoist priest. That's right. Its main purpose of coming here this time was to find the old Taoist priest to depend on for survival, but when it met Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick on the way, it stopped to take a closer look out of curiosity. The old Taoist priest is gone. You can follow me from now on. Your daily job is to guard the house. How about I provide you with food and lodging? Roar! Damn it! How dare you say I'm unworthy? Tyrant, go. Feel it carefully again now. Woof woof woof. When the old Wolf King sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the human in front of him, he immediately became cowardly. In order to save the wolf's life, he even barked like a dog. Wow, your eyesight is pretty good. Patting the old Wolf King's head with satisfaction, Luo Dali opened the car door. During this process, the expressions of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick changed from fear to curiosity. Needless to say, I was shocked again by my father's mysterious skills. Bao, it will be our neighbor from now on, so give it a name. Very satisfied with the admiring looks that Crouching Dragon and Phoenix gave him, Luo Dali generously gave them a small benefit. Wait, you ungrateful person, on what basis do you cancel my baby's naming rights? Hey, my dear brother, can't you tell the difference between the big and small kings? Ahem, look at what your sister said. I just don't like people who are unfaithful. Yes, that's it. Interesting. Luo Dali was immediately delighted when he found out that his little girl could actually suppress her rebellious brother. I'll call you Little Gray from now on. After thinking about it, Ning Mingyue quickly expressed her final decision. Woof woof woof. After making sure that the wolf's life was saved, the old Wolf King immediately turned into a bootlicker and actively circled around the young master. But my younger brother was so envious. Bao, how are you going to eat this big grass carp? Steamed. Braised. Ahem, since my sister likes steaming, then I have to steam it. Seeing that it was useless to say more, the younger brother immediately gave in on the spot. With a knowing smile, Luo Dali went to process the fish. But 5 minutes later, he looked devastated. My fish killing skills are not up to standard. At least I have never killed such a big wild grass carp in my life. As for serving the cute kids and cooking, Luo Dali has no confidence at all. Hello, can I help you? Just then, a strange voice came from outside the door. By listening to the sounds and comparing his positions with the Golden Eagle's magical power, Luo Dali quickly locked onto the old man and the young boy. It was Xiao Yuanshan and his grandson who had just walked up from Longshan Temple that was interrupted in Qingyun Mountain. I'm Xiao Yuanshan, and I've been a cook for 100 years. This is my grandson Xiaoyao, whose given name is Erwo. It just so happens that I didn't have dinner today. Would you mind? Stop, you must be lucky, this fish is in your hands. Not wanting to be picked on by his own children on his first meal, Luo Dali smiled and handed the grass carp to an old man who claimed to have been a chef for 100 years. Soon, Luo Dali was dumbfounded. I was stunned by the old man's sharp knife skills in killing fish. The fish was sliced up and then put into the water, and it was still able to swim with the help of its skeleton, as if the fish didn't realize it had been sliced up. Such a skilled cook must find a way to stay in the mountains. But after thinking about it, Luo Dali didn't know how he could keep the person. Hey, you call me idiot? As if she understood the message from her scumbag father's eyes in an instant, Ning Mingyue smiled and gestured to a little fat boy. It's Erwo, not Erwo. The little fat boy has a very honest look on his face. Got it, idiot. You. Stupid, what do you think of this courtyard? So big and beautiful. So do you want to live here? Is it really possible? The little fat boy couldn't help swallowing. There is no way. The living environment of Longshan Temple at the foot of the mountain is far worse than the courtyard house in front of us. Of course not. Ning Mingyue suddenly changed her attitude and continued, but your grandfather's cooking skills seem to be pretty good. Ah, miss, wait. The little fat boy didn't seem to be stupid either, and he went straight over to trick his grandfather. Grandpa, Erwo has grown up and needs to be self-reliant. Then what? Xiao Yuanshan figured out something in seconds, but remained calm. My handsome and elegant uncle, are you recruiting child laborers on this mountain? Erwo doesn't need any salary, and he can help you cook and sweep the floor. Ah, this. Luo Dali was a little confused by the little fat boy's thinking. Grandpa, you can't bear to see your grandson suffer in this mountain. Stop, Grandpa can't bear it. What, this is unscientific. Science, you idiot. Look at your phone less in the future. What kind of intelligence and strategy have you learned? You have the nerve to use it to plot against your grandfather. Ahem, sir, you are the new abbot, right? I don't know if I will be lucky enough to live here for a while. Of course, I want to eat and drink for free, so I will help you. Okay, from now on, the position of the head chef of the armed temple will be handed over to you, old man. Old man, the old master has a successor. Xiao Yuanshan was shocked to find that the young master had such a shameless side. However, he still said, thank you for your kindness, master. However, Don't worry, I'm not afraid of the consequences of that old man, and you are no different. In that case, Xiao Yuanshan, I am honored to accept the position of chief chef of the armed temple. Okay. I didn't expect that I could find a super chef so quickly. Luo Dali smiled happily. As for the cause and effect of the other party, he doesn't care. Anyway, in the armed view, he is invincible. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as we were about to start eating, a roar came from far away. The Golden Eagle's magical power is activated. A luxurious helicopter came into view. Finally, it hovered over the courtyard. My dear, may I have the honor of having a few meals? This helicopter can be considered as a free meal gift. Lose the card. Are all the pilgrims at this armed temple so classy? Needless to say, Luo Dali had no reason to refuse. Soon, an old man and a little girl covered in gold walked down from the helicopter. Flower donation, meet the master. Hua Buwen greets Uncle Master of the temple. After the greetings, the old man immediately and honestly handed the helicopter certificate to Luo Dali on the spot. Old Hua, you must stay in the mountains for a few more days. Luo Dali excitedly held the old man's hands and shouted loudly after accepting the luxury helicopter worth more than 30 million yuan against his conscience. The look of this country bumpkin who had never seen the world immediately made Crouching Dragon and Phoenix roll their eyes. Chapter 11 Chef Xiao and Director Hua. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had come into close contact with such a luxurious helicopter. Forgive Luo Dali for temporarily forgetting the existence of the system and directly transformed himself into a country bumpkin to take in the various sights. Hey, old man Hua, what's in these boxes? Cooking wine. Poo-poo, does your family use Mauzi to make cooking wine? Oh, they are all imitations, including 1982 Lafite and Conti. Imitation. Why is this cigarette unbranded? Oh, they are all cheap stuff that is not worthy of being put on the table. Old Hua, it looks like you don't plan to go down the mountain easily. Ahem, I think our temple is still short of an accountant. Ha, old man Hua, I like your proactive attitude in finding things to do. From now on, you will be the financial director of my armed temple. What, ahem, it's an honor. Resisting the urge to scold someone immediately, Hua Bushi still agreed. For one thing, he believed that the old Taoist priest would not make a mistake in choosing someone. Uncle Handsome, how did you drive up here? The little girl, covered in gold, looked at Luo Dali with curiosity. Hearing this, Xiao Yuanshan and Hua Bushi also looked at someone with curiosity. Especially the donation of flowers. It was because through the helicopter's view, he had just seen more incredible scenery of the armed view. If I remember correctly, there was no such thing during the time of the old Taoist priest. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Luo Dali took a deep breath in a pretentious manner. Rise. Next, in front of the wide-eyed eyes of Huabushi and Xiao Yuanshan, they saw that Luo Dali actually used his brute force to easily lift the tank-sized Mengshi fighting vehicle over his head. Hiss. The two old men took a deep breath at the same time. Macho. The ultimate macho man of all time. The old Taoist priest is really sharp. At this point, the two did not dare to ask any further questions. I'm really afraid of angering some violent temple owner and getting stuck in the mountains forever. Hey, you can't finish begging? The trader suddenly broke the silence in a sneaky way. I still don't know how to address you, little brother. The little girl has good tutoring. Just call me second brother. The wheelchair rebel took the opportunity to bully others. Ah, why? My sister is definitely the eldest, I am the second, and as for the third, you too. The trader had a suggestive look on his face. Hello, second brother. Understand what is going on in seconds, and become sweet and attractive immediately if you can't spend all the money. Xiao Yuanshan, who was standing aside, was so angry that his face turned black. It was obviously the grandfather and grandson who arrived first. Shoot. In a rage, Xiao Yuanshan couldn't help but slap his chubby grandson on the head. Grandpa, why are you lighting the second fire? The little fat boy looked confused. You are just an idiot. Hey, what are you doing here, you lousy gardener? Resisting the urge to hit his grandson, Xiao Yuanshan turned around and cursed at Huabushi. Hey, I heard that you moved, so I came to bring you some cooking wine. Fuck, you are much less courageous than your son. Ha, I'm just a merchant. I can't do business if I have face. Oh, the vendor. Without revealing Huabushi's hidden identity, Xiao Yuanshan shook his head and went about his work. Not long. Everyone shared the delicious meal. It's really beautiful. Without Luo Dali, he would have enjoyed the whole process with his eyes closed. Even the old wolf king who was gnawing on a bone looked intoxicated. After eating and drinking, Luo Dali was a little worried about the accommodation arrangements for the pilgrims. The Noda courtyard with 5 entrances naturally has extra guest rooms, so it can easily accommodate dozens more. But in the final analysis, the courtyard house is equivalent to Luo Dali's private property, and he is somewhat reluctant to share it. Well, to be honest with you, I have been to the armed guard temple before. The guest room arranged by the old Taoist priest is quite good. We can stay there. Xiao Yuanshan, who was old and experienced, seemed to see Luo Dali's discomfort in an instant and took the initiative to put forward his own ideas. Yes. Master, don't worry about our accommodation. I can just live next door to Chef Xiao. Huabushi, who realized it later, hurriedly followed with a smile. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Dali took them to the lay Buddhist building. As for the Taoist and magician buildings, they are temporarily empty. Along the way, Xiao Yuanshan and Huabushi stared with their eyes wide open. Needless to say, they all noticed something was wrong. For example, there are various solar energy devices hidden in harmony with nature. Who would have thought that an entire tree is solar energy? For example, the beautiful bluestone road under your feet, under the lights, feels like walking on the Milky Way. After finally arriving at the 4 Buddhist buildings, the 2 old men couldn't help but stare wide-eyed again. Clean. It's so clean. The main thing is that it's extremely advanced. It is so advanced that even people of their stature cannot find any faults with the building. But when they saw the tables, chairs, quilts, and other items in the guest room, the 2 old men immediately became autistic. They are actually rare treasures that only kings and nobles of all dynasties can afford. If any of these items were put in the outside world, they would be of such a nature that there would be no demand for them. At this moment, the man who was once one of the top 3 richest people in the world suddenly felt that he was just that so. There is also an outrageous illusion that, for example, being the financial director of Wuzhuang may be the peak of his life. Master, I wonder where the old Taoist priest is buried. We want to go and burn some incense for him. Coming back to his senses, Huabushi calmly diverted the embarrassment. Seeing this, Xiao Yuanshan beside him immediately followed. Luo Dali naturally had no objection to this. But when they arrived at the burial place, Luo Dali was furious. Just because the old master disappeared. Or it could be said that it's not that he disappeared, but that the old Taoist priest didn't die at all. Well, master, the old Taoist priest seems to have left a message. Huabushi, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, pointed to a box next to the pile of earth. When I opened the box, there was indeed a letter inside. After reading the content of the letter, Luo Dali fell silent. The old Taoist wants to go to the island country to try his luck. If you succeed, you will break through to the Grandmaster level and your lifespan will be extended by 60 years. Failure will most likely mean that you may be crushed to ashes by the enemy. Master. Xiao Yuanshan and Huabushi's faces were full of curiosity. You two should fill up the mound. Shaking his head and saying this, Luo Dali left. After looking at each other, the two old men didn't dare to ask any further questions. When he appeared again, Luo Dali had come alone to a special hall of worship, the hall of workers and peasants. Literally, the ones enshrined inside are the lovely heroes who died fighting for Daxia. Looking at the densely packed names of the offerings in front of him, Luo Dali suddenly realized the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Finally, Luo Dali came to the most mysterious place in the Taoist temple, the academy. The reason why it is mysterious is that the gate of the academy is a giant bronze door. It can only be opened manually. Boom! With a force of thousands of pounds, Luo Dali easily pushed open the giant bronze door. The interior of the ancient and mysterious academy came into view, and it was surprisingly clean. It was so clean that there wasn't even a cobweb in sight. Moreover, the environment inside is very comfortable, as if it is just the right condition for preserving books. Oh my god, how many ancient books are there in this collection? It seems like we need to find an administrator to manage it. Well, by the way, find a way to get him to help take care of the baby. Luo Dali looked sly as he thought of something. Hey, why is there someone climbing the Xianmen stairs alone in the middle of the night? As soon as he left the academy, Luo Dali was puzzled when he sensed something through the magical power of the ants fighting. Oh my god, it's a girl, but with her looks, I'm afraid it will be difficult to take her in. Yes, when he saw the visitor's super attractive appearance through the Golden Eagle's magical power, Luo Dali felt guilty for a second. I'm afraid that the child's mother will misunderstand me in the future. Chapter 12, Beautiful Professor Becomes Director. Xianmen Zhongguan, the 720th step. A dignified woman, exuding the scent of books, was muttering to herself while panting. Oh, what a fool. Can't you collect some donations to build a cable car or something? This professor is really exhausted. But I don't know what the Grandmaster said to that stubborn old man. He suddenly forced me to quit my job as a professor at Beijing University and even suggested that I come to this shabby place to be a college administrator. I am really impressed. Oh my god, there are still 360 floors to go. I have to climb up quickly, otherwise it will be pitch black and no one will know. Oh my god, ghosts. Well, have you ever seen such a handsome, suave, and charming Piao? He just happened to come down to help, but was misunderstood as a ghost. It made Luo Dali a little unhappy. By the way, I heard you say you are a professor at Kyoto University, and you want to apply for the position of administrator at the mountain? Luo Dali looked at the woman expectantly. Who are you? Only after confirming that someone is really alive can Zhongling's soul return. Hey, look at this. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Luo Dali, and I'm the new master of the Armed Temple on the mountain. What? You are the successor that the Grandmaster mentioned? Any problem? Oh, I see. Don't worry, I have a wife and children, and I won't have any ideas about you. Besides, you are not as pretty as my wife. What, you are blind, ahem, you look so young, are you really pregnant? The baby is already 3 years old. Doesn't anyone want a girl like you? Hey, you look not young anymore, why haven't anyone liked you yet? Hey, I don't have the strength to go up, I want to go down the mountain. Now that you're here, you still want to leave? No way. Ah, what are you doing? Let me go. Oh my god, this is Xianmen. In the blink of an eye, Professor Ben is here? Are you a human or a ghost? No, are you the legendary martial arts master? Finally figuring something out, Zhongling stared at Luo Dali with eyes wide open. As the direct descendant of a centuries-old scholarly family, she is naturally qualified to come into contact with the rare martial arts masters. But she had never seen a martial arts master of Luo Dali's age in her life. No. It should be said that we dare not even imagine that such a monster exists. But apart from being a martial arts master, she really couldn't understand why the other party could bring her to the 360-degree ladder in just one breath. Master of martial arts? I'm not. Luo Dali said indifferently. With the blessing of the mountain god, a martial arts master like the old Taoist priest can easily beat up a group of people. Even without the mountain god's skills, just relying on the 25% awakening of his dominance, he felt that he could easily defeat 10 martial arts masters like the old Taoist priests. It's because the martial arts in this world are not high-level martial arts, and there is no such thing as internal martial arts skills or anything like that. As the saying goes, the poor are good at literature but rich are good at martial arts. Martial artists are built with the help of various expensive medicinal materials and the repeated tempering of their bodies. If we have to talk about internal skills, they are just some breathing techniques that anyone can practice. As for the incredible skills of the mountain god, Luo Dali once indirectly asked the old Taoist priest for advice, but the other party said that he must believe in science. What the hell, you're not a martial arts master, how could it be so fast? Stop for a minute, not fast. Poo-poo, you are an interesting person. I don't know why the Grandmaster chose you. Oh, I can tell you this. The old Taoist priest said that I am the most powerful man in history. How fierce is it? Invincible. Luo Dali made no secret of his confidence. Oh. Obviously, Zhongling didn't believe it at all. Hey, have you eaten yet? Not paying much attention to the stupid woman with a flawed vision, Luo Dali changed the subject in a polite manner. Is there anything to eat on this mountain? Zhongling said subconsciously in a sarcastic tone. I heard from the old stubborn man in my family that the ancestor has been eating wild vegetables for many years. He said that he wanted to atone for his sins and was not worthy of eating good food. It seems, not for the time being. Luo Dali then remembered that he had given the only fish bone to the old wolf king. Humph, luckily I was smart and brought my own food before going up the mountain this time. By the way, where will I stay tonight? Come with me. Not wanting to pay too much attention to the stupid woman talking to herself, Luo Dali gestured for her to follow him. Then, the youngest professor at Kyoto University began his screaming journey. Oh my god, didn't the old stubborn guy say there's no electricity or internet in the mountains? But what the hell is this invisible sensor street light that is in harmony with nature? If I'm not mistaken, this should be a signal tower, right? The signal is full, how much money must it cost to build it like this? Oh my goodness, Master, are you sure this is the lay Buddhist room? Any questions? But it's not as shabby as promised. Stop, that was before yesterday. So what the Master means is that yesterday was the same, and today it's like this? Professor Jones' ability to understand is quite good. This is unscientific. Zhongling fell into a daze. Hey, isn't this the girl from the Zhong family? Hearing the sound, Hua Bushi from next door came out. Mr. Hua, what are you doing? Zhongling was even more shocked when she recognized Hua Bushi's identity. Oh, I can't sit still when I'm old, so I found a job in the mountains. What job? Financial director. Puff, he is still. Hey, you are Mr. Xiao? Before she could finish teasing a certain young temple master, Zhongling was stunned by the sight of Xiao Yuanshan. What is this, Mr. Xiao? I am the chief chef of the armed temple. What the hell, did I hear you right? A royal, you want to be his head chef? It's an honor for me. By the way, Zhong girl, why are you here so late at night? I'm here to apply for the position of academy administrator, yes, that's it. Zhongling muttered softly. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the certain job was quite high-end. After all, the richest man in the world is just a financial director here, and the last living royal chef of Daxia is just a head chef or something. Congratulations, you're accepted. Luo Dali took advantage of the situation. No, I actually like this job. He wanted to deny it hastily, but looking at the two old seniors who seemed to be smiling beside him, Zhongling finally accepted his fate on the spot. How about taking a part-time job as the headmaster? Seeing that there was an opportunity to continue to fleece the female professor, Luo Dali shamelessly threatened. Director? In charge of the medicine garden? Zhongling looked uncomfortable. No, kindergarten principal. Luo Dali grinned. What, this is not possible. Girl Zhong, my granddaughter Xior is also on vacation in the mountains. Well, my grandson also plans to live here for a while. What? I can't do it. Being targeted by two big guys, Zhongling could only agree with tears in her eyes. Great, here's the contract, sign and stamp it quickly. As if afraid that the woman would go back on her word, Luo Dali quickly took out the documents he had just prepared. Zhongling was so angry that she clenched her fists in an instant. She was forced to sign a contract to sell herself. Let's go, my director Zhong, your work starts from now on. Start what? Give my little cotton padded jacket a bath. If it's convenient, there's also my sweet granddaughter. Can I say it's inconvenient? Cannot. I'm the youngest professor at Kyoto University, you guys. Chapter 13 Chen Beixian goes up the mountain and starts recruiting disciples. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, there is a bar next to Erdeo Bridge, named 815. It is said that the bar was founded on August 15th, hence the name. Those who understand the deeper meaning of the bar's name are usually happy to spend money here. There is another type of bastard who will try every possible way to cause trouble in the bar after being stimulated. It's been getting too much lately. He looked arrogant and said he would not give up until the bar was closed. Mom, Beixian doesn't want to go to the mountain. In the bar office, a little boy kept begging a hot and sexy woman. The woman was the bar owner Zhang Xiaofan. 99% of the men who come to the bar to drink just want to take a look at Zhang Xiaofan's figure. The little boy is her son, Chen Fan, whose courtesy name is Beixian. Beixian, be obedient. There are some bastards causing trouble recently. Mom is afraid that they will hurt you. But. The little boy looked unhappy. But what? Zhang Xiaofan is also very troubled by her son who has become too precocious due to watching short videos. Mom, did you just say that Uncle Dolly became the master of some crappy temple? Any questions? Of course, isn't this just throwing a sheep into the tiger's mouth? What's the meaning? Mom, Uncle Dolly's eyes are looking at you in a strange way. Aren't you afraid that he will get you through Beixian? Puff, you kid. Mom and your Uncle Beixian are innocent. Besides, he already has a child who is almost the same age as you. What? That bastard already has a child, and he still looks at his mother in a sneaky way all day long. I can't. Stop, resistance is futile. Di Biao, send Beixian up the mountain tonight. Zhang Xiaofan interrupted her son's daydreaming with a dark face and called out to the outside of the office. The next second, a 2-meter-tall guy walked in. Zhang Sanhu, Zhang Xiaofan's younger brother, was nicknamed Di Biao. Uncle, if you dare to force me, I will steal you. Whoosh. Before the little boy could finish his words, Zhang Sanhu, with a red face and thick neck, quickly hugged him and left. Soon, the two arrived at Xianmen. During the whole process, Zhang Sanhu hardly breathed. Just as his name suggests, he is born with brute force and is really strong. In ancient times, he would be a first-rate general. Above them are the top masters, that is, the masters of martial arts. Awah! Just when Zhang Sanhu was racking his brains over where to find someone, the howling of wolves suddenly sounded. Then the old wolf king was seen trotting towards them slowly. Giving the two of them a look urging them to catch up, the old wolf king returned to the courtyard in a proud manner. Uncle, is that a dog? The little boy looked nervous and excited. No, it's a wild wolf, or the wolf king. Zhang Sanhu looked amused. As Zhang Xiaofan's younger brother, he naturally knew about the existence of an orphan who was so handsome that he made him jealous. But he really couldn't understand how that idiot became the leader of the armed temple overnight. And had 2 children overnight. It's so fucking outrageous. Here I come. When the security captain arrived, Luo Dali looked nonchalant. This is Zhang Sanhu's public identity as a bartender. Before he got the blessing of Tongzi, Luo Dali basically didn't dare to get within 3 meters of this big guy. But now it's different. After activating 25% of his dominance, he is the one who can definitely perform miracles with great strength. Aren't you afraid of me? The calmness of a certain waiter made Zhang Sanhu, who was always overbearing, a little uncomfortable. Uncle, this bastard always peeks at my mom while she's at work, teach him a lesson. The little boy suddenly said something cruel. Boy, do you want to spar with me? Hearing this, Zhang Sanhu walked up the stairs and rubbed his hands ready to go. What if you lose? He didn't want to get involved, but looking at the stubborn look in the little boy's eyes, Luo Dali didn't want any more helpers around his rebellious son, so he had to give him a warning. I can't lose. Zhang Sanhu looked confident. I'm still short of a purchasing manager on this mountain. You just need to deliver food to the mountain once a week. Hey, you, watch out. How could he be provoked by the former little Karami? Zhang Sanhu angrily punched Luo Dali in the stomach. Then, his fist was easily caught by Luo Dali with one hand. No, how is this possible? He wanted to break free, but found himself like a sheep in a tiger's mouth, powerless to escape. Zhang Sanhu's face finally changed. The little boy next to him also looked confused. Boy, you've completely pissed off Master Tiger. Since he couldn't move his hands, Zhang Sanhu had to move his legs, and he unceremoniously used the lower three moves. If he was hit, Luo Dali's second brother would probably be crippled. No, he was also provoked. Bang! After a quick kick, the 2-meter-tall Zhang Sanhu flew into the flowers. Fortunately, Luo Dali withdrew most of his strength in advance, otherwise the opponent would have been seriously injured or even died on the spot. You! Before he could finish his words, he felt a mouthful of blood rushing up. In order to avoid embarrassment, Zhang Sanhu hastily swallowed it down. My purchasing director, please go down the mountain and remember to protect Sister Xiaofan. Luo Dali downplayed it. You, pfft. Thank you. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhang Sanhu felt relaxed all over. He knew that Luo Dali was using the kick just now to train himself. Just because of this kick, he saw the opportunity to take a half step forward. Even the masters he visited over the years had never had this kind of opportunity. When you haven't seen someone for 3 days, you should look at him with new eyes. After feeling some inner emotion, Zhang Sanhu went down the mountain regardless of his nephew's pleading look. Hey, Xiao Beixian, what did you call me just now? You. Uncle Dali, good evening. Your house is so big and beautiful. Wow, I didn't expect Xiao Beixian to be so flexible. Luo Dali really likes to see the wonderful expressions on a boy's face. Uncle Dali, I want to take you as my master. The little boy suddenly knelt down and said respectfully. Ah, why? Luo Dali was confused, but thinking of the old Taoist's entrustment, he did not instinctively reject the little guy. Because you are the most handsome, the most powerful, and the most amazing. Poo-poo, good boy, I suddenly like you a little bit now. Luo Dali was once again amused by the little boy's shameless thinking. When he was considering whether to accept a disciple, 4 cute little kids walked out of the courtyard. There is also a beautiful professor who is unwilling to do so. Uncle Handsome, is it okay for me to be your senior brother? The traitor couldn't help but make a cunning announcement first. Without rushing to respond, Luo Dali looked at his little girl. Sure enough, after the other party was ready to fight, Fan Guzai immediately said that the second brother was more suitable for him. Stupid, what do you think of this gold bracelet? Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Hua Buwen couldn't help but start showing off. Idiot likes it. Xiao Yao saw stars. Then call me third senior sister and let me hear it. What? Third senior sister, actually, I think that gold necklace is pretty good too. Hey, it's given to you. In order to maintain her status as the third senior sister, Hua Buwen gritted her teeth and gave the necklace around her neck to a greedy idiot. Then, she stepped on the golden light and came to Chen Fan, 5th junior brother. Why don't you pay your respects to the senior sister? Have to. The 4th child has been chosen by her. But what can Chen Fan do when he sees that the eldest sister's father easily suppresses his uncle, the great devil? Bei Xian meets the eldest senior sister, 2nd senior brother, 3rd senior sister, and 4th senior brother. Ah, fellow apprentice sisters and brothers, please stand up. Ning Mingyue was so happy that she became the eldest senior sister without any competition. Second brother, please take a seat. What? Oh. My handsome and elegant father, I have been promoted to the position of senior sister. How about you give me some face and go catch some fish to celebrate? Ning Mingyue started to act sweetly and coquettishly towards Luo Dali. Wow, this little girl must have inherited her mother's talent for acting. However, Luo Dali did not rush to act, but deliberately looked at the rebellious son with evil intent. Chapter 14 Purchasing Director Zhang Dabia. He really didn't want to be threatened to call his father an ungrateful man, but after seeing his sister habitually rubbing her hands together, Ning Shusheng immediately backed down. Dad, just go catch some more fish for us. Holding back his displeasure, the traitor forced out a fake smile. Hey, it's windy tonight, I can't hear clearly. Dad, my wise and mighty dad, is that all right? The traitor looked mad. Oh, so good. Taking the opportunity to pinch Fanguzai's little cheek, Luo Dali went for night fishing proudly. The beautiful professor standing by rolled her eyes. She seemed to understand something. For example, the relationship between a certain temple master and his son was definitely not very harmonious. I guess the father-daughter relationship isn't that good either. However, looking at the 5 children in front of her who were full of drama in their hearts, she suddenly didn't dislike the job of kindergarten principal so much. You idiot, you are a bit ignorant. Hua Buwen suddenly gave Xiaoyao a threatening look. Ah. Senior sister, this is what third sister asked me to present to you. Hey, idiot, you. She wanted to secure her position as the third senior sister and then take back the gold jewelry, but who knew that a certain fat boy was so cunning and went crazy because he couldn't spend all the jewelry? Why, Xiao-san, do you have any opinion? How can you not show some appreciation after getting the benefit? Ning Mingyue immediately glanced at Miao and said. I do have an opinion. Mine belongs to the senior sister, right? I guessed in a second that not only the 2 pieces of gold jewelry would be lost, but all the gold jewelry on my body would probably be lost too. After thinking about it, I decided to grit my teeth and hand over all the jewelry since I couldn't spend it all. Ning Mingyue was so happy that she was overwhelmed. Oh, sure, you have such a broad vision. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell senior sister. Well, today I will assign some tasks. Idiot, you will be responsible for cleaning the kindergarten every day from now on. Sure, you are responsible for supervising the work of Erwo. Beixian, you came up the mountain with nothing, from now on, sweep the floor with the idiot. Ah, this is it. Thinking that he was indeed rude, Chen Fan had no choice but to accept his fate. Next time the big devil uncle delivers the goods to my house, I will make sure he doubles the gift. After returning to the 815 bar, Zhang Sanhu thought about it and decided to tell his sister Zhang Xiaofan the truth about the explosion. Just one. The 815 bar has reached the point where it is forced to close, and if it can't find help, it will probably have to disband. This is something Zhang Sanhu doesn't want to see, because he knows too well what the 815 bar means to his sister. De Biao, are you sure he can kick you 5 meters away with one kick? Zhang Xiaofan looked unconvinced. I have known a handsome orphan for 3 years. If someone says that he can drink a lot, she would believe it. But if you say that she could kick a 2-meter tall and overbearing brother 5 meters away with one kick, Zhang Xiaofan would have to forgive me for not believing it. Sister, not only that, but he also gave me hope of taking a step further. Zhang Sanhu said with a straightforward look on his face. He has a problem and deserves a beating. He respects anyone who can defeat him, except his sister and his tyrannical brother-in-law who has been missing for 3 years. Undoubtedly, Luo Dali became the second one besides his brother-in-law. Sister, I still. Zhang Sanhu started to squeak as he thought of something. Explain. Zhang Xiaofan urged unhappily. I made a bet with him, lost, and then became his purchasing manager. I have to deliver goods to the mountain for him once a week. What, rubbish! However, it's really interesting that this kid dared to hide this from me for so long. By the way, is his best friend working tonight? What do you mean, sister? If a dog comes to bite someone, how about encouraging his best friend to show his manly side? Then let him get hurt a little bit, and then notify that kid? De Biao, do you think we are being a little sinister? How about trying this tonight? The corners of his mouth twitched, but Zhang Sanhu still gritted his teeth and made the suggestion eager to try. Just one. This time when he went up the mountain, he secretly caught a glimpse of Zhong Ling and subconsciously thought that she was Luo Dali's woman. Combined with the fact that she kicked him 5 meters away, he came to a very bad conclusion, that is, his sister's beauty was too beautiful to control Luo Dali. The fact that his sister didn't think of calling Luo Dali for help just now also highlights his clever guess. Ring ring ring. At this time, Zhang Sanhu's phone rang. After hanging up the phone, his face immediately turned ugly. Sister, the Lin family is here. Lin family, why are they coming to such a small place? After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan was the first to go out to greet them. The person who came was the black-clad man from the Lin family. Through investigation, he found out that Luo Dali's last workplace was the 815 bar. You are Zhang Xiaofan, you are quite pretty. When he saw Zhang Xiaofan, a hint of heat flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes. What's up? Zhang Xiaofan, who had long been accustomed to the disgusting looks from scumbags, asked straight to the point. I heard that Luo Dali works here? The man in black explained his purpose. sorry, he resigned. Unexpectedly, the Lin family came to find Luo Dali. Zhang Xiaofan responded calmly. Where did he go? Unexpectedly, he was a step too late again, and the man in black's face turned ugly in an instant. I don't know. Or do you think I should care too much about the whereabouts of a little waiter? Shrugging, Zhang Xiaofan asked back in a cold tone. Hearing this, the man in black was stunned, but he also thought it made sense. I heard that he has a friend named Zhu Zhu, who is the ace DJ here. After saying this, the man in black looked directly at Zhang Xiaofan. Then what? Zhang Xiaofan didn't expect the visitor to investigate so thoroughly, which gave her a headache. If it was ordinary competition among peers, she could still let her brother fight it out, but the person who came represented the Lin family, the richest family in Ningqing. If we offend the other party, the bar will probably have to close tomorrow. Sister Xiaofan, I heard someone is looking for me? At this moment, a cheerful voice came from the parking lot, and a fashionable long-haired man was seen getting off the electric scooter slowly. His name is Zhu Zhu, a cool drummer who loves DJ. If the male customers came for Zhang Xiaofan, then half of the female customers came for Zhu Zhu, and the other half came for Luo Dali. You are Zhu Zhu, do you know where Luo Dali went? Without waiting for Zhang Xiaofan to respond, the man in black immediately asked coldly. Shouldn't that guy be working at the bar by now? Obviously, Zhu Zhu did not realize that his good brother had resigned. He quit. Afraid that Zhu Zhu would expose Luo Dali's whereabouts, Zhang Xiaofan gave him a subtle look after she finished speaking. What? This bastard actually left me all alone. Ahem, my friend, what do you want from my brother? As if he immediately understood the meaning of the boss lady's eyes, Zhu Zhu immediately changed to a crazy expression. This flawless acting made the man in black standing by helpless. Zhang Xiaofan, I heard that your business is about to be shut down by your peers. How about I help you deal with it? A thief never leaves empty-handed, and the man in black couldn't help but set his sights on Zhang Xiaofan. Let me be frank. The author is a failed programmer who writes while taking care of his kids. I would like to ask fellow Taoists passing by to leave a good review if you like it, or, forget it, I don't dare to ask for rewards. Chapter 15, Brother-in-law and love rival come to visit. Damn it. I never thought that a dog from the Lin family would dare to target me. Zhang Xiaofan instantly became furious. Zhang San, who standing by, was also ready to tear the dog to pieces at any time. They just don't want to make enemies with the Lin family, but that doesn't mean they are really afraid of them. Beep. At this moment, a car suddenly arrived at the door of the bar, and a nobleman soon walked down. The moment he saw the man, the pride of the man in black disappeared instantly. From now on, I will be the one to protect you at the 815 bar. I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here. Master Ning, I am Master Lin's man. Shoot. Before the man in black could finish his words, Ning Ke slapped him without hesitation. Hit the opponent directly and make him bleed. Although he felt very aggrieved, the man in black did not dare to continue uttering harsh words. Walk. The man in black tactfully led his men away. Oh. Ning Ke smiled contemptuously in the direction where the man in black left. He turned around and smiled at Zhang Xiaofan. Boss Zhang, I heard that Luo Dali works for you? What the hell? Who would have thought that a young man from the Ning Wang era, who was worth hundreds of billions, would also come to look for his own waiter? It was really hard for Zhang Xiaofan to forgive him. Zhu Zhu on the side also widened his eyes in surprise. Having known a good brother for many years, he still couldn't connect a loser orphan like him with the Ning family and the Lin family, the two major overlords in Ningqing. Ahem, well, sorry, Mr. Ning, he just resigned. What do you want to talk to him about? Coming back to her senses, Zhang Xiaofan quickly responded, pretending to be calm. Quitted? Where did you go? Ning Ke looked unhappy. After knowing the thief who got his elder sister pregnant, he wanted to rush over immediately and teach him a lesson, but who knew this would be the result? It's like punching cotton with accumulated strength. It's so uncomfortable. We really don't know that. Shrugging, Zhang Xiaofan continued to pretend to be calm. If you have any information about that dog, please let me know in advance. Ah, okay. By the way, Mr. Ning just now. Stop, I didn't say anything, it's bad luck. After saying this irresponsibly, Ning Ke drove away proudly. Zhang Xiaofan was so angry that she clenched her fists in an instant. If the man hadn't disappeared, the young man wouldn't have dared to treat her with such contempt. So, Lao Luo really resigned? Zhu Zhu broke the silence. Ask him yourself. After saying this in a bad mood, Zhang Xiaofan turned around and walked into the bar angrily. This made Zhu Zhu look confused. After thinking about it, he decided to call his good brother. Hey, Lao Zhu, what's up? Soon a voice that Zhu Zhu was very familiar with came from the phone. Lao Luo, are you really quitting your job? Zhu Zhu asked directly with a strange cry. I remember that 3 years ago, the two of them vowed to form the best musical partnership. How come my good brother suddenly gave up halfway? Ahem, this matter is rather complicated. How about we talk about it in detail when we have time? Bullshit, if you still regard me, Zhu Zhu, as your brother, then tell the truth. Let's put our cards on the table. Lao Zhu, you're an uncle now. Uncle, what the hell? Wait, don't tell me you have a child. Impossible, absolutely impossible, you don't even have a girlfriend, how could this come from? Stop, Lao Zhu, you guessed right, but you were only half right. I have twins, a boy and a girl, and they are 3 years old this year. Fuck you. We are all single and happy, but you suddenly do this. How can I, your brother, feel so embarrassed? Wait, just now people from the Lin family and the Ning family were looking for you, could this be related to my future sister-in-law? Old Zhu, it has to be you. Fuck. Ning me or Lin Ting? Zhu Zhu looked mad. Ning me. A heartbreaking answer came from the phone. She is the #1 goddess in Ningcheng. Why did my good brother suddenly get the chance? Was it because that bastard looks like a gigolo? Lao Luo, does the Ning family know about this? Suddenly remembering Ning Kei's unhappy expression when he left, Zhu Zhu asked his temporary doubts in a scheming manner. Fuck, you found out all this, okay, let's be frank. For years ago, I was passive. Puff, puff. How unfair is the heaven? Tell me, where are you now? I want to duel with you. Armed view. What the hell, what are you doing there? Upon learning where his good brother had gone, Zhu Zhu was confused again. Who in their right mind would suddenly go to a Taoist temple? Hey, I accidentally inherited a dilapidated Taoist temple that covers an area of 33 miles. Old Zhu, I didn't want to, well, let's go up the mountain to play when we have time. That's it for today. Beep. Looking at the phone call that was suddenly hung up triumphantly, Zhu Zhu clenched his fists. Puff. The next second, he suddenly smiled with relief. Ring ring ring. The phone rings. Seeing the caller ID, Zhu Zhu answered the call in surprise. Master, there is intelligence that the old master has come down the mountain, and his target is the spicy snacks of the island country. Damn, that bastard actually didn't fool me, a real young master. No wonder some bastard came to the bar to cause trouble recently, it turned out to be the old Taoist priest. Master. A heroic woman should not be targeted by bad guys. Arrange for all the dogs that beat up the 815 bar to be sent to jail. Yes. An orphan and a loser can actually be favored by the old master. It seems that my good brother is not simple. This is really crazy. No, I can relate to him, so it's understandable that the old master took a fancy to me. That's right. But I have to go up the mountain to take a look at that bastard when I have time. Well, the reason is that I have to give belated gifts to my future nieces and nephews. Armed view. After a small barbecue helped Crouching Dragon and Phoenix successfully consolidate their positions, Luo Dali once again successfully won a chance to draw a lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-notch music room, which comes with several musical instruments from ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign. To avoid being discovered by the outside world, the music room automatically materialized on the 3rd floor of the courtyard basement. On the side was a panoramic basalt glass structure. When the sun was shining, part of the underground beauty of Xuanwu Lake could be seen. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of Song skill, and being proficient in any musical singing method in the world. Ah, this reward is quite interesting. The greatest honor in my previous life was to be a rice farmer, but unfortunately my throat didn't allow it. Now, there is no sword god in this world, so it seems very necessary to spread his music. Hey, you here. While cleaning the place after the meal, Zhongling started to squeak at Luo Dali. Just one. She fell in love with the beautiful courtyard in front of her at first sight and didn't want to leave. Stop, you can't live here, or my wife will misunderstand and get angry. As if he immediately understood the beautiful professor's little thoughts, Luo Dali refused without hesitation. Even though Zhongling is extremely beautiful, there is no reason for her to throw away the watermelon for the peach. What, do you think this professor would be interested in a superficial loser like you? There is no best. I'm so pissed off about this professor. The first time she used the beauty trap, it failed so quickly. Zhongling left in a rage. Ignoring the female professor's dissatisfaction, Luo Dali began to worry about how to gain the Ning family's approval. While fishing just now, he checked and confirmed the identity of his cheap wife through the internet. She is really a billionaire. And what about him? He's just an orphan that no one wants. This is such an inappropriate match. If you don't get the approval of your future mother-in-law and father-in-law, the consequences will be very disastrous. At least as a man, Luo Dali absolutely cannot accept his children calling another man dad. Chapter 16: The Talent Show of the Rebellious Son. Got to find a way to make money. At least until they are of equal status. But how to make money? Luo Dali soon became depressed again. In fact, even if the system was added, it still could not change the fact that he was a loser in two lives. Setting a small goal is probably the limit of his personal ability. But a small goal is not enough in the face of the trillion-dollar Ning Wang era. Etc. Thinking of something, Luo Dali stared at a certain financial director with a smile. He didn't know the other party's past, but since the other party's granddaughter dared to wear gold jewelry all over her body and walk around the city, he thought she must have a good way to make money. Master, the temple of the god of wealth is over there. As if he understood the young master's thoughts in an instant, Hua Bushi pointed directly and irresponsibly at the temple of the god of wealth. He has finally reached the age to retire and enjoy his life, and he really doesn't want to leave. Upon hearing this, Luo Dali's expression was wonderful. Then, he looked at a certain chef without giving up. Well, master, I am already 119 years old this year, and I don't have many days left to enjoy my life. Please let me go. Obviously, the old and cunning sweeping monk doesn't want to come out of the mountain or anything. Have to. Neither of the two mysterious old guys is reliable. Luo Dali felt tired. Etc. He suddenly remembered something, but looking at the beautiful professor who had already walked away, he felt guilty again. If I remember correctly, the other party seemed to call the old master ancestor. I think the family behind it must have some relationship with the Taoist temple. It's a pity that I offended the other party seriously just now. Master, do you want to make money? At this moment, the third chief disciple Hua Buwen stood up. Stop it. Luo Dali subconsciously didn't take it to heart. Sure, tell me what you think first. The senior sister has spoken. She could tell at a glance that her father was anxious to make money. Just one. My junior brother said that my uncle went to where my father works today. And the Lin family's dog. Well, senior sister, let's do a live broadcast to make some money. Upon hearing that he was taken seriously, Hua Buwen immediately expressed his suggestions proudly. Needless to say, this little rich lady also watches a lot of short videos. Well, third sister, it seems that the platform does not allow children to appear on live broadcasts. This is a rare opportunity to demonstrate one's intelligence, so Chen Fan subconsciously came out to give a reminder. I seem to have forgotten this annoying rule. So, master, do you have any talents? Scratching his head, Hua Buwen looked at Luo Dali with admiration. Before going up the mountain, she had heard her grandfather talk a lot about the great things about the old Taoist priest. I think the old master's successor should be pretty good too. Before Luo Dali could think about how to answer, Wolong and Feng Chu beside him couldn't help but laugh. For one thing, before they went to block the door with their biological mother, the three of them had conducted a detailed investigation on their biological father. Finally, we came to the conclusion that my dad was best at serving fruit plates to guests. Using this unique skill to make money through live streaming is really disgusting. Master, why don't we shoot a video instead? This way, we won't restrict the children from appearing on camera, and the idiot can also provide Master with various cooking ingredients. This will definitely make us famous. The little fat boy suddenly volunteered. Master, I can mix drinks and shake my butt. Unable to bear being ignored again and again, Chen Fan came up with two unique skills. Sure can arrange flowers, okay? Wait, sure will also reward the video. Halfway through his anxious speech, Hua Buwen suddenly realized his greatest advantage. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, the others fell silent. Nodding in astonishment, Luo Dali looked at his own dragon and phoenix. If you can enhance the relationship between father and son by making video interactions, you can give it a try. If all else fails, just do a live broadcast. Luo Dali doesn't believe that with Daoshen's few hit albums, he can't blow up the crappy entertainment industry in this parallel world. Unfaithful man, do you think a cripple like me is suitable for being on camera? Ning Shusheng said in a low voice. As soon as these words came out, the scene fell into silence. Why, you don't believe that dad can cure you? Realizing that he had hurt his rebellious son's heart again, Luo Dali pretended to be profound. Wait, do you still have that magical little jelly bean? Thinking of something, Ning Shusheng's mood immediately improved. Just because after taking 5 candy beans, he could clearly feel something strange in his legs. If there were more magic jelly beans, maybe he would really stand up and do something strange. Call me daddy. Trying not to laugh, Luo Dali took advantage of the situation and said, well, everyone is just calling me master, there's no need to give me special treatment, right? The traitor is really difficult to deal with. Even at this time he is still stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. Seeing this, Luo Dali looked at the absolute nemesis of the traitor. My dear brother, it's just a name, why do you have to be so hard on your own body? Or, you can just bow your head temporarily, and when you can stand up again, you can call back the ungrateful person. Ning Mingyue whispered to her brother. She thought her father couldn't hear her. Then, Luo Dali's face turned dark. As expected, they were worthy of being his dragon and phoenix. If your heart is as cold as ice, you won't be startled even if the sky falls. In order to avoid destroying the father-son relationship that had been established with great difficulty, Luo Dali silently chanted a spell in his heart to calm himself down. Dear father, how about I sing a song for you? Ning Shusheng was successfully persuaded by his sister, and he gritted his teeth and smiled at his unfaithful father. Then, please start your performance. The corners of his mouth twitched as Luo Dali pretended to be expectant. Then, his face soon turned dark again. In fact, this traitor is a complete tone deaf. This is not singing, this is murder and arson. Wow, second brother sings so beautifully. The little fat boy suddenly started applauding. Damn it! Are you sure you're speaking from a clear conscience? Luo Dali almost cursed at the man on the spot. What kind of evil disciple had he accepted? Luo Dali looked at Hua Buwen and Chen Fan, hoping that they would give an objective evaluation. Ahem, you are indeed very courageous. This is the conclusion that can never be exhausted. I guess I need to drink 3 cups to be so good. Chen Fan tried hard to utter a sentence. After listening to the remarks of the two traitors, Luo Dali felt exhausted. Ding, congratulations to the host for patiently listening to his son's performance. You have won a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? Damn, is this okay? Dear father, what do you think of the scholars singing? Before Luo Dali drew the lottery, Fan Guzai asked for the appraisal result with an expectant look on his face. Obviously, this guy probably didn't realize how badly he sang just now. Taking a deep breath, Luo Dali decided to lie and said, well, you sang pretty well. By the way, do you have any other talents? Of course, scholars can also write cursive script. Idiot, please prepare your pen and ink. Luo Dali tried hard to pretend to be expectant of the instructions. 5 minutes later, Ning Shusheng finished his speech with great vigor and vigor. It is indeed cursive. The handwriting was so sloppy that Luo Dali couldn't bear to look at it, but when he saw his son's proud look as if his baby was a calligraphy genius, he became autistic. After all, it's your own child, so it's better not to be too critical of it. Well written, wonderfully written. The little fat boy was excited again. The admiring look in the genius second senior brother's eyes almost made Luo Dali burst out laughing on the spot. He glanced sideways at a certain head chef. Covering his forehead, the chef blushed and turned his head away. Bao, do you have any talents? After calming down his thoughts, Luo Dali looked at the little cotton-padded jacket. In his opinion, the mysterious self-confidence of his son was probably due to his muscle atrophy over the years, which made him a little mentally confused, which was barely understandable. But, the little girl who inherited her mother's beautiful looks shouldn't be too bad. Chapter 17 I, Ning Shusheng, have completely stood up from today. Ah. I only know a little bit about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Ning Mingyue felt inexplicably nervous when she was suddenly given importance. Just one. She learned these skills secretly. Even my own mother didn't know that. What, baby, if daddy heard me correctly, you just said you can play the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Yes, Luo Dali was shocked. Even Xiao Yuanshan and Hua Bushi, who were standing by, looked incredulous. In fact, there was a genius who knew music, chess, calligraphy, and painting at the age of 3, and he was deaf before. They had never seen such a person in their lives. Well, I haven't been able to hear any sound from the outside world for the past 3 years. I've been secretly studying to relieve my boredom. If it's not good. Before the little girl could finish her self-abased speech, Luo Dali hugged her tightly in his arms with a look of heartache. Looking at each other, Xiao Yuanshan and Hua Bushi's eyes were full of anticipation. As people who are not short of money, how could they not have some pursuits? And this kind of pursuit cannot be satisfied by the secular world down the mountain. Now, they finally see a glimmer of hope. For one thing, since Luo Dali can cure congenital deafness, it is not impossible for him to allow them to live a few more years. A few minutes later, Luo Dali led everyone to the new third underground floor of the courtyard. When they saw the ridiculously large underground music room in front of them and the various top-notch Chinese and foreign musical instruments neatly arranged inside, the two knowledgeable old men couldn't help but gasp. With the vision of the world's top 3 richest people, Hua Bushi came to a conclusion: the total value of the instruments in the music room is definitely not less than the 3 small gulls, and may even exceed them. As the last surviving top imperial chef in Daxia, the experienced Xiao Yuanshan saw another layer, because he discovered that many musical instruments in the music room were related to the treasures in the hands of the orphans of the Qing royal family. This was not something that could be achieved with money alone. He concluded, the new master in front of us may be a person with greater luck and power than the old master. Bao, this will be your private entertainment room from now on. Not caring about the 2 old men's inner fear, Luo Dali announced directly to the nervous little girl. Wow, handsome uncle, are you telling the truth? Little cotton padded jacket was so excited. In fact, she never thought that the loser's father was so good at hiding. Still calling me handsome uncle? Luo Dali pretended to be unhappy. Then, scumbag dad? After a moment of hesitation, the little girl pretended to be a thief. Luo Dali was so angry that his veins popped out. Hee, handsome dad, thank you, yeah. After suddenly rewarding Luo Dali, Ning Mingyue took a deep breath and finally walked towards a gilded piano. Ding ding ding. The wonderful sound of the piano rang out, and Luo Dali was so surprised that he couldn't help but close his eyes for a second to listen. He heard the voice of a congenitally deaf child towards the world. Very beautiful. Very clean. Seeing that what she had secretly learned was actually recognized by everyone, Ning Mingyue happily started painting on the spot again. While watching my biological father, I painted. He stopped to think for a while, then continued painting. Soon, a sketch of the family portrait was completed. Luo Dali burst into tears on the spot. It's not over yet, Ning Mingyue started showing off her calligraphy again. Unlike the sloppy handwriting of the traitorous brother, it is a smooth and flowing running script. Although it looks a little immature, there is a vitality between the lines. Luo Dali may cried again. Hey, who among you wants to play a game with me? Big sister, Xiaoer is a 6th Dan player in Go. I wonder. Big sister, Bei Xian's army flag is just average, I will definitely kill you without leaving a single piece of armor. Big sister, I am the worst at chess. Okay, idiot, it's you. What? 5 minutes later, Xiao Erwo shouted that the senior sister was a great chess player and he was willing to admit defeat. Hua Buwen and Xiao Erwo regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. Why did they try to show off their abilities just now? Now they were just pretending to be stupid. Luo Dali was so happy that he almost laughed to tears. At this moment, he had to admit that the head chef did teach Sun Yufeng. In comparison, Hua Bushi's expression looked a little unnatural. It's not necessarily a good thing that my granddaughter Xiaoer is used to being superior to others. At the very least, it is not appropriate to be too superior on this mountain. Ding, the host's listening micro-expression helped my daughter regain her confidence for the first time. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? As expected, let's smoke together. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving mastery in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, reaching the Grand Master level. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Congratulations to the host for having lived 2 years longer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Name, Luo Dali. Hegemony, 25%. Lifespan, 2430. Magical power, spiritual field space, first level of double pupil, mountain god. Skills, god level driving skills, singing skills, master level music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Resources, 1 Aujez Z13. Nice. His lifespan was increased by 2 years. And when he sensed the 4 new explosive skills in his mind, Luo Dali couldn't help but feel itchy. In fact, the skills of playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting are not as simple as what my daughter just learned. It means mastering any style of piano playing, painting, calligraphy, and chess skills. They are all at master level. There are no masters after the Republic of China, but Luo Dali has acquired 4 master level skills at once. Wow, sister is so awesome, but unfortunately for me, Ning Shusheng took the lead in applauding. But the sadness that he hid well could not be hidden from Luo Dali's double pupils. Fortunately, I just drew 4 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Walking over, he picked up the rebel and said, "Call me daddy." You, could it be? Ning Shushan was feeling unhappy when he saw something from the smug expression of his unfaithful father. He suddenly widened his eyes in anticipation. Sure enough, when Ning Shusheng saw the 4 candy beans in his ungrateful father's hand, he went crazy. He ignored the nausea and hugged his ungrateful father's cheek and started to smell the sweetness. Oh my god, this charming medicinal fragrance, could it be the legendary ancient Taoist elixir fragrance? As a ghost chef, Xiao Yuanshan seemed to be the first to notice the abnormality of the top-grade Peiyuan pill. Although Huabashi, who was standing by, couldn't understand it for the time being, he could feel refreshed just by smelling the scent. He understood that the small pill in Luo Dali's hand was not simple. My wise, brave, handsome father. I gave it all to you, my rebellious son. Hovu, long live my dear father. With a roar of excitement, Ning Shusheng swallowed 4 top-grade Peiyuan pills in one breath. The next moment, smoke began to come out of his body. This is caused by the drug's effectiveness. It's so hot, so scalding. I want the sky to no longer cover my eyes, I want the earth to. After a stupid roar, Ning Shusheng actually stood up slowly and successfully. Step. 2 steps. 7 steps. Feeling the powerful feat, Ning Shushan was so excited that he burst into tears. 3 years. He was finally able to live a normal life. And he knew very well that all this was given by his unfaithful father. Plop. Although he still couldn't completely let go of some resentment in his heart, Ning Shusheng still kowtowed to Luo Dali respectfully. Not quite there yet, but in 3 days at most, you should be able to act like a normal person. Rubbing the traitor's little head, Luo Dali assured proudly. The system said that 10 top-grade Peiyuan pills would be enough to fully recover. I have already taken 9 of them, so I will be almost there. Well, master, weren't you worried about how to make a lot of money? Can you sell the small pill just now? I am willing to buy it for 1 million each. How many? Luo Dali was stunned on the spot. When he drew the top-grade Peiyuan pill, he curiously asked Datong about the cost price, and it turned out to be about 100,000 per pill. 10 million. Thinking that the young temple master thought the price was too little, Huabashi gritted his teeth and increased the offer tenfold. As soon as this offer came out, Xiao Yuanshan standing by went crazy, because he actually didn't have so much money. But Xiao Yuanshan knew very well that this price was definitely not expensive. After all, some things have a price but no demand. Chapter 18, Father and Son Battle, Endless Fun. Damn it. Is this the world of the upper class and wealthy? The price increase is really a good idea. However, you must not act like a loser at this time, which would damage the great image of the master. After calming himself down, Luo Dali pretended to be arrogant, not for sale. Oh my god. This unfaithful guy looks so handsome today. Seeing with his own eyes that his loser father remained calm in the face of numerous temptations, and that the other party rejected the beauty trap of the beautiful headmaster without hesitation, Ning Shusheng couldn't help but see stars. At this moment, the resentment he felt towards his unfaithful father was at least reduced by a point. There are about 999 points left. Master. When Huabashi heard that it was not for sale, he became angry. He has been working too hard these years, and now he is so weak that he almost leaks urine at night. If possible, even if I can't regain my former glory, at least I can look like a proper old man. Xiao Hua, this kind of magical medicine is not something that can be found everywhere. I guess the master of the temple hasn't found the right natural treasure to refine it yet. Fearing that Huabushi would offend Luo Dali, the experienced Qiao Yuanshan tried to smooth things over. Ahem, master, I was just too impatient. This kind of magical medicine is really hard to come by. He understood what was going on immediately and quickly went down the stairs. Luo Dali felt a pain in his heart seeing this. It's not that he didn't want to sell it, it's just that he had nothing to sell for the time being. Seeing that Luo Dali's family of three seemed to have something private to discuss, the two old men hurriedly picked up their grandchildren and left. Chen Beixian was cleverly invited by the fat boy to stay up late and talk about life together. With such good eyesight, no wonder he can make a fortune. Rebellious son, do you want to call your mother to share your joy? With a sigh, Luo Dali suddenly looked at the trader who had an excited face. No, inappropriate? After a pause, Ning Shushang spoke calmly. Without rushing to respond, Luo Dali looked at Xiaomi and Ao. Dad, Xiaowu said someone went to the bar where you used to work to look for you today? Oh, keep going. It was unexpected that a 3-year-old girl could find out such information so quickly. Luo Dali still did not respond, but continued to interact. At the same time, he also heard that Chen Beixian, who seemed honest on the surface, was actually a scheming man, most likely the kind who had spies around his mother or uncle. Another acting genius. Dad, you are so eager to make a lot of money, are you trying to marry into the same social class as Mom? The little cotton-padded jacket is not an easy thing to deal with. But how did you learn all this nonsense when you haven't even been to kindergarten? It's a short video. Look at your phone less from now on. But I learned the art of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting by myself through short videos. What? Well, then you can't stay up late to brush. After hearing this, Luo Dali was a little afraid to ruin his genius daughter's good study habits. Don't worry, Mom said staying up late will make you ugly. By the way, scumbag dad. Stop, I've given you such a top-notch music room, can't you just call me daddy? Dad, do you know how many times my sister and I have been called bastards in the past 3 years? Bao, you win, keep going. Luo Dali was speechless on the spot. Dad, I don't want you to make a lot of money. Why? Because we don't want to be left behind children. The trader suddenly interrupted with resentment. Have to. Luo Dali was speechless again on the spot. He then asked tentatively, so your idea is that Dad can make money, but he can't leave your sight? Humph, you still have some brains. The trader has a proud look on his face. You. What do you mean by you? What I meant was whether you, a heartless man, have any unique skills to make money, except for the eye-catching fruit-serving skills. Hey, you rebellious son, who told you that my father is best at, actually, your wise and powerful father is not bad, he just keeps a low profile. Stop, what special skill do you have? A trader won't give any face at all. Luo Dali was so angry that he clenched his fists and said, they are my children, Luo. You must not get angry or hit them. What unique skill do you want to see, you rebellious son? After taking a deep breath to calm his thoughts, Luo Dali decided to teach his rebellious son a lesson. He just didn't believe that he couldn't turn the game around with his singing skills and the 4 master-level skills of playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How about a trick to lull someone to sleep first? With a disdainful smile, the trader said casually. What the hell? Luo Dali was in tears. This rebellious son really doesn't play by the rules. Use singing skills to coax your baby? If the singing skills can make people sleepy, can they still be called singing skills? As for using music, chess, calligraphy and painting to help people fall asleep, Luo Dali had never heard of it before. Why, you can't do it? The trader continued to provoke without any hesitation. I'm sure it can't be done. Luo Dali clenched his fists but was unable to open them. Dad, I just saw a light in your eyes. Do you really have some special skills besides serving fruit? He pretended to be fierce and glared at his younger brother, and then cleverly gave someone a way out. Sure enough, Luo Dali's eyebrows lit up in an instant. Baby, in fact, your wise and handsome father is also good at playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Well, he also thinks he has never had a rival in singing. Then, Mr. Scumdad, please start your performance. Trying not to laugh, the little girl sat on the ground, looking like she was enjoying the fun. The trader at the side insidiously opened his cell phone and prepared to record a video as evidence. Damn it! How on earth do those fair women raise their children? They actually let them carry such a monster as a mobile phone with them. Rebellious son, if I can conquer you with my singing, how about handing over your phone? Hee hee, let's make a bet, but if you lose, you have to hand over the virtual bracelet on your hand to my sister. Hey, deal. Restraining the urge to lose his temper, Luo Dali took a deep breath and came to the gilded piano that the little girl had just played. He gave his rebellious son a smug look as if he was waiting for something, then he looked at the curious little girl beside him, and a song by the God of Swords immediately came to his mind. Baby, this song Yellow Rose was written for you by Daddy himself. Saying sorry to the God of Sword in his heart, Luo Dali sang passionately. Yellow Rose, don't cry. Of all the flowers, you are the most beautiful. Don't be sad if you get hurt. Don't let your tears wet the pistol. Don't let me see your sadness. In both lives, his fate was to be a miserable orphan abandoned by others. Now he is fortunate enough to become a father. Luo Dali resonates deeply with this song that he sang many times in his previous life. With the help of the singing skills, the little girl who was waiting to watch the fun was actually moved to tears. The kind that cries loudly. She couldn't quite understand the full meaning of the lyrics, but she resonated with the desperate love from her father, her closest blood relative. Oh my God, this unfaithful man can actually make his sister cry with his singing. This is a unique skill that even a genius like the mother of the most beautiful girl in the universe does not have. It is simply powerful, abnormal, and outrageous. Oh no, my cell phone is in danger. It sounds good, it sounds good, it sounds really good. You ungrateful man, with your unique skills, you can definitely swindle money through live streaming. Well, considering that you just acted against your conscience, ahem, can you please not hand over your phone? In order to keep his phone, Fan Guzai was so nervous and panicked that he threw his offline phone out. Chapter 19. My sister just coaxed him to sleep. Isn't it just a gold inlaid phone? This unfilial son actually slept in a separate room from his biological father just because of this. It's simply unforgivable. Luo Dali was so angry that his face turned dark. Fortunately, the little girl was probably so moved that she was confused and temporarily did not follow her rebellious son's pace. But within a few minutes, Luo Dali also got furious. Just because the little girl was so moved that she couldn't sleep, she had to ask him to coax her to sleep. But because he had never been a father, the more Luo Dali coaxed the little boy, the more excited he became. If outsiders saw that innocent look of eyes wide open, they would probably die of laughter. Dad, you can sing well, why do you have to go to the bar and serve fruit plates to embarrass yourself? The little cotton padded jacket seems to have been given a system called the 100,000 Y system. How about we change the subject? The corners of his mouth twitched twice, and Luo Dali shamelessly changed the subject. Then, scumbag dad, who do you think is prettier, director Zhong Ling or mom? Ahem, let's change to another one. Faced with such a life-threatening question, Luo Dali was afraid that if he spoke too much, he would make mistakes. Hey, scumbag dad, let me tell you a secret. Except for the kind grandma, no one in the family has said anything bad about you yet. I think everyone else wants to skin you alive. Hovu, scumbag dad, Mingyue misses her mom. You scumbag dad, you actually fell asleep, humph, who is comforting whom? Looking at her father who was snoring for some unknown reason, Ning Mingyue shook her head and slipped out of the room in disgust. Sure enough, as soon as I opened the door, I saw my stubborn brother lying outside the door and stealing against the wall. Ahem, sis, what's going on in there? Ning Shuxing never expected that he would be caught stealing under the wall, so he quickly calmed down and cunningly changed the subject. My sister just put him to sleep. Ning Mingyue looked furious. Hearing this, Ning Shuxing's eyes widened. Unfaithful people are really unreliable. Etc. Isn't this a good opportunity? Ning Shuxing wanted to sneak into the room, but his sister grabbed the collar behind his neck. What? Ning Mingyue looked fierce. Get my sister's cell phone back. There's a future ahead, keep your voice down. Sister, let's make a deal. How about letting your brother play for an hour every day? Oh, my dear brother, has anyone told you how badly you sang today? Ning Mingyue is ready to go. As the eldest sister and mother, and with an unreliable father, she feels it is her obligation to take good care of her foolish younger brother. What? How is this possible? Ning Shuxing looked unconvinced. In other words, he was unwilling to believe that the fat boy was deaf and blind and praised the wrong person. Humph, ask Xiao Hui yourself. Ning Mingyue pretended to be contemptuous. Seeing this, Ning Shuxing looked at a certain old cutie. Due to the young master's tyranny, the old wolf king actually showed a look of disgust towards Ning Shusheng. This made Ning Shusheng's face freeze instantly. Sister, am I really that bad at singing? After coming back to his senses by clamping his thighs together, Ning Shusheng seriously verified it again. It can kill people almost without them even noticing, but what? During this period of time, you should quit using your cell phone and study hard with your sister. Study, what to study? Scholar Ning was completely confused. My dear brother, due to muscular atrophy, you have been 3 years behind your peers since birth. Shouldn't you study harder? Sister, you still haven't told me what you're studying? Music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What the hell, Sister, I don't like learning these? So what do you like to learn? Men should learn to ride horses, race cars, and play hockey. Stop, go in and get your phone first. Feeling that this was irrelevant, Ning Mingyue was tired and changed the subject. After giving his sister a look of approval, Ning Shusheng carefully slipped into the room. But as soon as he entered the door, he was so scared that he almost peed his pants on the spot. It turned out that Luo Dali had not slept at all, and was sitting there with a smile on his face, waiting for the little thief to enter the room. However, Luo Dali didn't say much, but handed over the phone. This outrageous move completely confused Ning Shusheng. Yes, thank you. Coming back to his senses, Ning Shusheng uttered something in a low voice. He blushed after saying that. This really doesn't fit with the character of a rebel. Go to bed early, good night, my baby. With a smile, Luo Dali closed his eyes happily. He actually called me treasure. I'm not a waste. Thank you, Mustering up the courage to thank the ungrateful man with actions, Ning Shusheng walked out of the room with a confident step as if he didn't care about his relatives. Seeing this, Luo Dali smiled with relief. It turns out that taking care of a child is not as hard as you imagined. Or, you can change your mindset and pretend to be stupid and let your child take care of it. Ding, thanks to the initiative of the rebel, Ichika, congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? That's fine too. Tong, hurry up and draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine horse. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine bird, the gerfalcon. Warm reminder, Shenma and Heidongking are in the medicine garden, the host can go there to take over. What? Divine bird? There aren't any top-grade nourishing pills or longevity pills? Luo Dali was not very satisfied with this reward. He just shook his head and fell asleep. No one knew how much time had passed before a ray of purple air from the east woke Luo Dali up. I walked out of the room in a daze and just happened to see the beautiful professor helping Crouching Dragon and Phoenix to wash and dress. When I was wondering what to eat for breakfast, I saw Chef Xiao sharpening his knife. Just when I was about to go over to ask a few questions, I saw the CFO coming back proudly carrying a big grass carp. The fishing rod in the other party's hand was produced by the system. Master, what time is it now? Chen Beixian broke the silence. 9 o'clock. Oh, so Master knows this too. Hey, Chen Beixian, what do you mean? Feeling that he was being teased, Luo Dali's face turned black. It doesn't make much sense. How much does it mean to have few? It's just boring. Feeling the murderous intent, Chen Beixian quickly played dumb. Puff. Zhongling, who had been in a depressed mood all night, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Good morning, senior sister. After a night of martial arts education from his grandfather, Hua Buwen seemed to have become a different person. He came over and first helped Ning Mingyue consolidate his absolute leadership position in the gang. Sure enough, this trick is very useful. At least Hua Bushi saw Luo Dali smile. After being patted on the head by his grandfather, the little fat boy did not walk the endless path, but went directly to the kindergarten to clean. After realizing what was going on, Chen Beixian quickly followed suit and pretended to be similar. Sure enough, he felt that the atmosphere became harmonious again. Eat and drink enough. Luo Dali led Wulong, Fengchu and several evil disciples to the medicine garden. As if sensing their master's arrival, the divine horse and the divine bird-saker falcon rushed out from the barren grass at the first opportunity. Careful. Because of her excessive sense of crisis, Zhongling screamed instinctively. But he opened his mouth halfway through the call. The divine horse chooses its master. The divine bird lowered its eyebrows. This myth actually happened right before my eyes. This is unscientific. After looking at each other, Xiao Yuanshan and Hua Bushi were also deeply shocked. But they are old and experienced and know that talking too much will lead to mistakes, so they just pretend to be deaf and dumb. Rebellious son, I'll give you a benefit. After comforting Shinmai and making sure that the other party would not pose a threat to the child, Luo Dali gave Fang Wuzai a look. The traitor who understood everything in a second was really excited. He boldly walked up to Shinmai and said, "From now on, you can be called Xiao Bai." Chirp. The horse was so spiritual that it howled towards the sky, as if responding to and acknowledging the name given to it by the young master. Master, how much money does it cost to name the big bird? Ah, this, you decide. Unexpectedly, the money could not be spent for so long, and Luo Dali cunningly returned the initiative to the other party. There is no way. If I say too much, it will easily give the old guys a bad impression of being a culprit for the children. If he said too little, Luo Dali would feel like he was losing money. Chapter 20 Tianbao Kindergarten First Lesson. I didn't expect it to work. However, Hua Buwen was not in a hurry to make an offer, but looked at his grandfather implicitly. He wanted to give a reasonable suggestion, but Hua Bushi soon had a better idea and looked at the young abbot Ning Mingyue. After a day of observation, he basically concluded that the young master of a certain humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex temple was a complete daughter slave. As long as you can please the other party's daughter, even if things don't work out, the result will not be too bad. After instantly understanding Grandpa's intention, Hua Buwen immediately put on a smile and came to Ming Mingyue and said, "Hee, senior sister, how about you give me a number?" "Sure, does your family have a lot of money?" The third brother always used money to solve problems, which made Ning Mingyue suspicious. "Ah, it's just so. Almost all the money Grandpa earned was spent by Dad." Feeling something was not right, Hua Buwen quickly responded by pretending to be calm. "Oh, what does your dad do?" "Yes, he's the one who drives the excavator." "It seems that this job is really good." "Sure, what does this wasteland in front of you look like?" "Ah, please let me know, senior sister." "Does it look like our vegetable garden?" "But, then what? We are all harmonious senior and junior brothers and sisters. Talking about money here can easily hurt feelings. Otherwise, ask your father to find a way to get a few excavators, bulldozers, and seed drills to the mountain. Well, after all, you don't want to rely on a few of us to reclaim thousands of acres of wasteland, right?" "Ah, this." Hua Buwen looked at his grandfather with a tingling scalp. Seeing this, Hua Bushi also had a headache. If it were somewhere else, it would only take a word to get some excavators and bulldozers. But it is really difficult to deal with it in the armed observation area. After all, there is only one way to go up the mountain, and that is the 1080 steps below the Xianmen. Excavators and other things can't be operated normally at all. Now Hua Bushi only blames his granddaughter for talking nonsense about her own father working as an excavator. Isn't this just looking for trouble? "Grandpa Hua, don't you have a big airplane?" Ning Shusheng suddenly interrupted. This guy has one advantage, which is that he dares to think. As for whether he can accomplish it, that is another matter. Big airplane? After Ning Shusheng's reminder, Hua Bushi's eyes suddenly lit up. But when he thought about the huge project of lifting the excavator up the mountain, he became numb again. Arrange. It was hard to get a chance to show off. If he missed it, he might also miss the magical, top-grade Peiyuan pill. Hua Bushi gritted his teeth and agreed. "Yeah, Grandpa is the best. Big guy, from now on you can just call me Xiaoqing, okay?" After successfully obtaining the naming rights, Hua Bushi immediately came to Heidongking and said happily, eager to try. After taking a glance at Luo Dali and confirming that the other party seemed to have no objection, the Saker Falcon spread its wings and blew towards Hua Buwen, indicating that it was not a big problem. I wonder how the master of the temple plans to develop this wasteland. Unable to bear seeing Hua Bushi being the only one favored, Xiao Yuanshan had no choice but to step forward and speak. "Oh, does Chef Xiao have any good suggestions?" Luo Dali couldn't help but ask back with a smile. He indeed had no plans for developing the medicine garden, nor could he come up with a decent plan, but he was also clear that he must never expose his shortcomings. Otherwise it will damage the majestic image of the master. Now that someone has stepped forward on his own initiative, we must make the most of it. That depends on the future plans of the temple master for the armed temple. Future plans? Luo Dali fell into deep thought. In fact, he had a devilish plan. If he hadn't been tricked by the cunning old Taoist priest, he might have been living a carefree life in a big villa at the foot of the mountain. But now that he has taken over, Luo Dali understands that he must have a plan for the future. Fortunately, the Taoist tradition to which the old Taoist belongs does not have the strict and ancient rules of some Taoist temples in previous lives. Anyway, as long as it is not illegal, the old Taoist priest probably won't care too much. Carry forward the concept of armed forces? This seems to affect the dad's work in taking care of the baby. Forget it. That's not right either. Thinking of the old Taoist priest's deep feelings and emotions about the heyday of the Taoist temple before he passed away, Luo Dali felt that if he did not say anything, he would feel guilty. Finally, he thought of promoting Taoism through live broadcast. However, this path is not for adults to practice, but for children. Bao, what do you like? Luo Dali, who was confident, looked at his little girl with a smile. Rose. Ning Mingyue said sweetly and affirmatively, thinking of something. Chef Xiao, remember the first point. Plan a rose garden first. The area should be 100 acres. Ah. Okay. Although it felt a bit outrageous, Xiao Yuanshan still didn't dare to deny it easily. Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Dali looked at his rebellious son. My wise and powerful father, can you build a horse farm? Ning Shushang said cautiously. Last night he was still clamoring to ride horses and play hawking. I never thought that I would have the opportunity to make my dream come true so soon. I am so excited. Arrange. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Dali did not refuse. It would be unreasonable to have a horse without a decent horse farm. Luo Dali continued to look at his three cheap disciples. Oh, master, Xiaoer likes to eat fruit. Can we build a fruit garden? Arrange. Master, Erwo needs to use a lot of Chinese herbs to cook, how about setting up a small herb garden? Arrange. Master, can I also give some advice? When it was Chen Beishuan's turn, he actually felt a little inferior. Just say it boldly. Luo Dali waved his hand. As a master, he had to show selflessness at this time. Well, then, can we build a small vegetable garden? Chen Beixian carefully expressed his dream. That's it? Thinking that this drama queen would make some excessive suggestions, Luo Dali was speechless. Well, my mother said her dream is to find a deserted place, grow some vegetables and flowers, and I. Stop, make arrangements. Great, thank you, master. Chen Beixian was so excited that he kowtowed to Luo Dali on the spot, as he didn't expect his suggestion to be really affirmed. With a relieved smile, Luo Dali quickly picked up the other person. Chef Xiao, Director Hua, how long do you think it will take to get it done? Luo Dali looked at Hua Bushi and Xiao Yuanshan and asked. This will take at least a week. Okay, then I'll give you 3 days. If you do well, there will be a reward. Ah, what reward? That depends on your performance. Director Zhong, can you fly a plane? After saying this, Luo Dali suddenly looked at the arrogant and beautiful professor. What's the meaning? Zhongling was enjoying eating the melon, but suddenly she got eaten by herself. She was confused. Literally. Meeting. Oh my god, you really can do it? Humph, I forgot to tell you that this professor graduated with a double doctorate from Cheesy University. That's great. Let's get ready. The first lesson for our Tianbao kindergarten is to go to Tang County in the southwest. Tianbao kindergarten? Why go there? Paying homage to a group of young ancestors who will never grow up. Luo Dali suddenly looked serious. Zhongling understood what was going on in an instant, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Luo Dali instantly lost a lot of resentment. At least in terms of the other party's children's beliefs, she felt that the other party had a good family background. After half a day, a luxury helicopter landed in southwestern Tang County. After leading the 5 little ones to the mall to change into simple yet polite black and white clothes, Luo Dali then led the team to walk for about an hour and arrived at a solemn place. Chapter 21 starting today, stand up straight and be a man. After carefully tidying up their appearance, Luo Dali took the lead in presenting flowers and candy. Although not a single word was spoken during the entire process, he knew that the children must have their own doubts. Sure enough, the rebel was the first to stand up and ask carefully, Dad, can you tell me? Although it was the first time for Ning Shuxing to come to such a place, he did not seem to feel any fear at all. Instead, he inexplicably felt a sense of mission. So, he must find out. The other children all looked at Luo Dali. Zhongling was no exception. At the very least, she was curious about how Luo Dali would answer. Bao, have you ever wondered where you came from? After a moment's silence, Luo Dali asked hoarsely. Isn't it from mom's belly? Ning Shusheng responded subconsciously. So where is your mother from? Grandma. No, it's grandma's belly. What about grandma? Ah, this. Ning Shusheng always felt that there was no reason for his father to ask such a childish question, and he fell into deep thought. Luo Dali looked at Xiaomi Aneo and his 3 cheap apprentices. The 3 disciples looked at Ning Mingyue, the senior sister, in unison. In an instant, Ning Mingyue felt for the first time the responsibility on the shoulders of the senior sister. Dad, without these little ancestors who never grow up, we wouldn't have the safe environment we are born in now, right? After thinking for a few seconds, Ning Mingyue carefully gave her own opinion. Oh my god. Upon hearing the answer given by Ning Mingyue, the cute 3-year-old kid, Zhongling, was stunned on the spot. And Luo Dali also smiled with relief. This trip was indeed not in vain. The 3 young disciples fell into deep thought. Obviously, they all took it to heart. Coming back to his senses, Xiao Erwo walked straight forward and started cleaning. Show your attitude through actions. The next second, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, Hua Buwen, Chen Beixian and others quickly followed. Even the arrogant Professor Zhongling is no exception. After taking a few short videos as souvenirs, Luo Dali also followed closely. I don't know how much time had passed, but the 5 children were already exhausted and soaked, but no one complained about the hard work and tiredness. Even Ning Shusheng, that traitor, is so tired that he is almost sticking out his tongue. Bao, your back is not strong enough. Luo Dali said something meaningful to his rebellious son. Then what? I always feel that there is something else my father says, and it's rare that I don't retort against him. Come on, Daddy will take you to a hotel where you can sleep for one night and stand tall for the rest of your life. After walking for another hour, they arrived at a hotel. When they saw the flower baskets and various messages placed at the hotel entrance, the 5 cute little kids walked into the hotel with confident steps as if they didn't care about any relatives. Even before officially moving in, I'm already feeling very confident. Solid as a rock. This man has such dad charm. Zhongling was shocked by Luo Dali's choice in action. There are definitely few fathers who dare to instill hatred for their country and family in their children when they are only 3 years old. Especially the wealthy class. Ahem, I have something to say. Before going to bed tonight, everyone should write a summary. As soon as she entered the room, Ning Mingyue made an announcement on her own initiative. Master's sister is wise. The little fat boy is always the first to stand up and express his support. Damn it. I've been tricked by this fat guy again. Seeing that they had lost the initiative, Chen Beixian and Hua Buwen looked at each other and simply wrote a summary to show their support for the senior sister's decision through actions. I still have to write a summary, can't I just go on stage and share it? The traitor looked guilty. There was no way. Ever since his sister revealed the truth last night, he had lost all confidence in his cursive writing. Ning Mingyue glanced at his brother with murderous eyes. Seeing this, Ning Shusheng hurriedly lowered his head and started writing. Puff. The beautiful professor was amused by the little actors again. Hey, you, what are you looking at? Director Zhong, you are responsible for approving the photos. Ah, okay. Zhongling ate the melon again, but she didn't refuse. In fact, she was curious about what kind of summary the children could write. About half an hour. The 5 children each finished their summary. Among them, Ning Shusheng finished the fastest because he could write cursive script quickly. Of course, Luo Dali felt a toothache when he saw the wild and scribbled handwriting. However, after taking great pains to read the content, he smiled with relief again. The theme of Fan Guzai's summary is, I will no longer watch Japanese cartoons, but will watch anti-Japanese war TV series instead. I must watch them every day. He also implied that the father had better return the phone immediately, so as not to affect the child's self-patriotic education. This rebellious son has the talent of the 6th brother. He was able to make the matter of getting his phone back sound so righteous. Luo Dali was convinced and simply returned the phone. After all, it's really not a good idea to delay children's self-patriotic education. After taking the phone, the traitor smiled mischievously. The little fat boy's summary is very interesting. For example, he decided to play with mud when he returns to the mountain, and try to personally mold all the little ancestors he saw today, and then offer them to the workers and peasants hall of the Armed Forces Temple. Even though he has more money than he can spend, he still has the habit of spending money to solve problems. For example, he even wants to join a hotel with the same name in Teng County in Ningxing, and then bring his senior and junior classmates down the mountain to stay at least once a month to consolidate the concept of patriotic education. Chen Beishuan's summary is also very detailed. For example, he wants to open a flower shop and a candy shop himself, and his intention is obvious. Finally, Luo Dali picked up his little cotton padded jacket summary, which contained only a few words: eternally unforgivable, vengeance, remembered. To be honest, Luo Dali had a complicated look on his face. Women are as good as men. The complicated reason is that he doesn't know whether what he is doing today is right or wrong. Dad, what's your summary? As if she understood her father's complicated thoughts in an instant, the little girl cleverly diverted his attention. Well, how about you sum it up in a song? After receiving the hint from his sister, Ning Shusheng immediately provoked someone. The corners of his mouth twitched, but Luo Dali did not refuse. The children have all shown some performance, so it would be bad for him to have no performance at all. After calming my thoughts, a song soon came to my mind. Since there was no musical instrument to assist, Luo Dali simply chose to sing a cappella. The thread is long and the needle is dense. Embroidering the red flag with tears in my eyes. Hot tears follow the needle and thread. It's more joy than sadness. How many years and generations? Today I finally saw you. I finally saw you. 1,000 feelings and 1,000 love. Turned into gold stars to embroider red flags. Normally, I don't blink when I'm in the sword fighting world, but today my heart is beating so fast. Stitch by stitch. Although he was born in poverty in both his lives, Luo Dali never forgot his deep-rooted love for his country and family. Therefore, this song also does not require much preparation, and you can directly devote yourself to singing it. The rebel, who had no expectations, was stunned once again. After finally coming to his senses, he quickly took out his cell phone to record the video. Children like Ning Mingyue turned into little fans, covering their chins and listening attentively. What kind of great national song is this? How come I have never heard of it before? Could it really be that this guy created it on the spur of the moment? It's so perverted, so amazing, so handsome, so cool. The arrogant female professor from Kyoto University, who always thought that men were not good, had her inner world broken into by a member of the opposite sex for the first time. It gave her an inexplicable urge to sing along with the other person. Zhongling, Professor Ben obviously graduated with a degree in computer programming and aviation, but why do I feel that music is the king-level talent hidden deep in Professor Ben's blood? Chapter 22, My father is actually quite good at shooting. In the blink of an eye. 2 days passed. Throughout the whole process, the 3 cheap disciples rushed to pay for all the expenses. Luo Dali took advantage of his cheap disciples without blushing or feeling nervous. Because of the obligation to take responsibility, Zhongling couldn't say anything. As expected, after all the pretense during these 2 days, Luo Dali successfully got 2 chances to draw a lottery. And a sign-in opportunity. It was just that in such a solemn place, Luo Dali didn't feel comfortable signing in for his personal affairs. Adam, please start your performance next. Luo Dali was looking forward to it. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Good, now the rebellious son can finally recover completely. Congratulations to the host for having lived 2 years longer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Damn, there's some money left over from selling, this is going to be a big deal. From now on, I don't have to look at that dramatic woman's eyes when raising my baby. Humph, you think you can control me by taking care of the kids full-time? That's wishful thinking. Ah Tong, continue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the helicopter piloting skill. The certificate is legal and compliant, so you can use it in the sky without worry. It seems like this skill is not bad, so I don't have to offend the beautiful headmaster one day and be threatened and controlled by her at a critical moment. Ding, the supplementary sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level marksmanship. The host can hit the target every time within the effective range of any firearm. Name: Luo Dali Tyrant Body, 25%. Lifespan, 2432. Supernatural powers, spiritual field space, first level of double pupils, mountain god skills, god level driving skills, singing skills, proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, master level cursive writing skills, helicopter driving skills, god level marksmanship. Resources 1 Aujia Z13 for top grade Peiyuan pills. Ah, this. Dad, I like that little bear. The little cotton padded jacket pushed Luo Dali and pointed to the balloon stall nearby. Seeing this, Luo Dali almost laughed out loud like a pig. I thought that even if I acquired god-level marksmanship in peacetime, it would be useless. Now, I have another chance to show off and consolidate my father's position. Unfaithful man, I also like that big bear, but... Halfway through the conversation, the traitor showed his contempt without disguising his expression. They are indeed a pair of equally matched people. The passion has just passed, and now you can just ignore my biological father. Fortunately, I have a tongue to help me, otherwise I would have been caught by you two divine beasts today. Luo Dali felt very angry in his heart. But what? Resisting the urge to fight back immediately, Luo Dali pretended to be nervous. Soon he cunningly pretended to be calm again. As expected, he was caught by the traitor Golden Dog Eyes, who had a built-in magnifying glass. The beast immediately said proudly, "How about making a bet? Let's just forget about it, right?" Well, Dad is mainly afraid that showing off too much of his true abilities might attract a lot of attention to your mom. As he spoke, Luo Dali deliberately looked at the beautiful headmaster standing beside him. But Zhong Ling despised him without hesitation. Her impression of a certain young master had changed a lot, but it was still far from the point of liking him. There is no reason to fall in love with a married person of the opposite sex. But for some reason, Zhong Ling always had a bad feeling, a feeling that her students were going to be in trouble. Do you want to gamble or not? The traitor was too lazy to talk nonsense and acted as if he would definitely win as long as his ungrateful father dared to accept the challenge. This is not impossible to make a bet, but if you lose, how about you wash your father's feet once? Seeing that it was almost time, Luo Dali pretended to be grim and provoked him. Deal, but if you lose. Stop, it's impossible for a father to lose. If I lose, my request is not high. You just have to wash my feet once. The anti-Guzai said complacently. You really don't regret it? Luo Dali tried not to laugh. Whoever regrets is a grandson. Seeing his own father being fooled, the traitor was so excited that he almost jumped up to celebrate. Bao, in order to prevent this rebellious son from losing and refusing to admit his guilt, how about you be the notary? Sprinkle some water. Suddenly the melon fell on her, and when Ning Mingyue came to her senses, she immediately said that it was not a big problem. Third senior sister, I always feel that second senior brother is going to be in trouble. The little fat boy couldn't help but whisper to Hua Buwen. Take the feeling away. I can't stop smiling because I can't spend all the money. In her eyes, the successor of the old Taoist priest should be omnipotent and invincible. Fortunately, I found out not too late. But I'd better not hang out with second brother in the future. Chen Fan muttered to himself. 5 minutes later, Luo Dali swept the balloon shooting range without wasting a single bullet, amid the traitor's furious eyes. I just knew it. But this guy's shooting skills are too horrible. Even my brother, the Soldier King, is half as good as him. It's outrageous. Could it be that he is the legendary one who was born with knowledge? Zhong Ling's mind was racing with thoughts. Hey, second brother, please accept my condolences. After coming to his senses, the little fat boy immediately went up to comfort Ning Shusheng, whose eyes were already dull. Chen Fan secretly felt lucky that he had sided with the senior sister. Rebellious son, is the CPU burned out? Luo Dali poked his traitor with his finger worriedly. Where did you learn such amazing marksmanship? The soul returned, and Ning Shusheng stared wide-eyed to verify it on the spot. A man can learn the art of shooting without a teacher. Luo Dali laughed. Is it really possible to learn without a teacher? Scholar Ning was getting carried away. Ahem, you will understand when you grow up. I see. Humph, I'm a man of my words. I'll serve you well today, you ungrateful man. Puff. Seeing what this rebellious son said, Luo Dali couldn't help but break down on the spot. Since you are such a trustworthy son, I will reward you with a candy bean. Shaking his head, Luo Dali threw a top-grade Peiyuan pill to his own divine beast. As if afraid that his ungrateful father would go back on his word, Ning Shusheng swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! As the medicinal properties took effect, Ning Shusheng felt a surge of energy from the soles of his feet rushing straight to his forehead. In his excitement, he couldn't help but touch it on the spot. After landing safely, this arrogant beast suddenly cried. It was because he knew that the congenital muscular atrophy that had troubled him for 3 years had finally been completely cured today. Even my grandfather and uncle were helpless to cure my congenital muscular atrophy, but this ungrateful man helped me completely cure it in less than a week. He also successfully cured my sister's congenital deafness. He is really defying the will of heaven. It seems that the plan I made with my mom to raise a licking dog dead needs to be changed, but how should I change it? Oh no, there's something wrong with the way the director looks at my father. We can't let this become a threat. Then there is only one way to go, and that is. Thinking of some bad idea, Ning Shusheng felt helpless and apologized to his mother in advance. Ring ring ring. At this moment, Zhong Ling's phone suddenly rang. After hanging up the phone, she said to Luo Dali helplessly, "Well, master, can I take a few days off?" "What, director, we have to go back to the mountain today." "That's right, Erwo, Mrs. Grandpa." As soon as Hua Buwen finished speaking, Xiao Erwo followed up with an unhappy yell. "Don't delay the children's journey back to the mountain like this." "Urgent?" After a moment of hesitation, Luo Dali asked the beautiful headmaster for confirmation. "My mom introduced me to a blind date." "Well, how about you take a bus back?" "Stop, I can actually masturbate." "No, I can fly a plane." Luo Dali was delighted as he never thought that he could continue to consolidate his image as a dad in front of his children so soon. Chapter 23, Rebellious Son, I forgot to tell you that your father can also fly a plane. No way? Could this unfaithful person really fly a plane? Apparently, a certain rebel could not help but become active again. As if Zhong Ling was keenly aware of this, and who was about to verify it, immediately pretended to hesitate cunningly. Anyway, there is no rush to verify the authenticity. Erwo, what do you think? Without any impulse, Ning Shusheng rarely took the initiative to signal Xiao Erwo. Second brother, I think. Okay, I still trust my instincts. No, second brother, I think, He really wanted to continue persuading him out of kindness, but seeing Ning Shusheng's mysterious confidence, Xiao Erwo chose to break and stop the loss in time. Bei Xian, what do you think? I don't know what was wrong with him, but Ning Shusheng asked Chen Fan another question. Second brother is mighty. Afraid of offending people by giving the answer directly, Chen Fan responded tactfully. However, when he saw Ning Shusheng's crooked smile, he knew that the other party must have misunderstood what he meant. But to correct it immediately would be like slapping himself in the face, and Chen Fan felt embarrassed. Well, second brother, I think you'd better consult with the senior sister before making a final decision. As expected of her as the granddaughter of a super rich man, her rhetoric is simply too cool. Not only does he not have to express his opinions and offend others, but he also invisibly elevates the status of Ning Mingyue, the senior sister. It's a sure win. Feeling that it made sense, Ning Shusheng quickly looked at his sister. Without rushing to respond, Ning Mingyue walked directly to Luo Dali and looked at him nakedly. 3 seconds later, she turned around and gave her own advice. Brother, the scumbag dad doesn't have an erratic look in his eyes. He is either confident or... Ning Mingyue paused deliberately in the middle of her speech. What a master! Zhong Ling, who was watching the show on the side, almost couldn't help but applaud wildly. Or what? Ning Shusheng asked excitedly and expectantly. Or maybe he was just pretending to be calm to scare you. Ning Mingyue looked serious. Professor Ben knew it would be this sentence. Zhong Ling felt so uncomfortable. Just one. What Ning Mingyue said was as good as nothing, and he was also a sure winner. Then, due to a subjective misjudgment, Ning Shusheng leaned towards the second possibility. You ungrateful man, I want to bet with you on a father-son game again. Taking a deep breath, Ning Shusheng took the steps to provoke Luo Dali. Well, there's no need for that. After all, Dad really can. Luo Dali simply counter-provoked. Stop, just tell me whether you dare to bet or not. Ning Shusheng above could no longer look back. Hey, what if you, the rebellious son, lose again? Luo Dali pretended to be gloomy and intimidated. I'll cook for you. As if afraid that someone might go back on his word, Ning Shusheng casually made up a condition. Luo Dali pretended to hesitate. Hey, you, if you lose, I don't want you to do anything. Just cancel the foot washing program. Make a deal. Seeing that his rebellious son was getting angry, Luo Dali finally stopped delaying. Then he looked at the beautiful professor who was eating watermelon. Ahem, this is Professor Ben's flight certificate. Trying not to laugh, Zhongling showed her ID right after she finished speaking. Just one. This stuff is almost impossible to fake, especially in 2024. Just check on the official website and you will find everything clearly. No. Looking directly at his unfaithful father, Ning Shusheng cursed him in his heart. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Luo Dali actually took out the corresponding flight certificate from his backpack. After a moment of hesitation, Zhongling quickly took it to verify its authenticity. It's fake, definitely fake. The traitor cursed madly in his heart. However, it still doesn't work. This is actually true. Zhongling stared at Luo Dali in amazement. She originally thought that she already had a pretty good understanding of this young master. Now it seems that this may just be the tip of the iceberg. Ahem, documents, you ungrateful person, if you have the guts to start a helicopter, I will admit defeat. Ning Shusheng showed his final stubbornness. Soon, the group arrived at the airport. When the traitor saw that his ungrateful father was so skilled that he could fly a helicopter with his eyes closed, he was completely paralyzed. Zhongling on the side was stunned again. Ace pilot. 5 big words came to her mind. Director Zhong, do you need this captain to take you to a blind date? Luo Dali gave Zhongling a look. No need. Inexplicably frightened by the young master's blatantly teasing look, Zhongling blushed and ran away. By the way, my son, can you cook? Not paying much attention to the beautiful professor's departure, Luo Dali suddenly looked at his rebellious son with curiosity. As expected, Ning Mingyue and others also looked at Ning Shusheng. Oops. He thought he was sure to win this time, so he made a casual bet. But who knew he lost again, and Ning Shusheng was confused on the spot. Just one. How could he cook since he was born with muscular atrophy? Second brother, Erwo is willing to teach you for free. At critical moments, the little fat boy is always the most proactive and cutest person. Good brother, thank you. Ning Shusheng was so moved that his eyes turned red on the spot. After exchanging a glance, Ning Mingyue and Hua Buwen made an eye contact agreement. Unless you are drunk, you must not bet with someone. Chen Fan, as for Master, the super coward, if he had taken the initiative to attack, he would have undoubtedly become my stepfather. I think he and Mom should really be innocent. In the afternoon, the helicopter successfully landed at the gate of the Wazigwan courtyard. But when they saw that the captain was Luo Dali, the 2 old men were stunned on the spot. That's right. During these 3 busy days, they each used their own connections to secretly investigate the young temple master Luo Dali. The information available at the moment is that Luo Dali is an orphan and is best at serving you fruit plates. But what about now? Holy crap, he actually has such a high-end and cool skill as flying a helicopter. Both of them cursed the investigators on their side in their hearts. Where does this terrifying murderous aura come from? Suddenly sensing something terrifying, the 2 old men looked at each other and subconsciously protected their granddaughters behind them. But after looking and waiting, they didn't find anything wrong. Chef Xiao, Director Hua, have you completed your mission? Luo Dali said something sarcastically. That's right. The murderous intent just now was leaked by him. Because he eavesdropped through his double pupils, he learned that the 2 old guys were actually investigating him in private. Not good. Obviously, Xiao Yuanshan and Hua Bushi both realized belatedly that the terrifying murderous aura just now was most likely from the mysterious temple master Luo Dali. Why are you still standing there? Come on and tell me everything. Sensing that the 2 old men were so frightened that they wanted to kneel down and admit their mistake on the spot, Luo Dali quickly gave them a look that indicated that he would let them go for the time being. The kids are still around. If the 2 old men really knelt down suddenly, there would be no way to explain it clearly. Chapter 24, the chef and the director worked together to transform the 1,000-acre medicinal garden. Knowing that they had saved their lives for the time being, the 2 old men breathed a sigh of relief, and then Hua Bushi took the lead in explaining with a guilty conscience, well, master, after 3 days and 2 nights of hard work, I have successfully used thousands of large drones on the first day to transport all the excavators, bulldozers, and seed drills to the medicine garden in a rotating manner. And it's assembled. After another day and night of hard work, the entire 1,000 acres of wasteland has been reclaimed. When saying this, Huabushi did not dare to show any trace of complacency. Well, that's good work, but what's with those horses? Nodding with satisfaction, Luo Dali changed the subject. Just now, from the helicopter's view, he discovered that there were a lot of new things on the mountain. Horses are one of them. This scholar wanted to build a horse farm, so I took the initiative to airlift some famous horses from all over the world to the mountain overnight. Don't worry, master. I am willing to pay for all of this out of my own pocket. The temple doesn't have to spend a penny. Huabushi seemed to understand what the young master was worried about and quickly added in a flattering manner. Ahem, good job. I didn't expect that this old man was so good at understanding people's hearts. Luo Dali quickly pretended to affirm him. Then, he looked at Xiao Yuanshan to divert the embarrassment. Well, master, I'm not as wealthy as old man Hua, but I have already airlifted all the seeds and saplings needed for the 100-acre rose garden, 100-acre fruit garden, medicinal garden, and vegetable garden, and have planted them in place at my own expense. By the way, I have also taken the initiative to open up a farm, and have arranged to plant all the crops corresponding to the season. When they are mature, they can at least guarantee the living needs of 1,000 people for a year. Also, since there are few people on the mountain and manual irrigation is inconvenient, I took the initiative to install fully automatic sprinkler equipment. Master, this is the list of all the voluntary donations from me and old man Hua, please have a look at it. In order to gain forgiveness, Xiao Yuanshan tried his best to lower his posture. If someone from outside saw that the last imperial chef of Disya was so servile to a young man, they would probably curse Luo Dali to death. Seeing this, Luo Dali took the list curiously and began to study it. When he saw the outrageous total price at the end, Luo Dali immediately forgave the two old men for their private investigation. No way. The two old men gave too much. Only a person with a mental disorder would easily offend such a god of wealth. Considering that the two cute old guys seemed to be frightened just now, Luo Dali generously handed each of them a top-grade Peiyuan pill. Ah, master, this is. Needless to say, the two old men were stunned. The night before the construction, the two of them met and had a chat. The main topic of conversation was whether Luo Dali still had the magical little pill in his hands. If so, how can they obtain it? In the end, the two of them reached a cunning agreement, which was that they could not ask for it actively. Instead, you have to give first, give as much as possible. If Luo Dali is still not satisfied in the end, it proves that your destiny has not arrived. Unexpectedly, after only 3 days of hard work and with each person spending approximately 5 million yuan, they were able to obtain the true scriptures. No, it is a priceless divine object. Oh, this is Peiyuan Dan, which has the magical effect of strengthening the body and nourishing the essence. It is a precious medicine made by my master using several kinds of natural treasures that are more than 100 years old. I'm giving it to you two old men for free. He didn't want to tell the two old men the truth, but he was afraid that curiosity would kill the cat, so Luo Dali simply followed the steps and made up a fictitious master. This not only can curb the curiosity of the two old men, but also conceal the existence of the system. It is really killing two birds with one stone. Hohu, thank you for the magic medicine, master. I, Xiao Yuanshan, will always be the head chef of the armed temple. As long as the master of the temple doesn't mind, I will do my job as the financial director until I die. Ha, we are all family, so let's not talk behind each other's backs. After patting the two old men on the shoulders to comfort them, Luo Dali hurried into the courtyard. No way. I really can't pretend anymore. If I continue to perform, I will risk being exposed. Grandpa, do you think there is a possibility? Looking at his grandfather who was in tears of gratitude, Hua Buwen couldn't help but mutter something. What is possible? Wiping away her tears, Huabushi asked subconsciously out of curiosity. For example, Master may have had the idea of giving you the Peiyuan pill. Then what? And then there was nothing else. Shaking his head, Hua Buwen slipped into the courtyard. Grandpa has already vowed to stay in the mountains for the rest of his life. What is there to make up for it now? Hey, Grandpa, you always call yourself an old fox. I'm really impressed. After saying something naughty to his grandfather, Xiao Erwo shook his head and slipped into the courtyard. After looking at each other, both old men showed doubt in their eyes. Isn't it just candy beans? I've eaten 10 of them in the past few days. Is it necessary to be so touched? After saying this proudly, Ning Shushang stepped into the courtyard. Sure enough, The expressions of the two old men became interesting when they heard this. Finally, they all looked at Ning Mingyue. Well, I only ate 3 of them, and they tasted just average. Shrugging, Ning Mingyue slipped into the courtyard. Grandpa Xiao, Grandpa Hua, Beixian feels that master is really good at fishing. Muttering something, Chen Fan slipped into the courtyard. What does that mean? Hua Bushi's face was twitching. Hey, probably what it means is that we are the fish. Xiao Yuanshan said unhappily. What? No, fish are good. Who knows, one day they might make it big, right? I don't know what he was thinking, but Hua Bushi suddenly changed his constipated look. Don't say that, it makes so much sense. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yuanshan found that he was unable to refute. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, they are indeed superior. But there is always a mountain higher than another, and Luo Dali is the peak of Ningxing that they believe in this life. Maybe they don't necessarily need Luo Dali's return in this life, but their descendants will need it. If you can still bring benefits to your family's future generations at the age of half buried in the ground, you would not only be willing to give up and pretend to be a grandson, you would even risk your life. Just one. As they grow older and more experienced, they know very well that face is the least valuable thing in the world. After looking at each other, the two old men started taking drugs together. When they came back to their senses, the two old men smiled happily. The kind that makes me laugh until I cry. Just because they know they made the right bet. By taking drugs, Xiao Yuanshan felt that he could live at least 1 more year. Hua Bushi feels that she finally doesn't have to worry about the embarrassing problem of urinary incontinence in old age. Oh, damn it, why did I take drugs so impulsively just now? It should be left to Man Lu. He endured humiliation and forged swords for the country for 30 years. His body is better than mine. Suddenly remembering something, Hua Bushi's face was filled with regret. Hey, old man Hua, have you forgotten that there is a 6th granddaughter who was the temple master's chief disciple? Knowing the complexity and sadness of the Hua family, Xiao Yuanshan quickly gave them a warm reminder. Ah, it's the same to you. The knot in my heart was untied, and I smiled as if I was relieved from the burden. Chapter 25, Father and son fight again, the old ones are still the best. After returning to the courtyard, the first thing Luo Dali did was to boil water. Boil water openly in the living room. This heartbreaking act of trying to cover up one's own guilt made the traitor's face turn green. But as a senior brother, he can't bear the stain of dishonesty on himself. With no other choice, I had to prepare honestly. But just as he lowered his head and endured the humiliation to wash his ungrateful father's feet, Ning Shusheng suddenly found that he had been replaced. What do you mean? Seeing his unfaithful father suddenly turn around and wash his feet seriously, Ning Shusheng would be lying if he said he was not touched. Baby, are you about to cry? It's okay. If you can't help it, you can just cry. While serving his rebellious son, Luo Dali smiled and teased. You. I am a real man, I won't cry. Ning Shusheng looked stubborn. Do you know why your father washed your feet? Luo Dali suddenly changed the subject. Why? Ning Shusheng admitted that he was curious. It's done. Erwo, take this rebellious son to cook. No, you ungrateful person, what do you mean, do you dislike my dirty baby? You said so yourself. Ah. Erwo, don't pull me, I'm going to fight him. Then. Second senior brother, should we release the second fire or not? Ahem, let's let that ungrateful person go today and study the recipe. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Ning Shusheng hurriedly pulled Genji Erwo away. Shaking her head at her stubborn brother, Ning Mingyue went straight to find a piece of wood to write. It only said, the hospitality conditions do not allow, you are not welcome to come up the mountain. Oh, senior sister, should we put this sun awakening sign under the Xianmen? Why, junior brother Beixian wants to help. Ah, this. Senior sister, that's 1080 steps. I have to double it to go back and forth. Look at my small body. After understanding what the senior sister meant, Chen Beishuan's face turned green. After all this back and forth, he might even lose his life. Xiaoqing, I leave it to you. Shaking his head unhappily at Chen Fan, Ning Mingyue summoned the Saker Falcon. Call out. The Saker Falcon grabbed the sign with its sharp claws and flew away into the sky. Dad, do you have anything to say? Next time can you ask before you do it? Okay. Hearing that her father had no objection, the little girl smiled happily. Then he led the short-legged kids to watch the cooking skills of the sand sculpture brother. Shaking his head, Luo Dali walked into his room. Lock the door. The next second, he arrived at the spiritual field space. 3 days passed in the outside world, but 36 days passed inside at a 12-fold acceleration. Now there are some vegetables that can be eaten. As for river fish and seafood, they are not that good. Quack. Pulling a green leek out of curiosity, Luo Dali soon couldn't help squinting his eyes to enjoy it. It's the taste of childhood. It was so powerful that it penetrated deep into the top of the head. So beautiful. After leaving the Lingtian space with satisfaction, Luo Dali came to the courtyard kitchen curiously. Although it is called a kitchen, the entire space is actually no less than 300 square meters. It is equipped with all the kitchen utensils necessary to prepare a full banquet. Rebellious son, is this the dish you made yourself? Looking at the clean and transparent boiled fish in the nest, Luo Dali's expression was a little unnatural. Any questions? Scholar Ning looked very proud. You didn't even have to kill the fish before you put it in? Luo Dali asked with a green face. Erwo said that the best ingredients should be eaten in their original flavor. No, second brother, what second fire means is okay, you don't need to explain too much. You, master, I. Xiao Er was furious when his second senior brother took his words out of context. Shaking his head, Luo Dali suddenly signaled the other party not to continue. After 5 or 6 minutes, Ning Shuxing turned off the fire proudly. Then he used a towel to carry the pot to Luo Dali in a very formal manner, and acted like a gentleman who was being treated to a meal by his unfaithful father. Did you add salt? Holding back his annoyance, Luo Dali asked an extra question. Do we need to add salt? The best ingredients should be enjoyed in their original flavor. Adding salt is not good. Yes, that's it. Oh, then you should taste the temperature for your father first. What, is there such a procedure? My father won, so naturally I have the final say on the rules. I can't even refute it. This is so tasteless that even a dog wouldn't eat it. You didn't hear anything just now. My wise and mighty father, I've tasted it and the temperature is just right, please feel free to eat it. Trying to cover up his mistake, Ning Shusheng shamelessly looked at his ungrateful father. He looked as if he had already fulfilled the bet. As for whether to eat it or not, that is someone else's business. But a scene that shocked Ning Shusheng appeared. He saw that the boiled fish that even dogs wouldn't eat was eaten by Luo Dali without even blinking an eye. The kind with internal organs included. Why? He should have been very happy, but Ning Shusheng found that he just couldn't be happy. After all, it's the first meal that my baby personally prepared for his father, so it can't be wasted. But next time, remember to add some salt, so that I won't be so disappointed. I'm sorry. Unable to hold back his laughter, the rebel quickly blushed and apologized sincerely. Luo Dali ignored it. Well, how about I make you another pot? After saying this, Ning Shusheng felt a little regretful. This really doesn't fit the character of a rebellious son. This young man is teachable. Luo Dali immediately took the opportunity to smile with relief. 10 minutes later, Ning Shusheng brought the pot to Luo Dali with an expectant look on his face. Seeing this, Luo Dali took a sip of the soup first. How does it taste? The trader couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Very beautiful. Luo Dali said without changing his expression. Let me try it. Why is it so salty? No, how come you have eaten it all again? As long as it's cooked by my baby, I like to eat it. I are unfaithful. I will definitely be able to cook a decent meal. Inexplicably, Ning Shusheng gritted his teeth and swore. After rubbing his rebellious son's head, Luo Dali left the kitchen. I can't bear it anymore if I don't leave. Etc. The trader suddenly said something awkward. What? Luo Dali felt so uncomfortable that he couldn't hold it in. I can really make boiled fish. Okay, your father believes in you. After saying that, Luo Dali wanted to leave quickly. Etc. Hey, you rebellious son, are you done yet? Unfaithful man, do you want to go out and vomit? Puff. Ha. You, rebellious son. Luo Dali left with a dark face. Erwo, this senior brother wants to learn cooking from you. Ning Shusheng suddenly turned around and spoke to Xiao Erwo seriously. Learning cooking is very tiring and dirty. Are you serious, second brother? I have to be serious. I want to give that, mom, a surprise. Second brother is mighty. Second brother is mighty. Second brother is mighty. Feeling the sincere praise from his junior brothers and sisters, Ning Shusheng's eyes were filled with light. Chapter 26, The God Horse is in Your Hand, the rebellious son should not leave. Just when he found a place where no one was around and was halfway through singing, a beautiful prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind, and Luo Dali immediately smiled crookedly. Obviously, eating the rebellious son's hot pot fish is just an appearance, and the real purpose is to fleece the system. Ah Tong, smoke. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the horse riding skill that cannot be shaken off. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Name, Luo Dali. Hegemony, 25%. Lifespan, 2432. Magical power, spiritual field space, first level of double pupil, mountain god. Skills, god-level driving skills, singing skills, proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, master-level cursive writing skills, helicopter driving skills, god-level marksmanship, and horsemanship. Resources, 1 Aojia Z13, 3 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Ah Tong, can't you get rid of horsemanship? Literally, it means that after falling in love at first sight, even a horse can't get rid of the host. Puff, this skill is serious. After muttering for a while, Luo Dali couldn't help but go to the horse farm out of curiosity. Good job. Looking at the high-end horse farm covered with real plateau grass, and then looking at the king of horses surrounded by a group of famous horses, Luo Dali couldn't help but cheer. The divine horse, summoned by its master, came galloping over immediately. With a stomp of his feet, Luo Dali successfully got on the horse in just the right second. Shelf. After a loud shout, the men and horses disappeared from the spot. The speed is so fast that even professional riders would be terrified. Sensing Shinma's excited roar, 5 cute little kids ran over with full of curiosity. When seeing his ungrateful father's miraculous horsemanship, Ning Shusheng could forgive his wide eyes. This is too greedy. If it weren't for the issue of face, he probably wouldn't have been able to help but kneel down on the spot and beg for advice. There are really few men who don't have a passion for horse riding, especially men from Daxia. Even if he is only a 3-year-old boy from Daxia. Ah, master is so mighty. The fat boy clenched his fists to express his endless admiration for Luo Dali. Master is so domineering. Chen Beixian was unwilling to fall behind. So handsome, so cool. Hua Buwen does not hide her fangirl expression at all. Ning Mingyue was better, and she was able to take pictures of the explosion with trembling hands. I don't know how long it took, but Luo Dali finally got his fill. Why, you rebellious son, you want to learn? Looking at the traitor with stars in his eyes, Luo Dali asked proudly, knowing the answer. What conditions do you need? Just tell me, you ungrateful person. Ning Shusheng admitted that he was moved. Father has prepared 5 piles of vegetables for you. Whoever successfully transplants the vegetables first can learn horse riding first. Hey, no one of you is allowed to snatch it from me. As soon as his father finished speaking, Ning Shusheng was the first to rush forward. But when he saw the various spiritual field space version vegetables piled up like small mountains, Ning Shusheng's face turned pale. You are such an ungrateful person, you are deliberately making things difficult for the little kid. Ning Shusheng took the opportunity to stir up the team's emotions. Ignoring his son's little trick, Luo Dali generously gave each of his 3 cheap disciples a top-grade Peiyuan pill. The 3 children were very excited. Without exception, none of them took drugs directly, but instead kept them away carefully and meticulously. Luo Dali didn't say much about this. After respectfully kowtowed to Luo Dali, Hua Buwen was the first to take action. He doesn't care at all whether his expensive clothes will be dirty. After also kowtowed respectfully to Luo Dali, Xiao Erwo and Chen Fan followed. Seeing this, Luo Dali looked at his own crouching dragon and phoenix chick. Unable to suppress his desire for equestrianism, Fan Guzai soon resigned himself to playing in the mud. Ning Mingyue was not in a hurry, but stood up and waved towards the distance. Soon, the old wolf king came running over flatteringly. Xiao Huihui, dig the hole. Ning Mingyue instructed sweetly. Woof. The old wolf king looked at Luo Dali in disbelief. He is the king of the area within a radius of 33 miles, not a real dog. If he was seen by his former wolf brothers, would he still need to meet his wolf relatives? In response, Luo Dali chose to pretend not to see it. It's really a good choice between the small cotton padded jacket and others. Woof woof woof. After knowing that resistance was futile, the old wolf king had no choice but to accept his fate and dig a hole for his young master. Can you still play like this? After looking at each other, Xiao Erwo and Hua Buwen immediately summoned their grandfathers through the children's bracelets. After looking at each other, Ning Shusheng and Chen Fan, who were both alone, felt like crying but had no tears. Oh, is this the legendary royal purple jade cabbage? Oh my god, this can't be the special royal tribute leek king known as a piece of firewood. Huabashi, who was summoned, couldn't help but scream like a bumpkin after seeing the various top-grade vegetable seedlings in the spiritual field space. As the last living imperial chef of Daxia, Xiao Yuanshan directly confirmed Huabashi's shocking guess. The best of the royal tributes. One leek has the function of a stick of firewood. Since the world entered the industrial age, the environment of heaven and earth has changed dramatically. Even for a noble family like the former Qing royal family, it is almost impossible to have the opportunity to enjoy such a delicacy. I didn't expect to see him again after so many years. Xiao Yuanshan looked at Luo Dali with shock in his eyes. The identification is complete, and there is definitely a great terror behind the young master in front of us. But I have never heard of any famous family with the surname Luo, have I? Wait, could it be? Halfway through his imagination, Xiao Yuanshan suddenly remembered something and frantically stopped his thoughts. After taking a look at a certain old fox chef, Luo Dali didn't say much, but turned on the recording function of the bracelet. Really? As if he had vaguely confirmed something, Xiao Yuanshan broke out in a cold sweat on his back. About half an hour later, Ning Mingyue was the first to complete the task. The main reason was that the old foxes Huabashi and Xiao Yuanshan did not dare to let their grandsons get first place. So, under the envious eyes of Ning Shusheng, Luo Dali rode away on his horse holding his little cotton jacket. I don't know if it was because she awakened her father's talent or what, but after only 3 rounds, Ning Mingyue had figured out the ups and downs technique of riding a horse without any instruction. Dad, I want to try it myself. Arrange. When he heard the little girl calling him dad, Luo Dali agreed immediately without thinking. As for the danger? It is impossible to have the magical power of shrinking the earth into an inch to protect you. Seeing the confident monk, the 2 old men who originally wanted to persuade him just chose to wait and see. Of course, separate and wait and see. Just so that if an accident happens, they can immediately check the situation and try their best to help. Just now, when they were helping their grandson grow vegetables, they learned the truth about the explosion of the Peiyuan Dam rewarded by Luo Dali. It is not too much to repay this great kindness with my life. However, the 2 old men were obviously overthinking it. Ning Mingyue actually completed the miracle of riding a horse alone in just one go. A good father will have a good daughter. After looking at each other, the 2 old men were convinced. Oh, Daddy, I can ride a horse now. Looking at the various admiring expressions from the crowd, Ning Mingyue was so happy that she couldn't help but ask Luo Dali for a hug. Seeing this, Luo Dali, who always responded to requests, immediately jumped on the horse in a magnificent manner. Dad, it's great to have you, yeah. The little cotton padded jacket brings benefits. Luo Dali couldn't help but smile with pride, just because his little friend gave him a benefit. The wonderful system prompt sound rang in his mind again. Chapter 27, Clay Figurines, Golden Bodies, and Dragon Souls. Ah Tong, beat him up. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 2 years of life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill of clay figurine making, which has reached an extraordinary level. Name, Luo Dali. Hegemony, 25%. Lifespan, 2434. Magical power, spiritual field space, first level of double pupil, mountain god. Skills, god-level driving skills, singing skills, proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, master-level cursive writing skills, helicopter driving skills, god-level marksmanship, unshakable horsemanship, clay figurine making skills superb. Resources, 1 Aojia Z13, 0 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Nice. I can live for 2 more years. But what level is this superb level? I don't know if I can compare with those masters. Unfaithful person, is it my turn now? A minute without riding a horse feels like a long time. The trader couldn't help but interrupt Luo Dali's imagination. Hey, I'm tired today, let's do it another day. Shrugging and saying something, Luo Dali left irresponsibly. The traitor was so angry that he stamped his feet continuously. Sister. No, I dare not let you go crazy alone if he is not here. Second brother, how about we go play in the mud? Play with your sister. Wait, what do you mean? He was talking angrily when he suddenly remembered something, and Ning Shusheng quickly asked to confirm. Seeing this, Xiao Erwo nodded seriously. Walk. Well, let's all go play in the mud together. Anyone who doesn't go is not a friend of Mr. Ning. Ning Shusheng said this in a domineering manner, then put his arm around Xiao Erwo's shoulder and left. After thinking about it, Chen Fan felt that it was necessary to stand on the side of his second senior brother this time. Hua Buwen didn't think much about it and wanted to follow, but was stopped by Hua Bushi, who was confused. It's somewhat inappropriate for the little princess of the Hua family to play in the mud. Knowing that his grandfather had misunderstood, Hua Buwen quickly explained the reason. When he learned the truth, Hua Bushi's impression of Ning Shusheng immediately rose to a higher level. I once again felt that a good father will have a good son. Grandpa Hua, would you mind helping me out a little? Ning Mingyue smiled sweetly at Hua Bushi. That's a must. Hua Bushi said affirmatively without even thinking. So he started working as a photographer to record the children playing in the mud. But this is a bit difficult for Hua Bushi's old waist. Fortunately, there is an old immortal around. Although he was in the courtyard, Luo Dali could not hide the little actions of Crouching Dragon, Phoenix Chick and his cheap apprentices by virtue of his magical skills of comparing his eyes to the golden eagle. Ho-hoo, Grandpa, is Erwo really stupid? He has photos of his ancestors as reference, but he just can't figure out the shape. Because he was not satisfied with the finished product, the devout Xiao Erwo actually cried in frustration. In this regard, Xiao Yuanshan, who is in a different field, also expressed that he was powerless to do anything. Seeing his granddaughter, who had never done any housework before, sitting in the mud and carefully polishing her work without any concern, Hua Bushi's eyes welled up. Changed. The granddaughter, who used to be as proud as a little princess, is now becoming more down to earth. God is watching over us. Hua Group finally has a decent successor. Why do I always feel like something is missing? Looking at his own work, Ning Shushan was also dissatisfied. Anyway, he didn't know why, but he always felt that something was missing. He stopped what he was doing and looked at his sister. Once I saw it, I couldn't take my eyes away. At this moment, he had an illusion, the illusion of returning to the solemn place of Tang County. After the appraisal, my sister's work was found to be the closest to the real photo. But this is just Ning Shushing's feeling. Ning Mingyue is not satisfied with it. She couldn't express this feeling in words. At this time, Luo Dali finally arrived at the scene. Dad, Mingyue always feels. Halfway through asking the question, Ning Mingyue started to stutter. Bao, you've done very well, but there's still one thing missing. Humph, you sound like a heartless person, like you know a lot. Before Luo Dali could respond, Ning Shushing couldn't help but retort directly. Maybe it's the resentment left by someone for not teaching horse riding. Without saying anything more, Luo Dali left the court directly. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in various fragments of memories that he didn't want to recall. Gradually, he seemed to find himself in a tragic battlefield of time and space in a trance. He saw a familiar yet unfamiliar group of military green people, a group of young boys aged between 9 and 15. Saw them? When his soul returned, Luo Dali burst into tears on the spot. I couldn't help but start playing in the mud with my eyes closed. Ning Shushan wanted to continue to mock his unfaithful father, but when he saw the clay figure quickly taking shape in the other's hand, he was stunned. An indescribable emotion surged in his heart, and the next second, he knelt down. It was because he felt that what he saw were not clay figures, but living little ancestors. Huff! When they saw the various clay figurines in Luo Dali's hands that night, Hua Buwen and others couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. I see. Ning Mingyue seemed to have found the answer she had always been looking for through her father's works. Closing her eyes, she quickly perfected her first work. God! Looking at the works in the hands of the father and daughter, the two old men felt their scalps tingling. At this moment, they were glad that they had fully recorded the entire shooting process. I don't know how long it took, but Luo Dali stopped, mainly because there was no more mud to mold. Dad, please teach me. Ning Shusheng had never been so serious before. Master, Erwo kowtows to you. Master, Bei Xian. Master, Xiora wants to voluntarily pay for them all to be plated with immortal golden bodies. Okay, ha 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 ha. Seeing that the children all had their own understanding, Luo Dali smiled with satisfaction. Needless to say, following the rebellious son's plea, the system prompt sounded again in Luo Dali's mind. But compared to rewards, Luo Dali is more concerned about interacting with the children at this moment. Do you really want to learn? Taking a deep breath, Luo Dali asked seriously. The 4 children nodded seriously almost at the same time. Then forget everything you have seen before, and then. And what? Then, put yourself in their shoes. Put yourself in the harsh environment that our young ancestors lived in. Think about how you would face the invaders. Do you have the courage to fight on the battlefield to defend your country? Hohu, Master, Bei Xian understands. As if he remembered someone, Chen Beixian wiped away his tears and devoted himself to perfecting the work in his hands. After a while, he actually succeeded. Ning Shusheng and the others also realized things belatedly and produced works that satisfied them. However, these works are different from the solemn statues of young ancestors in Teng County. There is an extra touch of complex emotions coming from Pierre's thoughts. Some people hold guns while crying, but dare to face death. Some were so calm that they didn't even consider whether they could go home again. This work was created by Qin Fan because he thought of his father who had been missing for 3 years. Since he saw his father once from the moment he was born, he has never seen him again. Every time I asked my mother where my father had gone and when he would be back, she always said firmly that he would definitely come back. Chapter 28, Being Followed Up the Mountain, Hiding Place Discovered. Beside Erdeo Bridge. 815 bar. Zhang Sanhu, who received the shocking news, excitedly went to find his sister. De Biao, what's up? Wiping away her tears secretly, Zhang Xiaofan pretended to be angry and asked. Ahem, sister, are you missing your brother-in-law again? Stop talking nonsense. Sister, I just got the exact news. All those bastards who wanted to mess with our bar have been arrested. Not a single one is left alive. Scratching his head, Zhang Sanhu quickly shared loudly. Mr. Ning did it? Zhang Xiaofan was stunned. But obviously, she herself didn't quite believe this answer. No, but. If you have to fart, do it now. Zhang Xiaofan clenched her fists. Sister, I can't find out which kind-hearted person helped me. Scratching his head, Zhang Sanhu said helplessly and guiltily. Could it be him? After being stunned for a moment, a handsome figure appeared in Zhang Xiaofan's mind. Sister, I heard that he took Beixian and the others to Teng County these 3 days. Why are you going there? Beixian said he was going to pay tribute to a group of young ancestors who would never grow up, and he also stayed in a hotel that would make him stand up straight for the rest of his life. Go up the mountain. Holding back her inexplicable emotions, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly announced. Now. We're almost opening for business. Just go and make the arrangements. Oh. With a twitching mouth, Zhang Sanhu obediently went downstairs. As luck would have it, he saw Zhu Zhu, the ace DJ. What? Zhang Sanhu asked subconsciously. I want to ask the boss lady for leave to go up the mountain. Zhu Zhu did not hide his purpose. What the hell? De Biao, hang up your sign and get out. Let's take a rest at the bar tonight. Before Zhang Sanhu could finish his words, Zhang Xiaofan's instructions came from upstairs. The next second, Zhang Xiaofan came downstairs and invited, come together. It's my great honor. Zhu Zhu smiled calmly. Well, sister, Beixian asked me to replenish the gifts he brought when he went up the mountain. It seems that the boy is a bit greedy. Then give him some shares in the bar, just 1/3. Oh my god, sis, is that a bit too much? How about you take Beixian with you? Actually, I think. Sister, I'll go prepare the gifts. I guarantee that the boy will wake up with excitement and laughter in the middle of the night. After saying this, Zhang Sanhu quickly slipped away. It's really hard to take care of my eldest nephew. It's because the other party knows too many of his little secrets and he can't control them at all. It's called taking care of a child, but in fact it's almost like being led by the nose by the other person. Gift? The corners of his mouth twitched, and he nodded to Zhang Xiaofan, and Zhu Zhu also went to make some preparations. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the foot of the 1080 steps of Qingyun Mountain. Looking at the outrageous stairs that seemed to have no end, Zhu Zhu's face turned pale. Zhang Xiaofan standing by wasn't much better. In fact, if I go up this time, I might lose half my life. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a roar came into the ears of the three people, and then they saw a luxurious helicopter coming into view. The key is that it is flying down towards where they are. De Biao, you loser. Stop, sister, I really didn't do it. Besides, I can't afford this big guy with my pocket money. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xiaofan looked at Zhu Zhu, thought about it, and quickly shook her head. Impossible. Lao Luo? The sharp-eyed Zhu Zhu seemed to have seen clearly a familiar figure on the helicopter. Oh my god, when will the other party learn to fly a helicopter? Oh my god. Zhang Xiaofan was also stunned when she saw Luo Dali driving the helicopter. I thought to myself that it was outrageous. Only Zhang Sanhu thought it was normal. After all, he was an insider who had had a glimpse of the armed view. However, due to his eldest nephew's reminder, he dared not reveal anything about Luo Dali. Not even my own sister can do that. Afraid of being held hostage by Luo Dali. What are you standing there for? Come up here quickly. Luo Dali summoned three people proudly. Lao Luo. Stop, I just learned it not long ago, don't bother me with your words and affect my flight, so as to avoid showing up in the middle of the flight, cough cough, you know what I mean. Only to find out that his life was in the hands of his good brother did Zhu Zhu shut up immediately. Zhang Xiaofan standing by also subconsciously reached for the handrail and held on tightly. Only Zhang Sanhu was still carefree. Someone is a daughter slave, how could he seek death at such a young age? Not long after, the helicopter landed in front of the courtyard. Needless to say, when Zhu Zhu saw the luxurious courtyard house with 5 entrances and a total area of up to 3,000 square meters, he was stunned. Zhang Xiaofan standing by was also in a mess. The shares given away are too few. Mother! Flowing into Zhang Xiaofan's arms, Chen Fan then hurriedly introduced happily, big sister, second brother, third sister, fourth brother, this is my mother Zhang Xiaofan. Well, this is my uncle Zhang Sanhu, nicknamed De Biao. Hey, Uncle Zhu, why are you here too? Wow, uncle, is this the gift I asked you to bring up the mountain last time? Seeing the big gift bag his uncle brought, Chen Fan finally gained confidence. However, none of the three knew. They were being followed. Since they were out of the Wuzhuang temple, the Golden Eagle's magical power was ineffective and Luo Dali was unable to notice this. But it's not their fault, because the Lin family used high-tech equipment for remote tracking. Captain is wise. They really know where Luo Dali is. But this loser. When Luo Dali was spotted flying a helicopter through a drone, the tracking personnel were a little confused. If I remember correctly, the captain said that Luo Dali was just a loser who grew up in an orphanage. But does an orphan have the ability to obtain such a cool pilot's license? Xiao Zhao, did you just say you found the thief that the young master was looking for? The man in black, who got the information, came to the person he was following and shouted excitedly. With the corners of his mouth twitching, Xiao Zhao played the video recording back to the captain in black. Needless to say, after watching and replaying the video, the man in black was also numb. At the very least, he also couldn't understand why a loser like Luo Dali could fly a plane. You know, even a lackey like him who earns over 10,000 yuan a month doesn't dare to have such extravagant hopes. Damn it! Where did that bastard get the money to buy a helicopter? Could it be that goddess Ning is the one who was paying for it? So envious, jealous, and hateful. Captain, do you think we should report this to the young master? Nonsense, but, to prevent that bastard from accidentally hurting the young master and causing us to lose our jobs, it would be better to find a substitute to go up the mountain and test it out first. Oh my god, the captain is still smart. Nonsense, how can you enjoy the good life with the young master without any brains? That's it, but, Captain, which unlucky guy should we choose? Ning Quebec. What the hell? Dingdian, even though this captain was slapped by him last time, it can be seen that he still has a grudge against Luo Dali, the bastard who defiled the eldest daughter of the Ning family. It's not just a normal grudge. You said, if that person knew where Luo Dali was, would he? Thinking of something, the captain in black smiled sinisterly. If you have an idea, do it immediately. The captain in black activated the spies hidden in the Ning Wang era, so that the spies could inform the young master of the Ning family of such great news without anyone knowing. Chapter 29 Ning K, come, target armed view, catch the dog. Oh my god, so many shares of 815 bar, Sister Xiaofan, you are not really interested in me, are you? Unfortunately, this temple master already has. Stop, that's just a thank you gift from me for helping to take care of Beixian. You really don't have any other extravagant thoughts? You wishful thinking. That's good. I was really scared. Aya, Sister Xiaofan, please let go. The child is here. Please give me some face. Snort. Hey, this is a Wanjiang drone, the top-end version. This is a Huawei phone with the top-end RS configuration. Damn, Lao Zhu, you finally found your conscience? No, where the hell do you get the money to buy such an expensive thing? Hee, if it's for you, Lao Luo, I won't spend so much money, but if it's for my nephew and niece, then of course it has to be very impressive. Fearing that he would be suspected, Zhu Zhu quickly pretended to be a nouveau riche and emphasized his point. With a twitching mouth, Luo Dali gave his good brother a big hug. Actually, with the help of a man with double pupils who can eavesdrop on others' thoughts, there is nothing to keep secret from anyone at all. Even if the other party is hiding a shocking identity. But today is different from the past. As a man with a system, Luo Dali can declare without shame, all beings are equal. If we have to divide them into levels, then only he is superior. Mingyue, Jingfeng, this is my father's good brother Zhu Zhu, call him. Luo Dali accepted the gift carelessly and quickly signaled to his beloved crouching dragon and phoenix chick with his eyes. But no specific method was taught. I want to see how the two divine beasts deal with it. Hee, Uncle Zhu, how come you like a loser like my scumbag dad? Ning Mingyue said something to Zhu Zhuze. Because she was born into a wealthy family worth hundreds of billions, she has possessed a magical sixth sense since she was a child. Therefore, she can see Zhu Zhu's extraordinariness at first sight. It is estimated that he is no less arrogant than his uncle, or even worse. Pfft, scumbag dad, cough cough, because your scumbag dad is as handsome as Uncle Zhu. When he saw his good brother's face darken halfway through his words, Zhu Zhu immediately spoke more shamelessly. Ning Mingyue couldn't bear to expose the uncle who was so much less handsome than her scumbag father. Wow, are you Bei Xian's mother? You are so beautiful, just as beautiful as the mother of my most beautiful girl in the universe. Poo-poo, you are such a sweet talker, unlike your blind dad. Sister Xiaofan has a really good eye. My father is such a heartless man and he is really blind. What did you call me? Sister Xiaofan. Is there something wrong? Yes. Looking at the innocent little boy's eyes, Zhang Xiaofan had no choice but to nod in affirmation against her conscience. Unable to bear the misleading words of crouching dragon and phoenix, Luo Dali quickly led the guests into the courtyard. After strolling around, Zhu Zhu had an outrageous feeling that he was the fake young master and the real loser. Zhang Xiaofan is not much better. Before going up the mountain, she thought that 1/3 of the bar's shares was quite a lot, but now she finds that this share probably can't even buy a toilet in the courtyard in front of her. It's so embarrassing. Well, Lao Luo, your cooking skills are not that good. Today, Lao Zhu will show off his cooking skills to his nephews and nieces. Damn, have you guys gone bankrupt enough to use these things to make cooking wine? When he proudly entered the kitchen and saw the 1982 Lafite and Feitian Maozi that Hua Bushi had airlifted in, Zhu Zhu was heartbroken again. Even he, a real young master with great prestige, doesn't dare to do this. It's just a replica, what's the big deal? A replica? Who told you that? These are just some expired wines that we couldn't finish drinking at home. There's no need to make a fuss. What a damn expired wine. You. I am Hua Bushi, the financial director of the Taoist temple on this mountain. Guests are welcome. Let me, the Taoist temple's head chef, prepare today's meal. Don't underestimate me. Damn, how can you? When he recognized the identities of Hua Bushi and Xiao Yuanshan, the usually arrogant Zhu Zhu was completely numb. One of the top 3 richest men in the world, the last surviving top imperial chef in Dixia, actually followed his loser buddy. To be honest, he was envious and jealous. No. They should not be following someone, but following the old master. Right. That's definitely the case. After he had figured out the truth in his mind, Zhu Zhu felt much calmer. Xiao Zhu, do you know these two? Realizing that something was wrong, Zhang Xiaofan, who had already gone up the mountain with doubts, secretly pulled Zhu Zhu aside and asked in a low voice. Hua Bushi was one of the top 3 richest people in the world before returning to China to recuperate. Xiao Yuanshan, the only top imperial chef of Daxia alive, nicknamed the Ghost Chef. Oh my god, how could they? They should be staying on this mountain because of the old heavenly master. But Lao Luo probably doesn't understand their hidden identities. He wouldn't treat them so casually for no reason. Oh my goodness, who can help? Where did that guy get the helicopter? After learning the identities of the two bosses, Zhang Xiaofan filled in all the doubts in her own mind. Although, she didn't know why the two bosses wanted to help her. Xu Zhu, who liked to keep a low profile, didn't explain what he sensed. After enjoying the most delicious meal of his life with his eyes closed, Xu Zhu immediately asked his good brother to take him for a stroll in the mountains. Just because of the quick glimpse he had just taken on the helicopter, he was really filled with curiosity. Naturally, Zhang Xiaofan didn't want to miss it either. Luo Dali had no objection to this and took them directly to the 1,000-acre medicinal garden that had just been renovated. When he saw the king of horses in the horse farm, Xu Zhu exploded on the spot, his eyes turned green with envy. Not over yet. When Xu Zhu saw the pure white Saker falcon, the king of divine birds, flying to his good brother's shoulder, he clenched his fists again. Woof woof woof. I thought I had finally seen something more down to earth, but when I saw clearly that the one barking was actually a wolf, and not just an ordinary wolf, Xu Zhu didn't know how to express the bad thoughts in his heart for a moment. If I had to describe it in words, it would be, I shouldn't have gone up the mountain tonight. It was because after he went up the mountain, all his previous pride was shattered to the ground. Ningqing. Dazizi Villa. This is the residence of the Ning family behind the billionaire Ning Wang era. With the help of a mysterious spy from a certain captain, Ning Ke was furious when he learned of Luo Dali's hiding place. Come here, target the armed temple, and go up the mountain to catch the dog for me overnight. Kare, what dog are you catching? Just as Ning Ke was about to leave, a virtuous woman came out and asked curiously. Ahem, Mom, I heard that there are stray dogs causing trouble in the armed temple. They are afraid of disturbing the old Taoist priest's practice, so, you know. I see. Remember to be gentle, don't disturb the old master. Ah, all right. Ning Ke felt as if his mother had seen through his intentions, so he left in a hurry with a guilty conscience. So my two poor grandchildren were hidden in the armed guardian by that stubborn girl? The woman muttered to herself. Chapter 30, Ning Mingyue releases the wolf, Ning Ke is scared away. DD. Looking at the message suddenly received on the bracelet, Ning Mingyue fell into a state of confusion. If it were the same as usual, she would definitely not mind her arrogant uncle going up the mountain to teach that scumbag dad a lesson. But after spending these few days together, Ning Mingyue had to admit that she no longer had such strong resentment towards that scumbag father. To the extent that, she didn't want to see anyone disturb her current comfortable life so soon. Even if this person is your uncle. After thinking about it, Ning Mingyue secretly pulled her brother aside. Sister, what's up? Ning Shusheng was fiddling with the drone when he was suddenly interrupted. He said reluctantly. Brother, there is secret intelligence that our hiding place has been discovered. What? Who discovered it? Upon hearing this, Ning Shusheng immediately became a little uneasy. The bad-tempered uncle, and he is on his way now. Come, teach that ungrateful person a lesson? Ning Shusheng's face twitched. If nothing unexpected happens. Ning Mingyue shrugged. So what does the elder sister mean? How about trying to prevent uncle from coming up? Is this really okay? So do you want to end your comfortable life now and go back to that broken villa to be despised and called a bastard? But sis, we're already fine. Hey, although our surname is Ning temporarily, we are still members of the Luo family after all. But how can we stop my uncle from going up the mountain? Tell that ungrateful person? Xiao Hui, can you handle it? Looking at her brother with a conflicted look on his face, Ning Mingyue suddenly looked sweetly at a follower. Woof woof woof. When the old Wolf King heard that there was an opportunity to show off, he immediately became excited. It was because during this period of time, it had also set its eyes on the top-grade Peiyuan pill in someone's hands. If he is lucky enough to knock down a few of them, the Wolf King is confident that he can regain his throne. As if she understood her followers' little thoughts in seconds, Ning Mingyue went straight to Xiao Erwo and others to borrow back 3 top-grade Peiyuan pills. The 3 of them all expressed their trust in the character of the senior sister, and almost immediately handed it over without a second thought. Unexpectedly, his wish came true so quickly. The old Wolf King excitedly swallowed 3 in one gulp. Oh! Awwa! Ah! Feeling that his former youthful strength had returned, even stronger than before, the old Wolf King couldn't help but roar excitedly. Why are you acting crazy so late at night? Get away from here! Luo Dali's voice suddenly reached the Wolf King's ears, but he couldn't see the other person's figure. The Wolf King, who was too proud of himself, was suddenly numb. Invincible. The next second, he hurriedly left with the task assigned by the young master. Soon, the old Wolf King returned to the territory from which he came. After a duel, the old Wolf King successfully reached the top again. Not daring to forget the young master's mission, the old Wolf King immediately took advantage of the night to lead the team to Shinmen to do something. At the same time, Ning Ke just happened to lead his men to the stairs below the Shinmen, which were about 180 steps. "Sir, do we really have to continue to climb the mountain overnight?" Looking at the pitch-black dark scene in front of him, a younger brother couldn't help but ask carefully to confirm. "Why, did I give you less money?" Ning Ke looked unhappy. "No, sir, I heard there are wolves on this armed temple." "Bullshit, that's pure rumor." "Ouch. What's that sound?" Ning Ke had a bad feeling. "Sir, it sounds like a wolf howling." The younger brother turned pale with fright. "Dianaxing is just a wolf. Why should we be afraid of him?" "Ah. Sir, it seems there is more than one wolf, but a pack of them. Judging from the sounds, there must be at least dozens of them." "Fuck, retreat. Damn it, no, my two nephews are still up there." As a result, Ning Ke was torn between his own life and the lives of his nephews and nieces. "Well, sir, how about we give the young master and the others a call first?" Yes, I'll call you right away." In order to find the best solution to save face, Ning Ke quickly called Ning Shusheng. The call was connected quickly. "Xingfeng, are you alright?" Ning Ke asked nervously. "It's okay, but you called me so late and you sounded so nervous." "Uncle, is there something wrong with you?" Trying not to laugh, Ning Shusheng deliberately asked the question even though he knew the answer. "Puff, cough, my uncle has a lot of lackeys around him, how could anything possibly happen to him? By the way, Xingfeng, where did your mother hide you?" "I'm sorry, uncle, your sister doesn't allow me to tell you." "Are you really okay?" "If my uncle finds us, it will be hard to say what will happen." "Bullshit, wait, you're talking about the Lin family?" "I don't know." "Rest well first, and I'll pick you up when I'm free." After hanging up the phone, Ning Ke immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Shoot." He suddenly slapped himself hard. "Sir, what are you doing?" "I will retreat first, but from today on, you will guard here for me 24 hours a day. If any dog from the Lin family comes over, beat it to a pulp." "Ah, master, you mean that we might be being followed by the Lin family's dogs?" Snort. After leaving the word angry, Ning Ke left with a grim look on his face. "This time I came too impulsively. Etc. How did I know where my niece and her friends were hiding?" Ning Ke's face became even uglier when he realized something belatedly. If he guessed correctly, the Lin family must have known the hiding places of their two nephews in advance. And the reason why he was told indirectly must be because of ulterior motives. Especially when you hear the howling of wolves in the mountains with your own ears. The Lin family is trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife. If something really happens to me this time, there will definitely be no future between my sister and that bastard, and it may even lead to even more unpredictable and terrible consequences. For example, the Ning Wang era fell apart because of this. But it's a good thing that I'm here today, otherwise how could I see through the Lin family's sinister plan? As long as we guard Shinmen, the only way up the mountain, it doesn't matter if the Lin family's dog knows the hiding place of the two nephews. Only after he had finished imagining it did Ning Ke leave with peace of mind. "Brother, how are you?" "Sister, Xiao Hui did a good job." Uncle was scared away. "But, sister, are we really not going to go down the mountain?" "My dear brother, are you willing to give up the horse farm?" "Hee, my sister still understands me. Besides, according to the agreement with Mom, she will take us back in 3 months at most." "Brother, what do you think of him?" Taking a deep breath, Ning Mingyue suddenly asked a sharp question. "What do you think?" Obviously, Ning Shusheng instinctively didn't want to talk about this sensitive topic. For example, it's possible that he really doesn't know about our birth. Then what? After a moment of hesitation, Ning Shusheng asked subconsciously. "The investigation report we had with my mom was wrong. He is definitely not just an orphan and a loser. Yes, this unfaithful man can even drive a big airplane, and the 2 songs he sang were so good that my mother must have been jealous. The main thing is that even though this unfaithful man has been keeping a low profile, he still has many beautiful girls around him. If this continues, our arrogant mother, who has been kept in the dark, is at great risk of being usurped by someone else. Chapter 31 Registering a Doluwa account, nicknamed Dolly Babycare. After all, she is a businessman, so even though the environment on the mountain was like a fairyland, Zhang Xiaofan still chose to go down the mountain overnight. Of course, take a helicopter ride down the mountain. Go straight down to the foot of the mountain. Hey, Lao Luo, are you really planning to live in the mountains for a long time? After the proprietress and her brother left, Zhu Zhu, who found an opportunity, couldn't help but say something to Luo Dali. Are you jealous? Luo Dali grinned and asked back. Zhu Zhu is a bit autistic. Because he had to admit that he was indeed a little envious of that godlike life. Unfortunately, he is not alone and is destined not to have such a carefree life for the time being. Hey, Lao Luo, your soft rice may smell good, but it may not taste good. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zhu said something meaningful. That's right. What happened at the foot of the mountain just now did not escape his eyes. Just because he truly regarded Luo Dali as a good brother, after learning about the complicated relationship between him and the Ning family and the Lin family, he ordered people to secretly guard the armed temple 3 days ago. To put it bluntly, even without the Wolf King, Ning Ke still couldn't go up the mountain easily. It would be the same even if the Lin family came. Oh, from what you mean, old Zhu, I'm a gigolo? What else? Is there another possibility, such as the child's mother is the gigolo? Puff, Lao Luo, we have known each other for several years, how could I not understand you? No, at least I don't really understand you. You, what do you mean? Literally. Goodbye. Feeling as if he had been seen through, Zhu Zhu ran away out of guilt. Quack. Luo Dali saw him off with an unconcealed cry. However, after learning from his good brother that his hiding place had been discovered by the Ning and Lin families, Luo Dali also had a headache. After all, relying solely on the Wolf King to scare people is not a long-term solution. The night was fine. It wouldn't work during the day. Once they are reported and Uncle Hat is attracted, the wolves probably won't be able to stay in the mountains anymore. One is the Ning Wang new era who is good at battery technology, and the other is the Tang Yun old era who is good at engine technology. The two are destined to be mortal enemies. Hey, even though this parallel world is also in 2024, there is no autonomous driving team that was so far ahead in the previous life. No, there is not even a team that is so far ahead. However, even the entire entertainment industry has been infiltrated by foreign civilizations, and it is indeed difficult to produce an invincible team like the one that was far ahead in the previous life. Forget it, we will stop the enemy with soldiers and cover the water with earth. Shaking his head and sighing, Luo Dali started the helicopter and returned to the mountain. After becoming a dad and inheriting a Taoist temple by chance, he no longer had much obsession with going down the mountain and entering the secular world. To put it bluntly, in Luo Dali's opinion, nothing is more important than taking care of children at the moment. Oops. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, Luo Dali immediately started to have a headache again. Since the beautiful headmistress hasn't returned from her blind date yet, he won't wash her. It's also a bit inconvenient. How about going down the mountain to bother Sister Xiaofan? Humph, you scumbag dad, you still remember to come back. Ahem. Hey, baby, can you take a bath by yourself? When I was a child, no one loved me at home, and my mom was busy pursuing her dream and often came home very late. What do you think? Then the rebellious son can wash himself? Although it's not very clean. That won't do. Father will wash him. Afraid of the questioning look from his little girl, Luo Dali quickly made an excuse to run away. However, he quickly became embarrassed. No. It should be said that he was kicked out because of his poor bathing skills. Just because he meant well but ended up doing something bad, the traitor who had water in his ears got furious. No, there aren't enough people on the mountain. We have to find a way to hire a nanny. Covering his forehead, Luo Dali returned to the room in embarrassment. Atong, draw the lottery. Luo Dali did not forget that he still had one chance to draw a lottery. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Name, Luo Dali. Hegemony, 25%. Lifespan, 2434. Magical power, spiritual field space, first level of double pupil, mountain god. Skills: God-level driving skills, singing skills, proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, master-level cursive writing skills, helicopter driving skills, God-level marksmanship, unshakable horsemanship, clay figurine making skills superb. Resources: 1 Aujia Z13, for top-grade Peiyuan pills. Why are they all these little things? Luo Dali was in a bad mood. Although the top-grade Peiyuan pill is good, its focus is on strengthening the foundation and it cannot make people strong. Ah Ton, are there any of the legendary small and large elixirs? Yes, but it depends on luck. What's the meaning? The host will understand it himself. He didn't expect that his golden finger was so stupid. Luo Dali was too lazy to argue with him. Thinking of something, Luo Dali turned on the virtual screen function of the bracelet. Shall we, open the videos of these days one by one? By the way, shall we, do you have the AI automatic editing function? I have finished editing it for you. If you are not satisfied, please give me some feedback. Oh my god, this is the style of being far ahead. More than an hour later, Luo Dali finished watching the videos recorded in these days one by one. This also includes a video of children making clay figures that 2 old men just sent over. Shall we, help me register an account on the Doluwa platform? Let's name it Dali Daiwaji. Doluwa short video platform is similar to the TikTok platform in the previous life. What's different is that this platform has 3 major overseas chaebols investing in it. They hold the 2nd, 3rd and 4th share positions respectively. Master, you have successfully registered. Would you like to publish your first original video? Wait, can you turn the avatars of all of us in the photo into AI anime? Luo Dali suddenly thought of something and made a suggestion. In fact, the network situation in this parallel world is even more chaotic than in the previous life. He really doesn't want to see the terrible situation of children being cyberbullied one day. If it could be changed into an anime version, it would probably save a lot of trouble. Host, please choose the type of animation, such as the style of Daxia, or overseas. Stop, let's go with the Daxia Chinese painting anime style. Master, it's all done. Oh my god, it really is worthy of being the top intelligent program in 2035. Let's release 3 of the edited videos first. Well, the 3 that were filmed in Teng County. After thinking for a moment, Luo Dali made a decision. There are 3 main videos in Teng County. A pattern conversation video about where children come from. One is a video of children solemnly busy for most of the day. The last one is a video about moving into the hotel and summarizing it. Although he does not want to enter the secular world, as a man of a flower-growing family, Luo Dali does not mind contributing his efforts to his fellow tribesmen in this parallel world if given the chance. It's just the right reason to leave early. That is to prevent the children's souls from being polluted by the bad entertainment environment invaded by foreign civilizations when they come down the mountain in the future. Chapter 32, The Beast Complains, The Anger from the Future Mother-in-Law. Dazizi Villa. After returning home in a rage, Ning Ke wanted to immediately get rid of the Lin family dog who indirectly passed the message to him. But after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and held back. Afraid of alerting the enemy. In other words, he already has new countermeasures, such as using the opponent's own tactics against him. Kare, did everything go well? Did you see that bastard? How did you deal with it? Mom, you know everything? Ning Ke always felt that there was something else behind his mother's words, so he asked tentatively. Know what? Su Qingyi pretended to be doubtful. Ahem, it's okay, Mom. I've already dealt with the stray dog. What, how did you deal with it? Su Qingyi suddenly sang a high note. She had a lot of resentment towards a bastard who stole her cabbage, but it was not to the point of killing or setting fire to it. Just drive them away. Ning Ke was just fooling around. Where are you going? Mom, do you really not know or are you pretending not to know? You saw him? Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyi had no choice but to reveal his cards. Ahem, no. Now it was Ning Ke's turn to be embarrassed. Then you just... Realizing that he had been fooled, Su Qingyi immediately got furious. Mom, listen to my explanation. The main reason is that there are wolves under the Xianmen. I can't get up there at all. What, wolf pack, then? Mom, I checked with my oldest nephew, they are safe. Waste. Su Qingyi clenched his fists in anger. Hey, Mom, calm down. There is another reason why I don't go up the mountain. Ning Ke expressed his guess. Hearing this, Su Qingyi clenched his fists again. It was because she was too kind that someone drugged her and destroyed her throat. From then on, she was forced to completely quit her beloved acting career. 3 years ago, when she found out that someone had drugged her unborn nephew, she would have almost fought with Lin if the man hadn't stopped her. It was also because of that time that the man stopped her from getting involved with Lin for the sake of his career, which led to Su Qingyi being in a cold war with her man for 3 years. Now, Su Qingyi was completely furious when he heard that the young Lin family member not only harmed his poor nephew, but also wanted to set up a trap to frame his own son. What are you going to do? Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyi questioned his son. Mom, I know you hold a grudge against me for what happened 3 years ago, but we didn't have enough evidence at the time. Even if my dad really chose to fight back, at most he would just be dealing with a scapegoat. But now that we know the identity of the dog planted by Lin, we can do this. Okay, don't let me down this time. Don't worry, Mom, I won't let you down. Well, you and my dad. Don't mention that coward to me. Where is your sister now? Halfway through the scolding, Su Qingyi angrily changed the subject. Mom, you know that my sister has always regarded your regret as her own. Now that she no longer has 2 nephews around her, she stays up late every day to study. Ah, this stubborn girl is also a miserable person. It's all because of me being useless. Shaking his head and sighing, Su Qingyi motioned Ning Ke to leave. Hearing the provocation in the words, Ning Ke clenched his fists helplessly and left. Although the total market value of Ning Wang Times and Lin's Tingyun Times is similar, the network of connections behind old companies like Lin's is much stronger than that of the Ning family. This was the reason why the Ning family did not completely turn against the Lin family even though they knew they were being plotted against. After all, my sister has suffered enough, but if we ignore everything, the entire Ning Wang era may fall apart. That's right. The person who mainly prevented this war back then was Ningmi. That's why Ning Ke was so resentful towards Luo Dali, who got his elder sister pregnant. In his opinion, if his sister had not gotten pregnant, she would not have suffered all these pains. Looking in the direction of the armed viewpoint for a long time, Su Qingyi finally took out his cell phone and called his eldest nephew. Obviously, that gold-inlaid mobile phone was a gift from her. It was for this reason that Ningmi did not take it away by force. The call was connected quickly. Xingfeng, are you and your sister okay? Afraid that speaking loudly would affect his eldest nephew's fragile emotions, Su Qingyi spoke as cautiously as always. Before his recovery, Ning Shusheng was a problem child. Almost like schizophrenia. In the entire Ning family, apart from mother and sister, only grandmother Su Qingyi has enough patience and psychological endurance and is willing to communicate with Ning Shusheng. Others basically try to avoid it as much as possible. Because of the excessive tension last time, even Ning Ke did not realize what was wrong with Ning Shusheng now. Grandma, actually, Xingfeng and sister are already together. I didn't expect my grandma to call so late. After looking at my sister, Ning Shusheng decided to give her a surprise. It's all right. Obviously, Su Qingyi just felt that his sensible nephew was comforting him. After looking at each other again, Ning Shusheng immediately put on a dramatic expression and said, "Ho, Grandma, to be honest, my sister and I are not happy at all in the mountains. Can you come and visit us when you are free?" Yes. Since the congenital diseases of both siblings can be cured, it should not be difficult for some mysterious and unfaithful father to cure their grandmother's throat. But if it is just a general invitation, I guess the elderly would not be willing to go up the mountain. To be more precise, I don't want to see someone. I was afraid that I would not be able to resist and kill myself on the spot. Therefore, the brother and sister teamed up to carry out a self-torture tactic. Damn you, you bastard, how dare you treat my nephew Su Qingyi like this? Xingfeng, don't worry, Grandma will go up the mountain to help you deal with that bastard father tomorrow. This. Grandma, actually. Okay, that's it. Seeing the phone being hung up suddenly in frustration, the brother and sister's eyes widened. It seemed like they had caused big trouble for someone this time. Sister, what should we do? Should we let that unfaithful person be mentally prepared in advance? Brother, do you think he still has the magic little jelly beans in his hand? If not, how sad Grandma would be. Stop, I'll go ask. Worried that his grandmother had gone up the mountain in vain, Ning Shusheng gritted his teeth and mustered up the courage to knock on the door of a heartless man. Oh, you rebellious son, you finally found your conscience and are willing to sleep with your father tonight. It's impossible for him to be a pervert and eavesdrop on people's thoughts all the time, so Luo Dali didn't discover the little secret of crouching dragon and phoenix chick just now. Stop, you ungrateful person. Grandma is going to visit us in the mountains tomorrow. Mr. Ning directly stated his purpose. What the hell, why did she suddenly do this? Well, my sister and I are ungrateful. Grandma is so kind to us. Do you still have those magical little candies? After explaining the reason with a guilty conscience, Ning Shushang asked nervously. Ning Mingyue, who was outside the door, also put her ear to the door and eavesdropped. Alas, I am lonely and cold at night, and I need someone to sleep with me. You. Bao, now that you've heard it, come in and tell us your decision. My wise and powerful father, Mingyue is yours tonight. Oh, you unfaithful man, Xingfeng will massage your legs for you. I never thought that Crouching Dragon and Phoenix would be willing to make such a great sacrifice for their grandmother. While Luo Dali was relieved, he couldn't help feeling jealous. There is no harm without comparison. Fortunately, after getting Crouching Dragon and Phoenix to sleep with him, the system's prompt sound comforted him. Chapter 33, Never Forget What I Heard, and Learn a Little About My Identity. Ah Tong, draw. After being embraced beautifully on both sides, Luo Dali roared with anticipation in his heart. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Congratulations to the host for achieving the unforgettable memory. Name, Luo Dali. Hegemony, 25%. Lifespan, 2434. Magical power, spiritual field space, first level of double pupil, mountain god, never forget what you have heard. Skills, god-level driving skills, singing skills, proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, master-level cursive writing skills, helicopter driving skills, god-level marksmanship, unshakable horsemanship, clay figurine making skills superb. Resources, 1 Aojia Z13, 6 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Never forget what you hear. What's the meaning? Whoa. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Dali couldn't help but hold his head and scream. The next second, 2 large clusters of memories emerged in his mind. A ball from the previous life. The other group is what I have heard in this life. Oh my god, is this what it means to remember something after hearing it? I was having a headache before because I couldn't remember all of it and couldn't reproduce my sword god songs in the parallel world. Now, I can remember every word for sure, and with the help of my singing skills, I can even remember the tunes of every auxiliary instrument clearly. Hey, the memories I heard in this life. Damn, I wasn't reborn through a possession, but rather traveled through time and space. No wonder Ratong said they were my closest blood relatives. Wait, it seems that I am not just an orphan. My parents were being hunted, and I had no choice but to hide in the wilderness temporarily. Later, I was adopted by a kind-hearted person passing by for a few months, and then sent to an orphanage. It's a pity that I only remember it by hearing it, not by seeing it, otherwise I would be able to find it. By the way, is this jade pendant the only token that proves my origin and identity? Coming back to his senses, Luo Dali took out a jade pendant from his neck that he had worn since birth. The material of the jade pendant looks a bit strange, neither gold nor jade, and there is only a word Luo engraved on it. I haven't figured out the plot yet. Are there any Taoist friends who would like to help build the building? Unfaithful man, are you okay? Isn't it just that you can't stand seeing someone hugging left and right, and then pinching the other person's waist, so that you scream so horribly? Ahem, how could something happen? Here, these are the only 6 little sugar beans that I have. Well, remember to return what you borrowed last night. Ah, this. You have golden eyes, how can you find this? Hey, rebellious son, you have no secrets at all as long as your father wants to know. Humph, do you really think you are a god? Sister, retreat. Oh, no, you guys wouldn't do that, would you? Why cross the river and tear down the bridge? Didn't we, the brother and sister, sleep together just now? You guys. Looking at the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick who ran out of the room triumphantly, Luo Dali felt disheveled. Air conditioning wind. Why? The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. Resisting the urge to forcibly capture the 2 little traitors, Luo Dali fell asleep with a sad heart. A night passed. Luo Dali woke up dazedly after slept until he woke up naturally. Oops. Thinking that the beautiful headmaster had not returned yet, Luo Dali hurried out to wash his rebellious son. But obviously, he was worrying too much. The traitor had already taken care of everything himself. Not only that, he had also been in the kitchen with Xiao Erwo to research the third type of boiled fish. Luo Dali was so scared that he turned around and left. Fellow Daoist, please stay. After finally waiting for the poison tester to wake up, how could the traitor let go of such a good opportunity? Dad, this is a token of my brother's love. You won't be so rude, right? Ning Mingyue, who likes to watch the fun and enjoy the trouble, made an irresponsible contribution. You damn girl, where do you stand? Ahem, little Beixian, what should you call me? When Luo Dali was half angry, he suddenly had an idea. Ah, this. As if sensing the obvious malicious intent, Chen Fan quickly stuttered. Anyway, there's no way I could say it so quickly. Seeing this, Luo Dali looked at his other two cheap disciples helplessly with a dark face. Oops. Feeling something was wrong, Hua Buwen clenched his fists towards Xiao Erwo. The implication is, if someone does something stupid, they'd better take responsibility for it, otherwise they will bear the consequences themselves. Ahem, second brother, look at what's going on. How about we put the boiled fish back in the pot? Scratching his head guiltily, Xiao Erwo cautiously signaled Ning Shusheng. Hey, Erwo, do you dare to doubt my cooking talent? No, second brother, what I mean is. Stop, your meaning is not important, I just don't believe it. Why is it so sour, my teeth? Second senior brother, I just told you that it was white vinegar, not cooking wine, and you generously poured a whole bottle. You. Unexpectedly, he ended up getting into trouble again. Ning Shusheng ran into the bathroom in a rage and hooked his throat. Depend on. How much does this unfilial son want to cheat his father? Luo Dali's expression is so wonderful. Ring ring ring. The cell phone rings. Soon, the traitor was seen coming out of the bathroom. Hey, ungrateful person, grandma has already left, you should hurry up and get ready. Holding back his anger, Ning Shusheng gestured to Luo Dali in a bad mood. What preparations are you making? Luo Dali was a little slow to react. Oh my god, are you, such a heartless person, planning to let grandma climb the 1080 steps up the mountain herself? Ahem, how about arranging a helicopter to pick them up? Luo Dali finally reacted. Humph, you still have some vision. Luo Dali fell into hesitation again. In fact, this move was a bit too ostentatious. Ring ring ring. Just then, Ning Shusheng's phone rang again. After hanging up the phone, his expression was so wonderful. Brother, what's going on? Sister, grandma was stopped by our most beautiful mother in the universe. This. Stop it. When he heard that he didn't have to meet his parents so soon, Luo Dali immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was not mentally prepared. Ningqing. Dazizi Villa. Ningmi, get out of my way. I won't let you go even if you kill me. Hey, that bastard is just a loser, is it necessary for you to defend him so much? Su Qingyi was so angry that he almost burst into flames. He didn't expect that his cabbage would go against him for a thief. Mom, he is also a victim. Ningmi responded with a guilty look on her face. But this is the explosive truth. It was indeed she who took the initiative after being drugged. You. Xingfeng told me last night that they were not having a good time in the mountains. Not at all. What mountains? Armed View. Could it be that he went to the mountain to ask the old Taoist priest for help for the sake of his two children? What do you mean by asking the old Taoist priest for help? Yes. What is it? Feeling something was wrong, Ningmi quickly asked. Hey, you must have been followed one day, and then, he probably felt it was unsafe down the mountain, so he ran up the mountain to hide. Su Qingyi expressed his guess. What? I'm being followed. Don't worry, your brother has people guarding the bottom of the Xianmen all day long. Even if the Lin family kid finds out, he won't be able to do anything for the time being. Looking at Debayakai, who had already fallen into a rage, Su Qingyi had no choice but to comfort him. Chapter 34, Zhongling returns from a blind date, and Chen Pingtu is a dogskin plaster. Below the Xianmen stairs, a man and a woman came. The woman was Zhongling, who had just returned from a blind date. And the man is her annoying blind date this time. It turned out that this was not the first time the two met, but they had met at Kyoto University. At that time, the man fell completely in love with Zhongling after seeing her for the first time. Look, whenever he has free time, he goes to Kyoto to harass Zhongling. It almost drove the beautiful professor crazy. But after learning about the man's terrible family background, Zhongling became numb again. The Zhong family really can't afford to offend. Therefore, when she suddenly heard the old stubborn man in her family suggest that she go to Wawagwan to work as an administrator, she immediately submitted her resignation letter. I thought that this would put an end to the karma with that person, but who knew that the gossipy old lady would introduce the other person to me? Needless to say, Zhongling knew her family well and had probably been bribed by someone long ago. So, in order to get rid of the man, Zhongling thought of a young temple master. This led to today's sudden return to the mountain. Fuck, Linger, you really work on this broken mountain? Looking at the endless stairs in front of him, the young man's face turned green. Young master, whose real name is Chen Ping-tu, is a native of Kyoto. Why, is there a problem? Looking at the difficult young man with a pale face, Zhongling tried not to laugh. Actually, the other person wasn't that bad, she just didn't like the way he acted superior. He was so proud that he almost infiltrated and bribed her family members and all the gossips. So, she wanted to find a young master to suppress the other party's arrogance. You're kidding. My name, Chen Ping-tu, is just like what it means. ISNT at 1080 steps? In front of me, it's nothing. How can I embarrass myself in front of the goddess, Chen Ping-tu said stubbornly. With a disdainful smile, Zhongling prepared to climb the mountain. But at this moment, he was stopped by someone. It was the person arranged by Ning Ke. Hey, you dare to stop my goddess, are you blind? Before Zhongling could say anything, the honey badger behind him immediately got angry. Hey, did you see that sign? Wawagwan is not accepting any damn pilgrims for the time being. Please get off the mountain. How dare you? Who the hell are you calling a bitch? Chen Ping-tu, shut up. Hello, my name is Zhongling, and I'm the administrator of the academy at the Mountain Armed Guardian. What the hell, a goddess like you, working in the mountains? Any questions? I'll make a phone call. Thinking of something, the man in black from the Ning family made a mysterious phone call. The call was connected quickly. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly call me? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your uncle? Ning Shuxing's childish voice was heard over the phone. Obviously, the man in black is one of his spies. Well, young master, is there an academy administrator named Zhongling on the mountain? Hey, Sister Zhongling is back from her blind date. Let her go up the mountain quickly. She really is working in the mountains. But young master, there is a dogskin plaster following her. Hey, who the hell are you calling a dogskin plaster again? Whoever talks to me is it? You, believe it or not, Hey, Xingfeng, he's the director's blind date, but the director doesn't like him, so, you know. I see, Uncle A, let's put that dogskin plaster up the mountain. Beep. After a moment of hesitation, the man in black named it to let Chen Ping-tu go. You blind bastard, if we were in Kyoto, I would have made sure you couldn't see me anymore. Hey, Linger, wait for me. Looking at Zhongling, who suddenly ran up the mountain without any martial ethics, and pretended to be cruel and looked down on Adi and other men in black, Chen Ping-tu had no choice but to chase after him. Damn it, Captain, that jerk actually dared to scold you, do you want to deal with him? Need not. Ada looked calm. Even a retired veteran like him who has been exercising all year round doesn't dare to say that he has the confidence to reach the top of Xianmen in one day. As for the pampered young man just now, he will probably have to cry for help soon. It would be unimaginable if I were unlucky enough to encounter the wolves from last night. Courtyard. After hanging up the phone, Ning Shusheng immediately told his unfaithful father about Zhongling's return to the mountain. The fact that the other party wanted to use his own father to suppress a certain quack was also revealed. I say, rebellious son, do you think your father is not troublesome enough? When Luo Dali heard that he had inexplicably become a shield for the beautiful professor, he suddenly felt depressed. Humph, if I don't solve the problem of Director Zhong, do I have to rely on you, my leaky father, to wash my baby? Ahem, that seems to make sense. When he heard this, Luo Dali lost his temper. Tell me, what do you, your rebellious son, want me to do? Sister Zhong just sent a message saying that the dogskin plaster has a complicated family background and she can't refuse him directly, so she wants you to help pretend to be her boyfriend. Wang Defa, you didn't even ask your father for permission to do this? Ahem, what your father means is that you, the rebellious son, aren't you afraid that your mother will get mad when she finds out? Heh, although I admit that Director Zhong is good looking, as long as you are not blind, you should know who to choose. As for playing both sides, you should try it if you have the guts. Hey, you, rebellious son. Seeing that the traitor was threatening and intimidating him, Luo Dali went crazy. Dad, you don't really want to have your cake and eat it too, do you? The little cotton-padded jacket suddenly came over and said something sarcastic. Ahem, how is that possible? I have only loved your mother in my life. He could have ignored his son's disrespectful and provocative behavior, but for some reason, Luo Dali was inexplicably scared of his own little one. Especially when the other party is being sarcastic. Bao, do you think Dad needs to fly a helicopter to pick up Director Zhong and take him up the mountain? Afraid of the serious look in Xiao Mianeo's eyes, Luo Dali hurriedly changed the subject out of guilt. Not for now, I'll figure out a way to scare the dogskin plaster first. What's your plan? Hey, where's that lickspittle Xiao Hui? Wait, come on, you guys didn't send that fellow down the mountain to bluff people, did you? What are you talking about? This is a test of whether Goopy Plaster is sincere to Sister Zhongling. Oh my god, you should watch less short videos in the future. Look at what insidious things you have learned. Admiring the eccentric ideas of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, Luo Dali shook his head to emphasize and subconsciously moved away from the two mythical beasts. In fact, he took the opportunity to use his shrinking skill to go down the mountain to watch the fun. The 468th step of Xianmen. At this moment, Chen Pingchuan was so tired that he stuck out his tongue. Zhongling standing by wasn't much better. But in order to completely get rid of a certain playboy, she still gritted her teeth and continued to climb with trembling legs. Wait, Linger, how about we take a break for a while? Ahem, I'm not weak, I'm just worried that you're tired, Linger. Oh, Chen Pingchuan, you can't even walk the short distance. If I follow you, I'm afraid it will be hard for me to have a happy life. Zhongling pretended to be weird. This made Chen Pingchuan's face turn black. But there was no way, he was really exhausted at the moment. Oh whoa! At this moment, a sound came from far away, and Chen Pingtu suddenly broke out in cold sweat on his back as if he knew something terrible. Chapter 35, The Birth of Embroidered Red Flag Shocks the Taoists. Linger, there seem to be wolves on this mountain. There may be more than one. After swallowing his saliva, Chen Pingchuan reminded Zhongling seriously in a low voice. But Zhongling ignored the other party and continued to climb with gritted teeth. Fuck! How come this goddess is so fierce? Ling-er. Chen Pingtu still wanted to fight for it. But just when he was halfway through his speech, he saw a group of wild wolves with green eyes coming into view. He was so scared that he shut up immediately. Linger, I'll ask you off for a blind date next time. Saving his life was of the utmost importance, so without hesitating for a few seconds, Chen Pingtu gritted his teeth and ran down the mountain alone. Seeing this, Zhongling shook his head and sneered. Finally, I have temporarily gotten rid of this troublesome dogskin plaster. That is, looking at the wolves gradually surrounding them, Zhongling also felt numb. You idiot, you scared the principal of my Tianbao kindergarten. Hurry up and lead your team to get out of here. At the critical moment, a familiar voice came from the sky. Then I saw a handsome guy speeding towards me. Zhongling was stunned. Hey, haven't you seen the pretty boy? It's time to come back to your senses. You, why are you here? What do you mean by you? I am the man you will never get. Remember to call me the master next time, okay? Ill. Director Zhong, I'll give you one more chance to reorganize your words, or I'll leave. Unable to control the arrogant female professor, Luo Dali used his trump card. Ahem, please forgive me, wise and powerful master of the temple, I am just sick, okay? Afraid that some blind person would really abandon her halfway, Zhongling had no choice but to grit her teeth and praise him against her conscience. With a grin, Luo Dali grabbed the other person's little hand. The magical power of shrinking the earth into an inch is activated. The speed was so fast that Zhongling couldn't open her eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was back at the Xianmen again in a familiar place. This man is ridiculously strong. Looking directly at the young master who immediately let go of her hand out of disgust, Zhongling's heart began to beat fast. She felt like she was being fanned. Hey, Director Zhong, there's something wrong with your eyes. Luo Dali noticed something was wrong and quickly gave him a wake-up call. You're overthinking it. This professor just treats you as an idol. There's really no love between a man and a woman. Also, I have a bottom line: I will never fall in love with a married man in my life. Zhong Ling embarrassedly explained. That's good, that's good. Luo Dali breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, you said I was your idol, what do you like about me? Should I change my career? You sing very well, especially the song Embroidering the Red Flag. Well, can I be the female lead in the music video for this song? Puff, what are you thinking about? Are you hoping that I won't die soon enough? If the mother of the child finds out, I'll be torn into pieces. Oops, you misunderstood again. I meant, can I sing this song with you? What a perfect man. Zhong Ling was so angry that she stamped her feet. Chorus? I have to ask my wife. No, I remember your resume said you graduated with a degree in Chinese computer programming and aviation, but now you want to sing. What are you thinking? Suddenly remembering something, Luo Dali stared at the beautiful professor with wide eyes. I don't know either. Anyway, after seeing you singing, I had an inexplicable urge to perform with you, and also an inexplicable sense of honor. Afraid of being misunderstood again, Zhong Ling quickly explained with a blushing face. Damn it! Upon hearing this, Luo Dali couldn't help but feel a little elated. In fact, this beautiful professor is really good at praising people. Also, Master, did you register an account on the Dolua platform and post the video? Zhong Ling suddenly changed the subject seriously. Then what? Luo Dali was stunned. He did release 3 videos, but how did this beautiful professor know about it so quickly? Oh my god, you posted the video without even checking the background data? So far, the 3 videos have been viewed over 1 million times, and the song Embroidering the Red Flag has even become a trending topic. If the master doesn't want to get into trouble, he'd better register the music copyright as soon as possible. Stop, you just said that you feel extremely honored to be with this temple master? It's not mixed. Stop, from today on, I will leave all matters concerning my music copyright to you. Ah. Master, rest assured, Zhong Ling will not let you down. Zhong Ling was so excited that she didn't expect to be favored by her idol. Looking at the beautiful professor whose face turned red and neck became thick for no reason, Luo Dali shook his head and quickly moved away. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, Luo Dali was excitedly surrounded by the 2 old men and asked them all kinds of questions. As expected, it was the song Embroidering the Red Flag that caused the trouble. During the years of wandering abroad, Huabushi has always been in Chao's camp, but his heart is with Han. This is also the reason why he did not let his son inherit the group's business, but instead let him endure humiliation and forge swords for the country for 30 years. Today, his son has successfully concealed the truth and led hundreds of top scientific and technological talents who were secretly trained abroad back to the motherland of Daxia. He also sold almost all of his overseas assets and successfully returned to China to retire. But after returning to Daxia, Huabushi discovered that the public opinion environment in his motherland was so chaotic. Especially in the current entertainment industry, almost all the songs that become popular are those that cover songs from foreign countries that express simple and crude emotions and attitudes. This made Huabushi very sad. Unfortunately, he is old and no longer has enough energy to make more contributions to his motherland. Until she heard the song Embroidering the Red Flag, which brought tears to Huabushi's eyes. Master, is this Dili Dai Waji a new account you registered on the Dolua platform? Looking directly at Luo Dali, Huabushi asked tremblingly. Any questions? Not understanding the old man's weirdness, Luo Dali pretended to be indifferent. To be honest with you, Master, when I was young, I was also a music fanatic, the kind who was particularly into the rise of the great Xia national style music. The Master's song Embroidering the Red Flag makes me feel like I'm back in the old days. What does it feel like? Burning passion. Well, Master, how about letting me shoot the MV for this song Embroidering the Red Flag? If you don't mind, I would like to recommend myself, but don't worry, all the expenses will be paid by us voluntarily. Stop, just make it clear earlier. I'll leave this matter to you 2 old men with too much time to worry about. When he heard that he didn't have to pay for it himself, Luo Dali immediately laughed obscenely. Looking at each other, the 2 old men were equally excited. Ring ring ring. At this time, Luo Dali's phone rang. This is a call from my good brother Zhu Zhu. There is only one purpose, which is to participate in all the production matters of Embroidering the Red Flag. Obviously, he also realized the significance of this song. However, few people know that the reason why Zhu Zhu has been hiding all these years is to wait for the emergence of such a singer with great national style. But he never thought that this person was actually his orphan and loser good brother. Chapter 36: Ningmi's excitement and thoughts. Disease I manner. After successfully stopping her mother from going up the mountain to cause trouble, Ningmi took the rare opportunity to leisurely watch short videos. Hey! Suddenly I found that there was an additional account associated with a mobile phone number on the Dolua platform. When she saw the inexplicably familiar nickname Dolly Daiwaji, she subconsciously clicked to follow. Then I subconsciously checked the other person's homepage. This is amazing to see. How can this cheap man ask a child such a childish question? Is it really possible to raise a child like this? I am too narrow-minded. Wait, this seems to be the voices of Qingfeng in Mingyue, but Qingfeng is not. How did they go to Tang County? Did they use some technical means to Photoshop it into the picture? No, it's impossible for a Photoshopped picture to have such a smooth playback effect. Could it be? Thinking of something incredible, Ningmi covered her mouth to stop herself from crying out loud. But the next second, she denied herself again. Just because even the Ning family, who were said to be worth hundreds of billions, could not solve the congenital deficiency, there was no reason why an orphan could solve it. Let alone in just a few days. Asshole, how can he instill hatred for his country in a child at such a young age? Oh my god, this Qingfeng Mingyue's summary is so domineering. Although it is not clear whether it is good or bad, at least it allows the children to stand up straight and be a good person from now on. Let's forgive him for the time being. The thread is long and the needle is dense. Embroidering the red flag with tears in my eyes. Hot tears follow the needle and thread. It's more joy than sadness. How many years and generations? I have never heard this song before, but after listening to it, I felt it was really special, as if my blood was awakened. Was it composed by him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. According to the survey data, with his knowledge, there is no reason why he could create such a great country-style golden song. Wait, how come Luo Dali wrote the lyrics and composed the music? It can't be a coincidence. After finally finishing watching the 3 videos, Ningmi found that she could not calm down no matter what. She was really too excited. It's like having the illusion of suddenly seeing the light after being obsessed with something. That's right. Ningmi gained many new insights from the song Embroidering the Red Flag. But these insights always made her feel like something was missing. Her heart was in turmoil. Taking a deep breath, Ningmi gritted her teeth and took the initiative to call a cheap man. Wow, who is this? You, how could you not note my phone number? No, who are you? Ningmi. What the hell, ahem, it turns out to be the child's mother. Well, my phone was too broken so I lost it. Now I use a bracelet, so. Stop, I just want to get a few things clear now, okay? Ah, what did you say? He thought he was going to be scolded, but the woman turned out to have a good temper. What's more, her voice was so sweet that Luo Dali was overwhelmed with it, so he responded subconsciously. Are you on the armed view now? Yes, but I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. I understand. You are going to ask the old Taoist priest to heal Qingfeng Mingyue, right? Ah, yes. I thought the child's mother already knew everything, but who knew it would be like this? Luo Dali guiltily agreed with the other party's imaginary answer. Second question, did you take the children to Tang County? Meh. Don't worry, I will transfer the money to you. No. The third question is, did you sing the song Embroidering the Red Flag? Or, did you compose it? This is actually the work of the old heavenly master. Hearing this, Luo Dali knew that the child's mother had probably watched the videos on the Dolua account and deduced some answers from them. It's just that Embroidering the Red Flag was not created by him, so naturally he felt a little guilty about it. Then, can you let me cover this song? Ningmi gritted her teeth and finally revealed her little thoughts. But there's no way. Influenced by her mother, she fell in love with this red song at first sight. Luo Dali suddenly got a headache when he didn't expect the child's mother to make such a request. After all, I have already agreed to let the 2 old guys be responsible for recording the MV. I'm sorry, I know this is a bit too much to ask. Well, it's not that I'm asking for too much, but I've already agreed to hand over the official recording of this song to a friend. If something unexpected happens? I see. It seems that I am not destined to be together. Wait, if you don't mind, you can join us in the recording. I think this song will be more meaningful if we sing it together. Oh my god, is this really possible? We are already an old couple, and you are saying things that won't make you rich. Bah, who cares about your old husband and wife? I'll go up the mountain tomorrow. What the hell, you, are you still going to go up the mountain yourself? When Luo Dali heard that the child's mother was going up the mountain, he became anxious. Now there's nothing to hide. That's right. It's really not appropriate to record the MV for such a great country's golden song in the mountains. Then I will follow your arrangements. Ah. Okay, I'll contact you then. Luo Dali breathed a sigh of relief when he found out that the child's mother was so imaginative. Bite. As soon as I hung up the phone, I received a message. After watching the 8888 that just came over, Luo Dali's mouth twitched constantly. This kid's mother is so honest. After the identification is completed, we can continue with in-depth communication. After hanging up the phone, Ningmi thought for a while and then called her son again. A day without seeing you feels like 3 years. This is a special kind of obsession that a mother has. As for why all the Ning family members didn't call Ning Mingyue, it's very simple. In their subjective consciousness, Ning Mingyue was born deaf. There is no way to communicate by phone at all. Oh, sister, this is a call from my mother, the most beautiful girl in the universe. What should I do? Should I confess and get leniency? Why don't you listen to what mom wants to say first? I can only read the account books while riding a donkey. Taking a deep breath, Ning Shusheng pretended to be calm and answered the phone. Qingfeng, are you all okay? Well enough. Ning Shusheng stuttered deliberately. Then can your father take care of you? Oh, it's just him. But don't worry, Mom, he has hired a nanny for us. What the hell, hiring a babysitter, can he afford it? Ahem, this should be okay, right? Just then he remembered that his unfaithful father had never said anything about the salary and benefits of the people in the mountains, and Ning Shusheng suddenly felt guilty. So, are there many people on the mountain? Not much. After the old Taoist priest ran away, there is only one head chef, one financial director, and one kindergarten principal left. Well, she is just the nanny hired by the unfaithful man for us. There are also 2 3-year-old children. They are the sons of the head chef, the financial director, and the unfaithful owner of the Shansha bar. Wait, Xingfeng, you just said that the old Taoist priest ran away. What do you mean? That's literally. What does it mean literally? It just doesn't make any sense. You guys are tired too. Once Mom finishes recording the MV, I'll go to the mountain to accompany you for a while. All right. He was almost exposed just now, and Ning Shusheng quickly took a deep breath to calm himself down. Well, sister, is it really okay for us to deceive Mom like this? What do you mean by we? Sister, I didn't say a word from beginning to end, okay? Ning Shusheng was disheveled in the wind. It was as if I saw my own mother whipping me cruelly with a whip one day in the future. Chapter 37, Falling into the Honey Trap, Chen Pingtu reports the case. After running down the mountain in a panic, Chen Pingtu came to a nearby massage parlor with trembling feet. The name of the store is Red Romance. The reason I chose this store is that the clothes worn by the technicians in the store are very Japanese in style. Well, the kind that raises birds. Hello, boss. I'm number 36. What set menu would you like? As soon as he was led into the pink box by the front desk, a woman who lived up to her name walked into the box and asked for instructions sweetly. Forgive Chen Pingtu for getting a little overwhelmed in an instant. But as soon as he took the menu from the woman's hand, Chen Pingtu immediately felt the urge to curse. There is no set meal item that I want. Call your manager over. Chen Pingtu pretended to be unhappy. Boss, number 36 is the part-time lobby manager. Damn, is it this curly? I heard that the boss just came down from Qingyun Mountain. Hey, you, how did you know? Sensing something was wrong, Chen Pingtu immediately came to his senses. Boss, are there wolves in the mountains? Number 36 asked calmly. Who are you? As long as Chen Pingtu is not stupid, he will know that he is being followed. Boss, your goddess is still in the mountain. I'm afraid she is. Fuck, my linger. Boss, you have to call the police. Yes. Although he was very suspicious of number 36's motives, Chen Pingtu still called the police immediately because he was worried about his goddess. Naturally, he no longer had the intention to choose a set meal. After watching Chin Ping Tu leave, number 36 walked into an office, and the person sitting inside was actually a man in black. He was the black-clad man from the Lin family who had followed Ningmi. "Captain, why do we have to go to so much trouble to guide that man to call the police? Can't we just call the reporting line directly?" Sitting on the black-clad man's lap, number 36 asked in a tender voice. "Huh, do you think this captain doesn't want to?" But now Ning KS people are guarding the Shinmen 24 hours a day. There is little point in calling the police, and most of the time, the Ning family will evade the call with various excuses. But things are different now. With Chin Ping Tu, the evil young man from Kyoto, here, this armed group will never be able to remain peaceful. Even that bastard hiding in the mountains will be driven down the mountain. Won't he let us control him by then? Hiss, the captain is still the best. Manager, I have seen a dragon, do you believe it? The captain in black suddenly pointed something at number 36. Hate. Number 36 turned around and locked the door. The other side. Chin Ping Tu has already told the local uncle in the hat the reason for calling the police. But he was soon stumped by a question from Uncle Hat. It's a question of whether there is evidence. But at that time, the only thing that mattered was saving his life, so Chin Ping Tu had no time to think about keeping the evidence. So he was asked to leave by Uncle Hat. "No, Uncle Hat, there are real wolves on that mountain." Chin Ping Tu looked unwilling. "Stop it." Uncle Hat looked disgusted. If there really were wolves in the mountains, there is no reason why they had not received any relevant alarm signals for so long. Uncle Hat. "Stop, you just said your friend is still on the mountain, how about calling her now to confirm?" Yes, I'll contact them right away." After being reminded, Chin Ping Tu quickly called Zhongling. No one answered. Damn it! Could it be that my Linger is really gone? Chin Ping Tu was overthinking and looked devastated. Hit again. Just when Chin Ping Tu thought that no one was answering the call, it was connected. "Linger, are you okay?" "Ahem, I've called the police and will bring people up the mountain to rescue you right now." "Stop, don't call me Linger." "Also, I'm fine, do I need you to save me?" "No, Linger, there were wolves just now." "What nonsense are you talking about? Where did the wolves come from? If there were wolves, would this professor be able to talk to you properly?" Wow. Looking at the phone that was suddenly hung up, Chin Ping stood there with messy hair. "Young man, don't do it again. Otherwise we'll have to invite you in for tea." After patting Chin Ping Tu on the shoulder, Uncle Hat went back to his work in a bad mood. Damn. Could it be that I was too tired and had hallucinations? Chin Ping Tu fell silent. Wait, that's not right. Thinking of Hong's romantic little plot, Chin Ping Tu immediately realized that something was wrong. I'm being used as a gun. This is the result calculated by Chin Ping Tu. Just when he was about to go find a manager to settle the score with a gloomy face, Chin Ping Tu immediately forced himself to calm down. Just one. Although he comes from a prominent family, he is now a lonely man. In order to avoid any accidents, Chin Ping Tu chose to get people in place first. After being cheated by his sister, Ning Shusheng learned his lesson and decided to seek advice from a heartless person. This made Luo Dali feel a little elated. It's really great that a rebellious son can ask for advice, and the status of the father will definitely be elevated. As expected, due to the rebellious son's question, the wonderful system prompt sounded in my mind again. Ahem, rebellious son, if you have any questions, please tell me quickly. Resisting the urge to draw the lottery immediately, Luo Dali gave instructions to his rebellious son with a proud look on his face. Unfaithful man, what do you think of my mother? Taking a deep breath, Ning Shusheng pretended to be calm and asked back. Oh my god. Sure. After eavesdropping on his rebellious son's thoughts and knowing that the other party did not play according to the normal routine, Luo Dali was immediately happy. The most beautiful girl in the universe. After thinking about it, Luo Dali answered with the answer that the two divine beasts often said. Do you think she is gentle and virtuous? That's a must. Then, you don't want to see her impulsively go against her character, right? Ning Shusheng finally revealed his little thoughts. Good job. When he heard this, Luo Dali called him Little Six in his heart. This divine beast has really taken great pains to avoid being whipped by his own mother in the future. Listen to me all day today. If your mom gets mad, I'll stop her for you, how about that? Oh my god, How do you know what I'm thinking? After all this time, Ning Shuxing realized that his little tricks had been seen through and his face turned pale. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? Unexpected? Stimulating? Happy? First of all, let me make it clear that this request is too much. I can't possibly do what you want. This was Ning Shuxing's last stubbornness. Don't worry, my request is very simple. Just accompany me fishing for a day. Luo Dali made a request that made the trader's eyes widen. The sharpness of the dad lies in that he will play with the children and let them gain insights through playing. That's all. That's it? Yes, that's it. Deal. I'll go and make the preparations for you. As if afraid that his unscrupulous father would go back on his word, Ning Shuxing rushed out of the door. With a smug smile, Luo Dali quickly shouted in his heart, "Atone, draw." Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 2 years of life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Name, Luo Dali Tyrant Body, 25%. Lifespan, 2436. Magical power, spiritual field space, first level of double pupil, mountain god, never forget what you have heard. Skills, god level driving skills, singing skills, proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, master level cursive writing skills, helicopter driving skills, god level marksmanship, unshakable horsemanship, clay figurine making skills superb. Resources, 1 Aojia Z13, 2 top grade Peiyuan pills. Chapter 38. The strange relationship between a beautiful girl and a handsome boy. Cousin Yuzi went up the mountain. Everything is ready, and Luo Dali is preparing to go to Xuanwu Lake with his rebellious son. But as soon as I went out, I met 2 old men who were bored and were holding fishing rods. For a moment, Luo Dali was stunned. I say, old man Xiao, old man Hua, didn't you say you were going to be in charge of recording that music video? Yes, that's right. Faced with doubts, Hua Bushi smiled and affirmed. So are you guys slacking off at work? Pfft. Master, look at what you're saying. We 2 old men haven't worked for nothing these years. We must know some professionals, right? Xiao Yuanshan added. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Dali nodded speechlessly. When he was talking to the child's mother, she did remind him that the mountain was not the best place to shoot the MV. Are your people reliable? Luo Dali changed the subject. That's necessary, but what? Master, I heard that Qingfeng Mingyue's mother, well, you know what I mean. Old fox, you guys take care of the arrangements. Well, when the MV scenes are ready, we can go to the music room on the mountain and sing together. Okay. Wait, it seems we're still missing a female chorus role. Do you have any good recommendations? How about giving it to the temple master, who is your family member, for recommendation? I wanted to recommend one right away, but the next second, Hua Bushi tactfully changed his mind. Hearing this, Luo Dali smiled happily. Bite. After sending a message to the child's mother, Luo Dali took his rebellious son, who had been waiting impatiently, to go fishing in the wild. Half an hour later, Luo Dali began to doubt his fishing skills. In fact, I didn't catch any fish. Oh, you ungrateful person, can you do it? As soon as he saw the opportunity to confront someone, the trader immediately became rude. All the other kids went to play in the mud, and he was the unlucky one who was dragged by his unfaithful father to be the cheerleading captain. It would be strange if he felt happy. As expected, Luo Dali was so angry that his face turned black after being mocked by his rebellious son. But I guess the fish in Xuanwu Lake have been fooled and learned their lesson, or for some other reason, they just haven't been biting the hooks anymore. Compared to a golden eagle. Damn it! What's going on? Through his magical skills, Luo Dali was shocked to find that there was not a single fish within 33 meters of the water. And this is already the limit of the golden eagle's underwater vision. Subconsciously, Luo Dali recalled an ancient legend about Xuanwu Lake. There is a legend about a water monster. Do you want to go down and take a look? Forget it. Less than 3 seconds after he got excited, Luo Dali immediately denied himself. After activating 25% of the domineering body, this body already possesses a terrifying force of more than 20,000 kilograms, which should be half the strength of the legendary Li Yuanba. But this is only the strength on land. Once it goes into water, who knows how much it can exert. Besides, Luo Dali's swimming ability was not very good, so he was not willing to take the risk. You ungrateful person, if you really don't have any fishing skills, then don't try to show off, so as not to delay my clay figurine making work. You, just go away. Having had enough of the rebellious son's ridicule, Luo Dali simply chose to turn a blind eye. Seeing that the young master was in a bad mood and afraid that the other party would suddenly go crazy and take it out on them, the two cunning old men each found an excuse to slip away. Ring ring ring. The phone rings. Seeing that it was the child's mother calling, Luo Dali hurriedly waited to answer the call. Wow, what? Well, pretty girl, what's wrong? Luo Dali then realized that he didn't seem to know how to address the child's mother appropriately. Call me wife. The two did not officially get married. Calling the child his mother doesn't seem to be any better. After much thought, the only elegant name that the locals use to address ladies is the least offensive. What, did you call me? Ningmi's speechless voice came from the phone. Pretty girl. Luo Dali pretended to be calm, then immediately said cunningly, if you think it's inappropriate, can you give me some suggestions? You should just call me pretty girl. Ningmi on the other side said subconsciously in confusion. Apparently, she was not used to being called in such an ambiguous way by some cheap man. Then you have to call me pretty boy too. Not angry, Luo Dali took advantage of the situation. You, pretty boy, what did you mean by the text message you just sent me? Restraining a trace of embarrassment, Ningmi quickly stated her purpose. That's exactly what it means. What does it mean literally? It's just. I don't mean anything else. I have a cousin named Yuzureo. She is good at bel canto and loves her motherland very much. After I shared embroidering the red flag with her, she was completely fascinated. Well, I mean my cousin, she wants to go up the mountain to discuss the details of the chorus with you in person. Do you think it's appropriate? Yuzureo? Hearing this name, Luo Dali was inexplicably shocked. Not appropriate? Ningmi asked cautiously after overthinking. No, how could that be? I haven't even welcomed you yet. Coming back to his senses, Luo Dali said casually. Great, then, let's do this for now. I'll notify my cousin right away. Beep. Looking at the phone being hung up in a hurry, Luo Dali couldn't help scratching his head. A bell spirit. A Yuzureo. Is it so easy for this female version of the unparalleled musical genius to join his team? Disease eye manner. As soon as Ningmi hung up the phone, she was excitedly hugged by the beautiful young girl next to her. Obviously, she lied out of guilt just now. Cousin, I will go up the mountain right away to ask my cousin's husband for the details. After letting go of his cousin Tianxian, Yuzureo wanted to leave immediately. Wait, have you thought about how to ask him for advice? Ahem, what my cousin means is that your cousin's husband's background is much different from ours. You must be careful when communicating with him so as not to hurt his self-esteem. Ningmi subconsciously called her honest cousin to give her a few reminder. In fact, this cousin is good in every way except that she is too simple-minded. If the other person was tricked by someone and told others about her terrible act of setting up a honey trap to keep a bootlicker, she would never be able to face people again. Hee, don't worry, cousin, I only have music in my mind. I will never say anything nonsense, and I won't steal your little man. Bah! I mean, yes, why don't you stay in the mountains temporarily? My cousin is afraid that the nanny he hired won't be able to take good care of Qingfeng Mingyue. Ah, this. Cousin, do you trust your brother-in-law so much? What's the meaning? That's right. Stop, do you think a little girl like you can be as feminine as your cousin? Cousin, is it so great just because you're older? After saying this, Yuzureo left angrily. Soon, she arrived at the stairs below the Shinmen with her belongings. The so-called belongings mainly refer to some musical instruments that Yuzureo usually uses, as well as some daily necessities. Hello, Miss Zureo. Seeing Yuzureo, Ada quickly stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. Ada, is there any other way to the armed temple? This is gone. As if he immediately understood what the young lady was worried about, Ada said he was powerless to help. Oh my god. I was so careless. Covering his forehead, Yuzureo felt regretful. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, a roar came into the ears of the two. Looking up, a luxurious helicopter came into view. But what made Ada and Yuzureo's eyes widen was that they seemed to see two familiar children on the helicopter. Chapter 39, Eavesdropping on the Inner Voice, Uncovering the Undercover Identity, and Shocking the Beautiful Cousin with a Master's Level of Cursive Calligraphy. Needless to say, the visitors were Luo Dali and his family of 3. As for why the two divine beasts came down the mountain in person, there is only one main purpose. Let all the Ning family security guards at the foot of the mountain shut up. The helicopter parked as steady as an old dog. Ning Shusheng was the first to walk down, not caring about his relatives. Oh my god, what did I see? The young master is actually healed. Ada was so excited that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Yuzureo standing by wasn't much better off. Could it be? Wisdom, her instinct immediately locked onto a mysterious cousin-in-law whom she had never met before. But when he saw the immortal-like Luo Dali, Yuzureo couldn't help but screamed on the spot. I immediately became a fan. No way. Luo Dali's appearance is just top-notch. As a person who loves looks, Yuzureo can't control his heart at all. Ada, I don't want today's events to reach the ears of any member of the Ning family, including my most beautiful mother in the universe. Do you understand? Ah, I understand. Aunt Zureo, this is my wise, brave, handsome father. You are not allowed to have any ideas about him. Of course, even if my aunt wants to do that, it's useless. You won't stand a chance in front of my mother, the most beautiful girl in the universe. Hey, Xiao Qingfeng, you, idol, can you give me an autograph? Yuzureo was so angry that he walked around the little traitor and said to Luo Dali with a fangirl look on his face. Where is the most suitable place to sign? Luo Dali didn't expect to find a loyal fan so suddenly, and he quickly pretended to be calm. I can't lose my dignity as a father in front of my children. Can I sign all of these? Yuzureo pointed to the musical instruments he brought up the mountain. The corners of his mouth twitched, but Luo Dali still couldn't refuse. He took the pen from the other person and waved his hand. Finished. Afraid that their father's calligraphy would ruin their aunt's favorite musical instrument, the two beasts covered their faces and couldn't bear to watch. No, could it be? Yuzureo became very nervous after seeing something in the eyes of the two cute little kids. However, when seeing Luo Dali's calligraphy level, Yuzureo couldn't help but cover his mouth immediately. Such domineering and powerful cursive calligraphy. Definitely above the master level. What's going on? When they opened their eyes, they saw their aunt's excited expression, her face flushed and her neck thick. The two little beasts hurriedly checked to see the truth, not believing it. This is amazing at first glance. Especially Ning Mingyue, who has always believed that he has a good talent for calligraphy since childhood. Wow, you have beautiful handwriting. Obviously, Ning Mingyue was tricked by someone again. Isn't it very ordinary? The traitor who has no ability to appreciate calligraphy is not convinced. Yuzureo meets the master. After pinching Ning Shusheng's unconvinced cheek in annoyance, Yuzureo quickly said something respectful to Luo Dali. I don't dare to be a master, I'm just an average guy. Following the steps of the rebellious son, Luo Dali pretended to be low-key. At least the third best cursive calligraphy in the world. Ning Mingyue suddenly added seriously. As soon as Xiaomian Ao said this, a familiar system prompt sound rang in Luo Dali's mind, so beautiful that he almost couldn't help but twist his butt to celebrate on the spot. Suddenly overhearing some inner thoughts, Luo Dali immediately locked onto a man in black next to Ada. He is the Lin family's dog, catch him. Luo Dali gestured to Ada coldly. Well, sir, although you are the young master's father, you have no right to order me around, and you shouldn't doubt my people. Hey, Ada, can't you tell the difference between the big and small Wang? Ning Shusheng suddenly got angry, as if he couldn't bear to see his unfaithful father being questioned. No, young master. Stop, just listen to my father. Ning Shusheng interrupted with a grim expression. With the corner of his mouth twitching, Ada looked at the brother who was suspected by Luo Dali. The other party had followed him for several years, and he didn't believe that the other party was a dog of the Lin family. Waste. Seeing Ada so hesitant, Luo Dali directly mocked him. You are looking for death. What? You want a one-on-one fight? Come on, I'll fight all of you alone. Luo Dali deliberately provoked him. A certain rebellious son thought he could control these black-clad security guards, but in his opinion, it was still a little short of the mark. You can figure out something from the fact that the other person dares to be disrespectful to you. Sure enough, Ada looked at Ning Shusheng unconvinced. After a pause, Ning Shusheng looked at his elder sister who had always been as steady as an old dog. It would be nice to let the scumbag dad teach him a lesson. Ning Mingyue gave advice. After being born deaf, she developed a gift of perception that is different from that of ordinary people. Therefore, she could analyze at a glance that Ada was not wholeheartedly devoted to her younger brother. It is necessary to rely on the scumbag father of the humanoid Tyrannosaurus to give him a good beating. Idle, how about we just forget about this? But because he didn't know Luo Dali's strength, Yuzureo subconsciously said something to make peace. Just because she knew the strength of the Ning family security team. Almost every one of them is at the special forces level. Before retiring, Captain Ada was a powerful soldier. If this caused any damage, she couldn't imagine how ferocious her cousin would get. Boy, what Miss Zureo said makes sense. I advise you. The man in black who was suspected by Luo Dali immediately became sarcastic as soon as he saw the opportunity. Bang! Without waiting for the other person to finish speaking, Luo Dali kicked him ruthlessly. Plop! Next second. The man in black was kicked into the bushes 10 meters away. Just as he was trying to get up and take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble, the next second, the man in black suddenly couldn't control himself and spit out a mouthful of blood. Already seriously injured. Court death. Unable to bear seeing their brothers being beaten, Adi and the others uncontrollably rushed towards Luo Dali. However, it's a beautiful imagination. But the reality is cruel. With Luo Dali's casual kick, the whole group was wiped out within 30 seconds. Fortunately, knowing that these people were just impulsive because of anger, Luo Dali did not completely destroy them. Oh my god, this cousin's husband is so fierce. After witnessing Luo Dali's terrifying strength with his own eyes, Yuzureo saw stars. Damn that star, it's better not to irritate this unfaithful person in the future. This is the terrible feeling that Ning Shusheng is feeling at the moment. Ning Mingyue, on the other hand, still looked calm. After all, the scumbag dad is a terrifying existence who can lift the warrior chariot with one hand, so this is just a small scene. Wang Zhang, a native of Ningxing, is a lapdog of Lin Yan, the 18th generation of the Lin family. He received 100,000 yuan from the youngest child of the Lin family 3 years ago and then joined the Ningguang era security team. Do I need to continue to tell you the rest? Luo Dali looked directly at a man in black who was spitting blood. With Chongtong's skill of eavesdropping, it would be difficult for the other party to keep any secrets as long as he wanted. You, how could you possibly know? Lin Zheng subconsciously widened his eyes and said this. But I regretted it immediately after I said it. Fuck you, Wang Zhang, I've always treated you like a brother, but I never thought you would betray me. I'm sorry, sir, it's Ada who is blind. Halfway through the scolding, Ada hurriedly walked up to Luo Dali and apologized respectfully. I dare not be disrespectful. Just one. Luo Dali is definitely the man with the most terrifying physical strength he has ever seen in his life. No doubt about it. You have to know that his physical strength, in ancient times, would be at least at the level of a top second-rate general. But he still couldn't block Luo Dali's casual kick. If the other party goes all out, it would be terrifying to think about it. The kick just now has cleared up the blockages you've been experiencing for years. Add this one and it should be enough to allow you to make further progress. But remember, you belong to my son, and I hate fools who serve two masters. Throwing a top-grade Peiyuan pill to Ada, Luo Dali called Yu Zi to get on the plane. Chapter 40, The Three-Faced Master Su Buxiao, willing to follow Mr. Diakame, is this the legendary elixir? Sniff. Damn, just smelling it makes me feel high, this must be the legendary martial arts elixir. It is said that the lowest price for this rare thing starts at 1 million, and it is the kind that is out of stock. Now I owe you a favor. It seems. I can only apologize to Master Ning Ke. Thinking of Luo Dali's cold instructions before he left, Ada had already made the final decision. No way. If he offended Ning Ke, he would be beaten at most. But if he stood against Luo Dali, Ada could not imagine the consequences. Being disabled like the dog just now is a light punishment. If it is serious, your life may be in danger. This is the bad side. There is a bright side, too. Looking at the top-grade Peiyuan pill in his hand, Ada's eyes were filled with light. He did not selfishly take it immediately, but planned to take it back to honor his elderly mother who had been taking medicine to prolong her life. Captain, how do we deal with Xiao Wang? A man in black reminded Ada. Announce it to the public and arrange for him to go abroad for a while. No, Captain, please. I have parents and children to take care of. Please, for the sake of our 3 years of working together, spare me a bit. Wang Zheng understood the implicit meaning of the so-called overseas mission. To put it nicely, it's a business trip abroad. In fact, it avoids the legal loopholes in China. Shoot. Damn it, who the hell is a brother to a piece of shit like you? Ada suddenly slapped Wang Zheng brutally. Take away. Wait. Captain, I have information. It's a list of undercover agents arranged by the Lin family to lurk in the Ning Wang era. I hope you can let me go. Oh, that depends on whether the list you provide is valuable. Although he had an unexpected gain, Ada did not soften his heart immediately. I have a condition. Wang Zheng seemed to have made a decision. Explain. Ada pretended to be indifferent. Help me take my family abroad and swear not to do anything. Captain, I have my own difficulties. My old mother is in poor health and needs a lot of money for treatment. Stop, as long as the list you provide is valuable, I can consider it. Take away. After Wang Zheng was taken away, Ada immediately hurried home to see his old mother. He gave the other party the top-grade Peiyuan pill without hesitation. After about 10 minutes, Ada got the ideal result he wanted and was so excited that he shed tears. Taking a deep breath, Ada dialed Su Qingyi's number. That's right. Before this, he was apparently Ning Kei's man. He is secretly Ning Shuxing's informant. But in fact, he is a distant relative of Su Qingyi. Otherwise, he might not be able to become the captain of a security team. Su Buxiao, what's the matter? When the call was connected, Su Qingyi's voice was heard as expected. Ade, whose real name is Su Buxiao. Because of the homophony, his nickname is Ade. Madam, I have some information. Su Buxiao confessed all the affairs concerning Wang Zheng. You didn't tell Kayer? Well, I was afraid that you would be impulsive, so I just. Very good, you did a good job this time. I will give you an extra 50,000 next month. Thank you, ma'am. Also. Halfway through his speech, Su Buxiao realized that he had said too much and quickly stopped talking. What else? But Su Qingyi heard something wrong. No more. Unexpectedly, this still aroused Su Qingyi's curiosity, and Su Buxiao broke out in a cold sweat. Su Buxiao, I'll give you another chance to reorganize your words. Madam, if you have time, please go to the Wu Wu temple to burn some incense. This is the most Ada can say. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Buxiao slapped himself in annoyance. The helicopter landed as steadily as an old dog at the temporary private airport built in front of the courtyard. Needless to say. At this moment, Yuzureo was completely confused. I was so shocked after getting on the helicopter that I haven't reacted yet. Auntie, are you okay? Auntie. Aunt, my grandmother wants to introduce you to a boyfriend. What? Jingfo Mingyue, this is where you live? After being frightened for a second, Yuzureo quickly pointed at the super luxurious courtyard in front of him and screamed in disbelief. Is this what my cousin meant by saying that my cousin-in-law and I come from very different backgrounds? It's really big enough. Mickey, the means of transportation he uses is a top-of-the-line helicopter, the same model as the world's richest man. The area of the place where they live is estimated to be at least over 3,000 square meters. Even the arrogant cousin during Prince Ning's era didn't dare to do this. No wonder even a goddess like my cousin had to pursue him for 3 years before she could win the recognition of her cousin as husband. I wonder what Ningni would think if she knew about Yuzureo's imagination at this moment. Ahem, rebellious son, introduce her to your aunt. In order to avoid suspicion, Luo Dali left immediately after saying this, pretending to be cool and aloof. Sure enough, when he saw that his biological father ignored the beautiful aunt and left, the traitor smiled with relief. Well, auntie, let me introduce you, this is Grandpa Xiao, the head chef of the temple. This little fat boy is Grandpa Xiao's grandson Xiao Yao, also known by his given name Erwo, and he is also my 4th junior fellow apprentice. This is Grandpa Hua, the financial director of the temple. This is Grandpa Hua's granddaughter Hua Buwen, whose given name is Xior. She is my sweet 3rd apprentice sister. Well, this unwanted thing is called Chen Fan, with the courtesy name Beixian. He can barely be considered my junior brother. Scholar Ning. Oh, I almost forgot, this beautiful sister is Zhongling. She is the administrator of the academy in the temple and also the principal of Tianbao Kindergarten. Well, actually, she is my sister and IS babysitter. Hey, Mr. Ning, what nonsense are you talking about? Oh, aunt, help me. After playing tricks, Ning Shusheng quickly slipped away. After politely greeting Yuzureo one by one, the other children took the opportunity to catch up with Ning Shusheng and leave. Zhongling. Wait, are you the youngest professor at Kyoto University that's said to be there? Yuzureo seemed to have heard about Zhongling, who was as beautiful as himself, on the internet. Are you the daughter of Uncle You Don't Lie? Zhongling seemed to have heard of the reputation of Yuzureo, the musical talent. Oh my god, it's really you, Sister Zhong. But aren't your majors Chinese computer programming and aerospace? How could it be? Ahem, there are some annoying dogskin plasters in Beijing University, so I came here to seek some peace and quiet. By the way, what are you doing up the mountain, girl? With an awkward sentence, Zhongling asked Yuzureo cunningly. Well, You can't say that my cousin asked me to go up the mountain to supervise because she was worried about a nanny. Yuzureo was embarrassed. Stop, let me introduce you again, this is Mr. Xiao Yuanshan. This is Hua Bushi Hua Lao, they. In order to prevent Yuzureo from doing anything bad, Zhongling seriously explained the identities of the two bosses. Yuzureo almost broke down when he heard this. It is out of line for such a tycoon to be willing to work as the head chef and financial director for my cousin's husband. I heard that Tomato now has 600 debuts every day. New books need data, otherwise they will easily sink to the bottom. Friends who pass by, please leave more comments and likes. Chapter 41 Playing the Lute for Fish, Fish Pay Homage to the Dragon. Ha, you girl is the chorus candidate recommended by Madam. Then stop pretending. In fact, cooking is just an old man's hobby. Swana is the skill that he is most proud of in his life. Having lived for 119 years, Xiao Yuanshan believes that he has few rivals when it comes to his knowledge of Swana, a magical instrument that can be given as a gift. Ha, since Mr. Xiao is not hiding it, then I will also reveal my cards. In fact, being a financial director is just a hobby. Playing guitar is my true love in life. You girl, happy cooperation. Huabushi was certainly not joking. Having traveled around the world for many years, he is definitely considered a top rock artist both in China and abroad. Originally, the light had long gone from the eyes of both of them, but the top-grade Peiyuan Dan bestowed by Luo Dali made them glow with life again. For the rest of their lives, they decided to follow Luo Dali to unleash their hidden talents. Ah, happy cooperation. Upon hearing the explosive truth that the two superbosses were personally involved in the production of Embroidering the Red Flag, Yuzureo couldn't help but feel elated. This time, we came to the right place. I have to thank my cousin. And my cousin's husband. Zireo, it's a pleasure to work with you. After tidying up her appearance, Zhongling suddenly reached out her hand towards Yuzureo and said seriously. What the hell, Sister Zhongling is not a Chinese computer programming and aerospace major. Stop, that's just my stubborn old man's dream that he can't achieve. In fact, the guzheng and flute are my true love. Well, my amateur elective bel canto is not bad either. Happy cooperation. Feeling that Zhongling had some inexplicable intention against him, Yuzureo quickly put on a smile and shook hands with the other party. Come on, I'll take you to a place. Not finding anything, Zhongling brought Yuzureo to the third underground floor of the courtyard. Needless to say, when he saw the top-notch music room hidden in the basement, Yuzureo couldn't help but cover his mouth again. In fact, all the instruments in the music room are top-notch. In comparison, the usual instruments she brought up the mountain were garbage. There's no comparison at all. Hey, where does that melodious piano music come from? After looking at each other, the two goddesses followed the sound and quickly arrived in front of a large and ridiculously long floor-to-ceiling window. What made their scalps tingle was the man sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window and the beautiful underwater scenery outside the window. A male god with a sage look. Coupled with the fairy-like underwater coral world, it is simply stunningly beautiful. Oh my god, I didn't expect the temple master's piano skills to be so superb, definitely a master level. Huabushi, who always had high standards, was now impressed by Luo Dali's guzheng skills. It seems that it is more than just a master level. The temple master's piano skills can actually feed back the 5 elements. Xiao Yuanshan, who was known as the walking pharmacist, seemed to have heard something even more outrageous. The so-called music skills feed back to the 5 elements means that medicine and sound have the same origin, specifically referring to the magical effect of being able to use music to regulate the human body with skills that are so advanced. This is absolutely true, because the oldest character for medicine has the grass radical on top and the music radical on the bottom. Why are you here? The underground music room was his little girl's private territory, and now it was suddenly being stared at by 4 people. Luo Dali had a bad feeling. From now on, I'm afraid this place will have to be used for public purposes. Wow, my idol cousin-in-law, the music you just played was so beautiful, it's just that I. Halfway through his speech, Yuzureo suddenly stuttered. There is no harm without comparison. Thanks to her dual family background of music and scholarship, she believes that her piano skills can almost surpass all her peers. Until I met the pervert Luo Dali. How can we see Luo Dali's perversion? The underwater world outside the huge curved floor-to-ceiling windows can reflect this. Just because of Luo Dali's piano skills, the fish outside the window can dance happily. This is no less amazing than the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix and the 100 fish paying homage to the dragon. He is definitely a top master among masters. Ahem, cousin, well, could you please control your emotions a little? It's easy for my beast to misunderstand you. Afraid of the fanboy look of Yuzureo, his beautiful cousin, Luo Dali quickly pretended to be serious and emphasized. Sure enough, when these blind words came out, Yuzureo's face turned dark. As a talented and beautiful girl, wherever she went, she was always the center of attention. Now, look what happened, I am being despised by everyone. This is simply outrageous. Director Zhong, you too. No, it's all about me. Okay, since you're all here, I'll explain to you the production of this song, Embroidering the Red Flag. After interrupting the angry beautiful professor, Luo Dali began to explain seriously. Needless to say, it was a copy of the chorus version of the Sword God from the previous life. Details down to the type and color of clothes worn. Hearing this, Xiao Yuanshan and Hua Bushi were both secretly filled with awe. When the explanation was almost finished, Luo Dali signaled the 3 to leave first, but only kept Yuzureo. Brother-in-law, what do you want to do? Obviously, Yuzureo was overthinking. No. Brother-in-law is not the kind of person you think. After overhearing the other party's thoughts, Luo Dali almost vomited blood on the spot. This. Stop. I believe you also understand the truth that Qingfeng Mingyue was poisoned and framed in her womb. I just want to remind you not to tell your cousin what you saw on the mountain. Well, it's best not to tell anyone, understand? Luo Dali gestured seriously and helplessly. With the mountain god's supernatural powers and skills, he really no longer has to be afraid of the Lin child. But afraid of trouble. I'm afraid some idiots will ruin the rare quiet environment on this mountain. Brother-in-law, in order to cure Qingfeng Mingyue over the years, my cousin has. Okay, then I will invite her to come up the mountain and join us in the final chorus. So my cousin's husband wanted to give my cousin a surprise, right? Ahem, that's good to know. By the way, you just said that you are good at bel canto singing, show it to your cousin-in-law first. A minute later, Luo Dali interrupted Yuzureo. The other party is indeed good at bel canto singing, but due to the limitations of his throat talent, it always feels like something is missing. For example, if the high notes could go up a little bit, it would be almost perfect. Think about it. Luo Dali simply gave the other party a top-grade Peiyuan pill. The remaining one must be kept for backup, for example, for the child's mother. Brother-in-law, you already have a cousin who is as beautiful as a fairy. Hey, you, what are you thinking about? This is a top-grade Peiyuan pill, a good thing that can improve your throat talent. Unexpectedly, he misunderstood the intention of his idol's cousin's husband again. Yuzureo immediately took drugs with a flushed face. After 5 or 6 minutes, Yuzureo indeed felt something strange in his throat. Without waiting for Luo Dali's instructions, she tried singing again. 3 minutes later, Yuzureo, who was sure that his bel canto talent had improved to a higher level, could not help but burst into tears of joy. Cousin-in-law. Stop, there are differences between men and women. After overhearing his beautiful cousin's impulse to throw herself into his arms, Luo Dali quickly and bluntly cut off her thoughts. Yuzureo was so angry that he stomped his feet and left. I am so envious of my cousin. Ignoring the beautiful cousin who left in a rage, Luo Dali said calmly, "Atong, draw." Congratulations to the host for obtaining the guitar skill including all other types, such as classical guitar, folk guitar, electric guitar, ukulele, etc. The level is superb. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Name, Luo Dali. Hegemony, 25%. Lifespan, 2436. Supernatural powers, spiritual field space, first level of double pupil, mountain god, photographic memory. Skills, God level driving skills, singing skills, proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, master level cursive writing skills, helicopter driving skills, God level marksmanship, unshakable horsemanship, clay figurine skills superb, guitar skills superb. Resources: 1 Aojia Z13, 3 top grade Peiyuan pills. Chapter 42 Zhang Xiaofan visits and meets Ningmi. 815 bar. On this day, Zhu Zhu went to the boss's wife Zhang Xiaofan to ask for leave again. When I learned that a cool DJ had to take leave to participate in Luo Dali's music production. For some unknown reason, Zhang Xiaofan also became inexplicably agitated. Especially after listening to Embroidering the Red Flag sung by Luo Dali himself. The artistic conception of the lyrics reminded Zhang Xiaofan of her husband who had been missing for 3 years. Her husband's favorite songs are red songs. If I could personally participate in the performance. Thinking of something, Zhang Xiaofan smiled sadly. Yes. Although she always believed verbally that the man was still alive, she had no confidence at all. Xiao Zhu, do you think he would agree to let me participate in the recording? Coming back to her senses, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly looked straight at Zhu Zhudao. This. Zhu Zhu heard something and was confused on the spot. The boss lady is asking him to help her brother. Just say you want help. Zhang Xiaofan has indeed taken good care of him over the years. You can ask for help. He wasn't completely sure. Suddenly, Zhu Zhu had an idea and said, Sister Xiaofan, why don't we go meet the great star Ning? My good brother is a complete daughter slave, so I think he would not dare to ignore Ningmi's feelings. This is called besieging way to save Zhu. What, meeting his girlfriend? When Zhang Xiaofan heard Zhu Zhu's bad idea, she immediately got a headache. Just one. Her son is being taken care of by Luo Dali. As luck would have it, I got carried away and gave Luo Dali some shares in the bar. If Ningmi misunderstands this in the future, the consequences will be unimaginable. But after thinking about it, Zhang Xiaofan felt that if she hesitated to make a decision, she would suffer the consequences. Instead of worrying about being suspected by Ningmi, it is better to take the initiative to surrender yourself. About half an hour. The two came to a top-notch recording studio, which is Ningmi's personal business under her independent studio. Were you the one who called me just now? After meeting, Ningmi subconsciously looked at Zhu Zhu. If the other party hadn't said at the beginning that he was a good brother of Luo Dali, that cheap man, Ningmi would basically have ignored him. Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Zhu Zhu. I am Lao Luo's good brother. I am also fortunate to be involved in the production of Embroidering the Red Flag. Don't mess around. Hello? By the way, who is this? She wanted to deny Zhu Zhu's title of sister-in-law, but for some reason Ningmi didn't refute it. Then she pretended to be calm and looked at Zhang Xiaofan. Hello, Miss Ning. My name is Zhang Xiaofan, the proprietress of the 815 bar near Erdeo Bridge. I. Halfway through her speech, Zhang Xiaofan became so nervous that she stuttered. So it's Mr. Zhang. I've heard from Jing before, that the kid's father said you took good care of him. If you have anything to say, just say it. Restraining a trace of shame and anger, Ningmi pretended to be calm again. As for suspecting that some cheap man has some shameful story with Zhang Xiaofan, does not exist. At the very least, Ningmi was confident that after someone saw her and learned about the complicated relationship between the two and that they had a child, she would never have any excessive friendship with Zhang Xiaofan again. This. To be honest, Miss Ning, I also like to listen to the song Embroidering the Red Flag, but I don't know if it's possible. Do you want to participate in the recording too? Yes, and actually, I can play the cello a little bit. In order to impress Ningmi, Zhang Xiaofan quickly explained her hidden skills. Before opening the 815 bar, she won the man's love at first sight with this skill. But after the man disappeared, Zhang Xiaofan hid this skill. Now, she wants to let the man who has been missing for 3 years hear her call through Embroidering the Red Flag, a top red song with the style of a great country. That's right, this is the ultimate goal that Zhang Xiaofan can't wait to join. How about this, Mr. Zhang, go in and try playing a song first. After thinking for a while, Ningmi expressed her decision. In fact, she cares too much about the production effect of Embroidering the Red Flag. If Zhang Xiaofan's skills are not up to standard, please forgive her selfishness. Upon hearing that there was a chance, Zhang Xiaofan immediately and calmly signaled Ningmi to lead the way. 5 minutes later, Zhang Xiaofan proved herself with her strength. Ningmi smiled happily. Zhu Zhu on the side was also surprised. After all, even he didn't know that Zhang Xiaofan had such scoring skills. At least it's at the top level. Well, sister-in-law, I'm good at playing drums and other skills. I wonder if I could have the honor of having you help me identify them? Zhu Zhu suddenly recommended himself. Hearing this, Ningmi did not refuse. 10 minutes later, Zhu Zhu also proved himself with his explosive drum skills. Although Zhang Xiaofan already knew how powerful Zhu Zhu, the cool DJ, was, she was not very excited. But Ningmi is different. It was because she heard many of the Chinese elements she had been looking forward to for a long time in Zhu Zhu's drum set. It is not the simple and crude 7-tone drum used abroad, but the oldest 5-tone drum in Daxia. That is the 5 elements drum of Gong, Shang, Jiao, Zhang and Yu. In ancient Daxia, this kind of skill was only available to the royal court. Needless to say, Zhu Zhu's drum skills fit perfectly with the great country style and artistic conception contained in the lyrics of Embroidering the Red Flag. Well, can I ask, how did you get to know the child's father? Taking a deep breath, Ningmi suddenly changed the subject. In her impression, that cheap man was just an orphan. She really couldn't understand why geniuses like Zhang Xiaofan and Zhu Zhu were willing to get to know Luo Dali. And it seems that the relationship is pretty good. Ahem, to be honest with you, Lao Luo has a face that even the gods would envy. If I follow him, I think I'll be single soon. Zhu Zhu did not hide his little thoughts at all. Puff. Upon hearing this, Ningmi couldn't help but break down on the spot, but she had to say that she felt there was nothing wrong with what the other party said. The reason why she took the initiative back then was that she was attracted by Luo Dali's handsome appearance. Taking a deep breath, Ningmi looked at Zhang Xiaofan. Because of a woman's sixth sense, she always felt that Zhang Xiaofan's relationship with that cheap man was not that simple. To be honest with you, Miss Ning, the reason I chose Dali is mainly because he is a clean and sunny person. He is usually very busy, so I even feel comfortable leaving my child to him. But please rest assured, Miss Ning. There is absolutely nothing between Dali and me. If you must say that we are related, I would rather be his godsister, because he doesn't have any relatives. After saying this, Zhang Xiaofan looked at Ningmi frankly. Sister Xiaofan, thank you. Ningmi suddenly bowed to Zhang Xiaofan. When Zhang Xiaofan heard Ningmi's change in the way she addressed her, she knew that her silent efforts over the years had not been in vain. Ms. Ning. If Sister Xiaofan doesn't mind, just call me by my name from now on. Sister-in-law, happy cooperation. You, happy cooperation. After seeing the two off, Ningmi ran into the bathroom to wash her face with a flushed face. But the thoughts that I had finally come to an understanding of were given a headache by a phone call from the villa security guard. That's right. Despite our precautions day and night, my biological mother still managed to sneak up the mountain and cause trouble. What should I do now? Chapter 43. Su Qingyi went up the mountain, Ningmi came to inform. After some hesitation, Ningmi had no choice but to call a cheap man. You must remind the other party in advance so that they can be prepared to respond at any time, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. In fact, Ningmi knew too well how angry her mother was towards someone. That will definitely explode at any moment. Hey, pretty girl, what's up? Luo Dali was very confused when he received a call from the child's mother so soon. Well, handsome boy, your future husband, my mother secretly went up the mountain. Ningmi said impulsively halfway and quickly changed her words with a red face. Holding back his excitement, Luo Dali quickly pretended to be panicked and responded, Pretty girl, let's your mother go up the mountain without anger, right? What do you think? It's over, it's over. Well, how about I take the kids and run away? There's only one road up and down the mountain, where are you going? Then how about you intercept the call? If it's useful, why would I need to call you to inform you? What should I do? There, for the sake of our child's future, you just scold my mother. Don't worry, even if she hits someone, she will hit you and hurt you. Well, it's up to you, that's it. I didn't expect to say so many wrong things in a hurry. Ningmi hung up the phone with a hot face. The other side. Thinking back to the various hidden thoughts that the child's mother had revealed inadvertently, Luo Dali almost laughed his face off on the spot. I originally thought that the daughter of the Ning family would never fall in love with an orphan and a loser like him. Who knew it would be so small? Where can I find such a beautiful and sensible mother for this child? I must find a way to win over my future mother-in-law. But how to solve it? Luo Dali went crazy. Oh right, gifts, too stupid, I don't seem to have any decent gifts for female elders. Hee hee, scumbag dad, are you worried about how to get grandma to the mountain? At this moment, Ning Mingyue secretly came to Luo Dali and teased him. Bao, help! In desperation, Luo Dali almost knelt down in front of the clever little girl. Dad, set the time. Grandma suddenly went up the mountain this time. It must be. You're here for your father, right? Thinking too much, Luo Dali continued with concern. Yes, but not entirely. Ning Mingyue looked confident. Bao, just tell me what I should do as a father. Hee hee, scumbag dad, are you sure you can listen to me? This is certain and certain. Although he felt something was not good, Luo Dali believed that no matter how leaky the door was, there was no reason for the little girl to let him down. Dad, Grandma likes opera, but Mom told me that she was drugged by a bad guy, which caused irreversible changes in her throat. Wait, you mean jelly beans? Luo Dali's eyes lit up. How come I couldn't think of this? This is just one of them. The little cotton padded jacket still has a mysterious look of confidence. Please continue to teach me. Looking at the arrogant girl who looked like a little master, Luo Dali had no choice but to give her face and support her. Hey, this kid is teachable. Ning Mingyue, that's enough. Hee hee, scumbag dad, actually grandma is very kind, she definitely won't look down on your orphan status, but... Hey, but what? Luo Dali was getting mad because he was being deliberately kept hanging by his little girl, but he couldn't bear to lose his temper with her. Dad, let me ask you a serious question, can you perform opera? It would be best if I could impress my grandma with just one song. Hi. Finally understanding the little girl's plan, Luo Dali smiled happily. Giving a top-grade Peiyuan elixir and a touching opera piece will definitely win over the mother-in-law. Even if it is almost done, you can most likely avoid a scolding or beating. Opening the virtual screen function on his phone, Luo Dali did a last-minute search for some information about his future mother-in-law, who was once known as a great figure. Soon, he found a more suitable opera song Qiling based on the information he had searched. Just one. It is said that Su Qingyi's ancestor was Su De of the Ming dynasty. This opera song full of family and country feelings will surely touch the other person's heart. Damn it, luckily I acquired the singing skill before, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to sing this golden song this time. Muttering a word of relief in his heart, Luo Dali immediately began to make his preparations. After some searching, he found some old clothes left behind by the old Taoist priest. There are purple Taoist robes. There is also a special set of clothes that are washed very cleanly, the red clothes for workers and peasants. Instinctively, Luo Dali chose the latter. Wearing the red dress, Luo Dali felt his shoulders suddenly become heavier for some unknown reason. In a trance, it seemed as if his soul was drawn into a fragment of time and space that was too painful to recall. Here, he saw the old Taoist priest and many other former Taoist priests from the armed temple. I saw them rushing to the battlefield. I saw them fighting bravely against the enemy. I saw them kill themselves to achieve enlightenment. After finally coming to his senses, Luo Dali held back his tears and used his magical power to shrink the ground into an inch. When he appeared again, he had reached the bottom of the Xianmen stairs. Sir, why are you suddenly? So it was you who notified my future mother-in-law. Ah, this. I'm sorry, sir, I really didn't mean it, Why didn't you take the Peiyuan pill I gave you? Here, give it to my mother. Get lost. Luo Dali originally wanted to hold someone down to vent his anger, but after hearing that the other person was showing filial piety to his elderly mother, he gave up and took the top-grade Peiyuan pill to break through. Only then did he stop furiously venting his anger. Thank you, sir. Stop, help me build a temporary stage on top before we go. Ah, all right. Although he didn't know Luo Dali's intention, after knowing that he had saved his life, Su Buxiao no longer considered any other excuses. Just do as you are told and everything will be fine. In less than 10 minutes, a simple stage was successfully built. Just when Su Buxiao was about to lead the team to evacuate, he was stopped by Luo Dali again. So, their team of 11 people had the honor of becoming fake spectators and part-time cheerleaders. As luck would have it, at this time, Su Qingyi also arrived at the entrance of the stairs. How could anyone dare to build a stage in such an important place for the Taoist sect? Wait, those audience members are not Su Buxiao and his group. Hey, this guy looks very similar to the thief we found. No, it must be him. But what is this bastard doing? Singing? He dares to show off his skills in front of such a person as me. He really doesn't know what he is doing. Wait, what is he trying to do by wearing this red dress and singing in opera? Just when Su Qingyi was getting furious due to misunderstanding, Luo Dali on the stage suddenly spoke. When the voice with a strong opera accent came out, coupled with the lyrics full of patriotism, Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment. Even the security guards like Su Buxiao, who were preparing to pretend to watch the show, felt their scalps tingling on the spot. Although they are not fans of opera, they are all retired veterans, patriotic veterans who will never die. Therefore, they understood the metaphor behind the lyrics of the song Qiling. I was deeply shocked. Oh my god, I heard that there will be about 1,700 copies of the book debuting at the end of the month. That's really amazing. Friends who like this book, please help leave more comments and reviews. Thank you. Chapter 44, a song Qiling appeared, and Qingyi also lowered her eyebrows. If Luo Dali has 3 regrets in his 2 lives, serving in the army must be one of them. One is to find one's biological parents. The last one is a wife, children, and a warm bed. Although he had no chance to be a soldier in either of his 2 lives, living in the spring and sunshine that his ancestors sacrificed their lives for, Luo Dali has an extraordinary feeling for the people's soldiers. For example, when encountering danger, seeing soldiers may make you feel more at ease than seeing relatives and friends. It was in such an environment that he grew up in that he was able to almost seamlessly connect the meaning he wanted to express in the song Qiling. Especially with the blessing of the time and space fragments during the Soul Fairy just now. A play. Sleeves up and down. Singing about joy and sorrow, separation and reunion has nothing to do with me. The fan opens and closes, the gongs and drums sound and then fall silent. Who can tell the story of the drama? I am used to putting all my joy, anger, sorrow and happiness into my makeup. My god, these lyrics, these extraordinary pronunciation skills. Su Qingyi was fascinated by what he heard. What if the old sayings are too obvious? The bones and ashes are all mine. In troubled times, duckweed can't bear to watch the flames of war burning the mountains and rivers. Even though I am in a low position, I still dare not forget my country. Even if no one knows me. The audience walked away and the old color disappeared. The people on the stage sang a heartbreaking farewell song. It's amazing that he can sing about the mixed feelings of love and hate so vividly, as if he had experienced it himself. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyi couldn't help but cover her mouth to prevent herself from getting too excited and screaming. Unlike Su Qingyi, who has great skills, retired veterans like Su Buxiao, who have almost maintained an innocent heart, have complicated expressions. Some clenched their fists. Some couldn't control themselves and shouted kill, kill, kill in anger. Some burst into tears for no apparent reason. Obviously, almost all of them were brought into their own personal world of imagination by Luo Dali's singing and the artistic conception of the lyrics. I don't know how much time had passed. Su Qingyi gradually came back to his senses. But Luo Dali on the stage was nowhere to be seen. It was as if what just happened was just a dream. Suddenly sensing something was wrong, Su Qingyi opened his palm and saw a golden pill emitting an indescribable medicinal fragrance. Such a strange phenomenon scared Su Qingyi so much that he almost threw it away instinctively. Wait, ma'am. Su Buxiao, who woke up later, hurriedly stopped Su Qingyi. Why, have you seen this thing? To be honest, ma'am, I was fortunate enough to receive one thanks to your kindness, and I gave it to my mother. But, then what? Knowing the situation of Su Buxiao's mother, Su Qingyi subconsciously looked forward to further questioning. The late phase turned into the middle phase. Taking a deep breath, Su Buxiao did not dare to hide anything. What? Knowing that Su Buxiao would never lie to her, Su Qingyi was stunned. Wait, since he has such a miraculous medicine, then Qingfeng. When he said this, Su Qingyi looked directly at Su Buxiao again. Gritting his teeth, Su Buxiao nodded affirmatively to Su Qingyi. Who, Su Buxiao, are you sure you're not kidding? Su Qingyi couldn't control herself and burst into tears. Ma'am, all 11 of us brothers have witnessed with our own eyes that the young master has fully recovered. Come to think of it, Mingyue. Wait, ma'am. Seeing Su Qingyi suddenly get so excited that he wanted to sprint up the mountain at a speed of 100 meters, Su Buxiao subconsciously called out to him. Why, you want to stop me? I dare not, but since the master has left, I guess, well, madam, the man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. If the news of the recovery of the young master and his family spreads, I am afraid it will cause trouble for the Lin family. Right, right, right. In this way, you will obey the orders of your uncle from now on, wholeheartedly. Got it? Realizing belatedly that he had been impulsive, and in order to avoid being targeted by the Lin family, Su Qingyi announced it directly to Su Buxiao and others. Ah, this. Madam, where is Master Ning Ke? I'll tell him now. A minute later, Su Qingyi quickly ended the call in a commanding tone. Ma'am, give it a try. Looking at the domineering Su Qingyi, Su Buxiao nodded with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyi swallowed it expectantly. After 5 or 6 minutes, she really noticed something was wrong with her. Looking at the stage in front of her, she went up with high spirits. Next second. The female version of Qi Ling sounded. His singing style and expressive skills are almost as good as Luo Dali. In other words, Su Qingyi's throat talent has been completely recovered, and his former glory has returned. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations, ma'am. Okay, ha ha ha. Well, ma'am, I think you'd better go down the mountain and curse at the gentleman. Hey, Su Buxiao. Hey, that seems to make sense. Halfway through her scolding, she immediately understood Su Buxiao's sinister intention. Su Qingyi suddenly started to act like a shrew and started to curse in the street. Just as Su Qingyi's figure disappeared from the sight of Su Buxiao and others, Luo Dali suddenly appeared on the stage in the next second. Obviously, he didn't really leave just now. It's just that I don't know how to deal with my future mother-in-law, so I have to pretend to be a master. Originally thought it would be of little use, who knew Su Buxiao would be such a great assist. Luo Dali was so happy that he generously rewarded the other party with a top-grade Peiyuan pill. Su Buxiao was so excited that his face was crooked with smile. Take it. Just now he heard that his future mother-in-law had handed over Su Buxiao and other 11-member team to him, and they were now his own people. Naturally, Luo Dali hoped that he could become stronger. Without any hesitation, Su Buxiao swallowed the Peiyuan pill in one gulp. After about 10 minutes, he felt something strange in his body. Boom! As a sound rang out from inside to outside, Su Buxiao finally succeeded in taking a step further and reached the physical level of a first-class military commander. With this level of physique, the single arm strength starts at 250 kilograms. Don't underestimate this force. After all, if a heavy Gatling gun is used with such strong arm force, he will be a killer on the battlefield. Thank you, sir, for the magic medicine. Well, how about we spar again? Feeling a little elated, Su Buxiao suddenly spoke to Luo Dali eagerly. Are you sure? Luo Dali was speechless. Does this top-notch guy really want to know how bad he is? Sure. Su Buxiao felt that he could at least withstand 3 moves from Luo Dali. Then, Luo Dali kicked him 20 meters away. If Luo Dali hadn't let him go, Su Buxiao would have probably been finished. But even though it wasn't cold, Su Buxiao still fainted briefly. A few minutes later, Su Buxiao woke up weakly. First, where's the gentleman? Captain, sir, flew away. Swallowing, one of the team members stuttered. Fly away? Su Buxiao looked confused. Captain, it's true. All 10 of us saw it with our own eyes. Fuck you, I was actually trying to get myself killed. Ahem, you didn't see anything just now, understand? Puff, I understand. Gone, stop laughing. But. Well, Captain, who will pay our salaries from now on? Ah, this. Sir, he has the same helicopter as the richest man. I guess he must be rich. Su Buxiao responded with a guilty conscience. Should? Throw that star, all of them. Starting tomorrow, everyone will climb to the top of Xianmen as a basic exercise every day. What the hell, the captain shouldn't take revenge like this. Stop. You are all too weak. You are so weak that you probably won't even be rewarded with the magic medicine by the master. So, you have to show yourselves. Oh, thank you for your guidance, Captain. After instantly understanding Su Buxiao's intention, the 10 security guards immediately charged towards Xianmen as if they were injected with chicken blood. As long as I show up at the Wujiaguan every day, I believe that one day I will catch the gentleman's eye. Chapter 45 A Great Man Returns, Su Qingyi cries with joy. After going down the mountain and returning to Dizizi Villa, Su Qingyi suddenly laughed uncontrollably. That sound frightened many servants in the manor. The reason why again is used to describe it is because this is Su Qingyi's daily basic operation. Of course, before today, Su Qingyi had always been the one venting passively. But today he took the initiative, just to make sure that one of the dogs in the manor would not suspect the surprise gain he had made this time when he went up the mountain. After making sure that there were no dogs around to eavesdrop, Suchingi finally couldn't help but directly call his eldest nephew on video. It's a video call, not a voice call. I will only see the explosive truth with my own eyes. Oh, help me, Grandma called again, and it was a video call. What should I do? Obviously, Ning Shusheng, who was only focused on making clay figures, had no idea that his father and sister had just joined forces to do something big. Then just pick it up. Ning Mingyue shrugged calmly. What the hell, sister, once the call is connected? Grandma just went up the mountain. What? But I didn't make it up the mountain. Why? We were happily sent away by our scumbag dad with a song and a little candy bean, but with my grandmother's wisdom, I think she must have guessed the truth that my sister and I have recovered. What about our most beautiful mother in the universe? Hey, if she knew, Grandma wouldn't be the first one to call. So? Catch. Ning Mingyue smiled confidently. The video call is connected. When Suchingi saw her handsome nephew fully recovered and standing up, she burst into tears of joy. Grandmother. After taking a standing photo of Bai Wang's younger brother, Ning Mingyue turned the camera around and gave Suchingi a sweet greeting. Mingyue, can you hear Grandma talking? Grandma, Mingyue heard it very clearly. Good, that's great. The reason you are able to. Grandma, it was my wise and powerful father who cured Mingyue and my brother. As if she immediately understood what her grandmother wanted to ask, Ning Mingyue stood on her father's side without hesitation. Just one. If you want your biological father and mother to get back together, you must first deal with your grandmother. Puff, you little girl didn't say that about the dog before. But you are right, maybe Grandma did misunderstand you about him before. Recalling what he had seen and heard on the mountain just now, Suchingi rarely refrained from continuing to call his cheap son-in-law a dog thief. So, Grandma, what's your decision? Hearing something, Ning Mingyue immediately took the opportunity to speak slyly. You girl, you're so quick to stop interfering. After speaking in a huff, Suchingi finally gave his final decision. Through the song Embroidering the Red Flag, she did change her opinion of a certain cheap son-in-law. But that's all. That's great. Grandma, Daddy wrote a song for Mingyue a while ago. Mingyue, let me sing it for you. Oh, he actually gave you the song. Grandma must listen to it carefully. Unexpectedly there was a surprise. Suchingi pretended to be expectant. Grandma, wait a minute. Ning Mingyue suddenly thought of something and ran to the 100-acre rose garden. Thanks to Huabushi, a wealthy man with plenty of money, many of the adult Damascus rose trees that were airlifted here along with their soil have already blossomed. Grandma, this 100-acre rose garden was planted by Dad for Mingyue. Also, the song Dad wrote for Mingyue is called Yellow Rose. After a brief explanation of the reason, Ning Mingyue calmed down. Recalling the time she spent with her biological father, Ning Mingyue spoke. Yellow Rose, don't cry. Of all the flowers, you are the most beautiful. Don't be sad if you get hurt. Don't let your tears wet the pistol. Don't let me see your sadness. My heart breaks for her. Don't ask yourself if it's right. It's beautiful when there's love in your heart. Even if we say goodbye to the spring sunshine, you still have to be open. Oh my God, such a heartwarming song, these lyrics. She had just been listening and seeing what was going on, but who knew that as she listened, Suchingi couldn't help but burst into tears on the spot. In fact, Suchingi knew too well the hardships that his two older nephews had gone through in the past 3 years. Through this song and the rose garden that someone personally built for her nephew, Suchingi would be lying if she said she was not moved. This is definitely a sincere expression from a father to his daughter. But, looking at the 100-acre rose garden behind her niece, Suchingi couldn't forgive herself. If I am not mistaken, those rose trees should be the most authentic Damascus varieties. If you want to plant hundreds of acres, the shipping cost alone would be enough to scare the average person to death. This is just the surface. What's even more terrifying is that without a certain amount of energy, it would be impossible to get so many rose trees from Damas. Mingyue, did he plant this rose garden for you personally? After his niece finished singing, Suchingi couldn't help but ask about his doubts. Well, I guess so. Ning Mingyue responded with a guilty conscience. What do you mean by considered? Dad planned the rose garden for Mingyue, and then Grandpa Hua and Grandpa Xiao arranged for people to open up the barren hills and plant the roses. When Mingyue and her father come back from their 3-day trip to Teng County, the rose garden will be ready. Well, not only that, Grandpa Hua also built a horse farm for my brother. Look, Grandma. Afraid that the image she created for her father was not good enough, Mingyue pointed the camera at the top pony farm nearby. Next are the orchards, medicinal gardens, farms, etc. Su Qingyi was stunned by what she saw. That's right. Relying on her former status as a prominent figure, she had seen many extravagant businesses of wealthy families in the upper class. But what about today? She realized that she was still superficial. After all, she really couldn't imagine that a shabby Taoist temple that didn't even have a cable car to the mountain could hide such an incredible top-level industry. Grandma, Dad has also taught Mingyue how to ride a horse. Noob. Wait, riding a horse? Little girl Mingyue, don't mess around. Just as I was halfway through exclaiming, I saw a horse so handsome that it almost blinded my eyes. Immediately afterwards, Su Qingyi saw the horse bend down on its own as if it had a spirit. His granddaughter successfully got on the horse and started the slow running mode on her own. Oh my god, this. Su Qingyi was so shocked that his scalp went numb. But when he saw Ning Shusheng standing aside like a big victim, Su Qingyi couldn't help but break down on the spot. There is no harm without comparison. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Dabeakai's anxious questioning voice came in. The corners of his mouth twitched, and after signaling to his nephew with his eyes that they could talk later, Su Qingyi pretended to be calm and went to open the door. Ningmi, what's wrong with you? Why are you knocking on my door like that? Before Dabeakai could speak, Su Qingyi pretended to be angry and questioned the other party. Mom, No, I don't have such a violent daughter. No, Mom, I. Immediately treat me to a bowl of snail rice noodles that costs more than 100 G, or I will never forgive you. What the hell, deal? She always felt that there was something wrong with her mother, but she couldn't figure out what the specific problem was. Ningmi was helplessly dragged out of the house by her dramatic mother. Chapter 46, the second level of double pupils, seeing others' fortunes and misfortunes. Oh my god. What's going on? After receiving 2 prompts from the system in a row for no apparent reason, Luo Dali felt confused. After all, he didn't do anything. Ding, the host followed his daughter's advice and successfully gained a little favor from his future mother-in-law, and got a chance to draw a lottery. Ding, the daughter praised the host crazily in front of her grandmother, and sang the host's shamelessly plagiarized Yellow Rose to her grandmother, and won a chance to draw a prize. Will you draw a lottery? I see. However, the little girl actually knew how to help her father. It seems that there is hope that her habit of leaking air can be completely reversed. Wait, that's not right. Why isn't there a lottery for that rebellious son? Forget it, Atong, I've drawn them all. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a yacht. It was built by Far Ahead United Daxia Shipyard in 2035. It can be controlled by remote control AI using the Warrior Chariot bracelet. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small courtyard. It is specified to be materialized in the spiritual field space. It has been materialized. Congratulations to the host for activating the second precious bone, the upper limb bones, including the scapula, clavicle and humerus, etc. The hegemony has been unlocked to 50%, and the hegemony has been slightly successful, with a comprehensive combat power of more than 50,000 pounds. Friendly reminder, the host already has a hidden danger of violent tendencies, please pay attention to self-cultivation. Ding, tyrant body is slightly accomplished, and the double pupil is upgraded to the second level. The main function is to see people's fortune and misfortune. This magical power will damage the host's lifespan. To see the fortune and misfortune of a person once, it will consume 1 year of the host's lifespan. Please use it with caution. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Name, Luo Dali. Overlord, 50%. Lifespan, 2436. Supernatural powers, spiritual field space, second level of double pupil, mountain god, photographic memory. Skills, god-level driving skills, singing skills, proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, master-level cursive writing skills, helicopter driving skills, god-level marksmanship, unshakable horsemanship, clay figurine skills superb, guitar skills superb. Resources, 1 Aojia Z13, 1 yacht, 3 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Host, please choose a place to manifest the yacht. This is the Xuanwu Lake in front of the courtyard. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Dali gave some advice. Ding, the manifestation is successful, and a simple small dock is included as a gift. No, Atong, do you think I'm stupid? Where's the yacht? Do you want to disable the stealth function? Damn, there is such a cool function? It turns out that it uses various light refraction principles, and then uses AI to scan autonomously. Let's not disable the invisibility function for now. Knowing the magical functions of the yacht, Luo Dali made a cunning decision. Xuanwu Lake is a high mountain deep water lake. Except for the relatively flat and open area in front of the courtyard, other places are mostly cliffs. Last time, Luo Dali couldn't catch any fish and was worried about where to find a suitable fishing spot. Now, with a yacht, there are good fishing spots everywhere. Just looking at the gorgeous 3-story building in front of him, Luo Dali began to have a headache again. The Mengshi chariot can be carried up the mountain by brute force, but even a fool would not believe that it can carry a yacht up the mountain. Although at this moment, he already possesses tremendous combat power that is no less than that of Li Yuanba. But can this be easily demonstrated? Is this the second level of the double pupil? I don't think there is any obvious change. But this thing actually costs your life, which is creepy. Wait, if this incredible skill is here, it seems that armed view can continue to operate normally. Luo Dali suddenly thought of a use for the second level of double pupils. Just Krypton life. The existence of a system does not mean there is no room for maneuver. Subconsciously, Luo Dali thought of Chen Beishuan's father who had been missing for 3 years. During the time he worked at the 815 bar, he often saw Zhang Xiaofan crying alone in the middle of the night. I also learned the true meaning behind the name of 815 bar. A hero shouldn't. I'll ask Sister Xiaofan to calculate his birth date when I get a chance. When he came to his senses, Luo Dali had already made a decision. Just 1 year of life. Just think of it as a way of repaying the other party for giving you the bar shares. Disease Eye Manor. A 30-year-old snail noodle shop nearby. Su Qingyi ordered all the dishes that he saw others like on Doluo. The final bill was 166 yuan per bowl. Slurp. So beautiful. When she was young, Su Qingyi was almost destined to have nothing to do with spicy food because she studied various operas and bel canto. After someone drugged him and damaged his throat talent, Su Qingyi had to survive on a diet of almost pure tea and plain food in order to recover. As a result, she has lost a lot of weight compared to her heyday. Now God has blessed her with a miraculous son-in-law, allowing her to recover in the most desperate moment. If Su Qingyi didn't treat her stomach well, she would feel sorry for all the years of forbearance. Mom, are you okay? Looking at her mother wolfing down the food, Ningmi was completely confused. Girl, Mom introduced you to a blind date. Trying not to laugh, Su Qingyi suddenly looked up and pretended to be serious. As soon as these words came out, Ningmi got furious on the spot. Who? After calming down her thoughts, Ningmi gritted her teeth and pretended to be calm. You'll know when you see it. Su Qingyi pretended to be mysterious. Not see. After thinking about it, Ningmi gritted her teeth and expressed her attitude. If you don't go, you won't get any help from your family in the future. Mom, you know that I'm with him. Ningmi was almost forced to collapse on the spot. It's okay if you don't want to go, but... Seeing that it was almost done, Su Qingyi expressed his little thoughts. But what? Ningmi was stunned. What do you think of him? Su Qingyi suddenly changed the subject. This, I don't know. You don't know or you don't want to say? Mom, Qingfeng Mingyue is like that, even our Ning family can't do anything about it. I'm afraid of delaying him. That's it? Looking at Debayakai who was about to cry, Su Qingyi suddenly couldn't help but burst into laughter. But after realizing that there was a hidden danger of exposing the magical son-in-law, she quickly pretended to be calm and said, Girl, I give you 2 choices, either you go on a blind date with me honestly, or you marry him. What the hell, you want me to marry him? Come to his house? Mom, you are not crazy, are you? Besides, even if you and I have no objection, he may not agree. Stop, I heard that you've been going to the recording studio a lot recently? Knowing that Debayakai was right, Su Qingyi had no choice but to change the subject. If I remember correctly, my niece just said that the 100-acre rose garden and horse farm were not directly handled by Luo Dali. Instead, it was an old man named Hua and Xiao who lived on the mountain who helped to solve the problem. Although he was not sure about the other party's true identity, Su Qingyi knew that even the Ning family must have enough energy to transform 1,000 acres of wasteland into such a top-notch scene within 3 days. Not to mention that the 1,000 acres of wasteland is located at an altitude of more than 1,400 meters, and there is no road leading up the mountain. In short, if the Ning family has the support of these two mysterious old men, it is unlikely that they will be able to control Luo Dali. If you are not careful, it may cause big trouble. Thinking of the various hidden dangers in the Ning Wang era, Su Qingyi felt inexplicably uneasy. Mom, you know everything? Being suddenly asked this sensitive question, Ningmi subconsciously asked her mother back. Know what? Hearing something amiss, Su Qingyi pretended to be profound and asked Dabayakai a question. Finally 100,000 words, shamelessly asking for a 5-star review. Chapter 47 Su Qingyi's Reminder. After taking a deep breath, Ningmi decided to share the story of Luo Dali's creation of embroidering the red flag with her mother. To be honest, I was quite scared by my mother's blind date drama just now. If I don't take the opportunity to show off some of my skills as a cheap man, I'll probably remain passive. Is this the work of the magic uncle? Restraining his excitement, Su Qingyi pretended to be nonchalant and clicked play. When the prelude melody of embroidering the red flag sounded, Su Qingyi subconsciously closed his eyes. Was shocked. Really? After listening to the entire song Embroidering the Red Flag, Su Qingyi almost couldn't help but applaud excitedly. A song. An echo of history. The red heritage of the new generation. This is actually a top-notch red song that is even more majestic than Qiling. Girl, this song is really amazing. Was it written by that bastard? Coming back to his senses, Su Qingyi seriously questioned Dabayakai. Without saying anything more, Ningmi directly found the copyright page of Embroidering the Red Flag and showed it to her mother. After the appraisal was completed, Su Qingyi clenched his fists excitedly. In fact, she knew too well the impact of this song Embroidering the Red Flag on the current chaotic entertainment industry in Daxia. It is even possible that Luo Dali could sing a song that would reach the sky. Of course, this is only the good side. On the bad side, Luo Dali might face a public opinion impact that is 10 or 100 times more terrifying than what she faced back then. This is something Su Qingyi absolutely does not want to see. Girl, are you helping him record this song? After calming down his thoughts, Su Qingyi looked straight at the cabbage. Is that so? What's the meaning? He said the chorus version of this song is more effective. Chorus, go on. After listening to Luo Dali's rigorous conception of the production of the MV4 Embroidering the Red Flag, down to the details including the specific colors of the costumes, Su Qingyi was shocked again. Talent. A rare talent with a passionate sense of patriotism. We must find a way to protect each other. Girl, do you know what the possible outcome of participating in the recording of the MV4 Embroidering the Red Flag might be? Mom, if I have to consider the consequences of everything I do, then what great things do you think I can accomplish? My purpose is only one: as long as people like to listen, I will dare to sing it out. You did a great job. What, Mom, do you mean to support me? Ningmi was prepared to be ridiculed by her own mother, but who knew that this would be the result she wanted most? She was pleasantly surprised. The conditions on the mountain don't allow it. Invite him to come down the mountain when you have time. Well, your money-losing recording studio is finally not wasted. Mom, do you want to see him? What are you thinking? He is not worthy of it right now. But if this MV of Embroidering the Red Flag can be ranked in the top 3 of Dolua's hot searches, I might consider it? Top 3 on the trending search list? Mom, don't worry, I will. Stop, Mom is tired, let's stop here for today. That was enough. Su Qingyi pretended to be unhappy and left. Ningmi was completely confused. I still feel like something is wrong, but I still don't know where the problem lies. However, Ningmi took her mother's reminder to heart. It was only because her biological mother was a singer of the people's song back then, which affected the interests of some terrible groups in the entertainment industry, and eventually she was drugged and her throat talent was ruined. He had no choice but to retire from the party. As a daughter, Ningmi naturally has the awareness to clear her mother's name. It's just that there hasn't been much achievement so far. It is estimated that her skills are only 1/3 of her mother's in her heyday. I thought that after handing my children over to someone, I would be able to make rapid progress. Now seeing the cheap man suddenly appearing in Embroidering the Red Flag, Ningmi felt inexplicably jealous. Someone is clearly an orphan and a loser who graduated from a third-rate university, but he was able to create top-notch hit songs that even shocked her, who had already become a second-tier star. There is really no harm without comparison. Taking a deep breath, Ningni made a phone call. Miss, I'm Ada. As soon as the call was connected, Su Buxiao's voice was heard. Tell me about it. Ningni seemed to be hinting at something. This, miss, the madam did not go up the mountain today. Why? Well, I guess madam thinks there are too many stairs in Xianmen. Then what? Madam scolded my sister and the mountain, and then she went down the mountain in a rage. Because he couldn't lie, Su Buxiao pretended to be guilty. By the way, miss, just now madam suddenly announced that our team would be assigned to the young master and his team. Well, madam has already explained this to Master Ning Quebec. Thinking of something, Su Buxiao subconsciously said a few more words. I will pay your wages from now on. Ningmi was stunned for a moment, with a strange look on her face. I really don't understand my mother's actions. Then she called someone again. Handsome boy, just now we said that my mother is going up the mountain. Can't you go down the mountain to pick her up? Ah, this. I went down the mountain, but when I reached the entrance of the stairs, I heard that my mother had left. Stop. Why are you calling her our mom? That's my mom. Oh, I've thought about it. Let me sing the song Embroidering the Red Flag. Zireo and I will sing the lead. Ningni stated the key point of this call. Yes. She wanted to attract fire for some cheap man. Also, the conditions on the mountain are not good. When you have time, ask Zireo and the others to come to my recording studio to participate in the final chorus session. Ah, this. They were all prepared to invite the child's mother to the mountain and to confess their crime in exchange for leniency, but who knew that she would suddenly do this, giving Luo Dali a headache? Plans always fail to keep up with changes. However, Luo Dali didn't have much objection to the child's mother taking over as the lead singer. It was because when he was investigating the murder of Su Qingyi, he knew that the entertainment industry in this parallel world was very deep. It's so serious that if Luo Dali appeared in person, he might be cyber-bullied overnight. This was the main reason why he designed the avatars of himself, his children, and others to resemble Chinese cartoon characters. I believe this was also the original intention of the child's mother, who suddenly wanted to take over the lead singer position. If the system hadn't been added, Luo Dali would probably have fulfilled Ningni's wish. Now, he just wants the couple to be of one mind. Why, you don't want to? Hearing someone's silence, Ningni gritted her teeth and provoked him with a few words. No, you and Zireo can take care of the lead vocals, but I will still participate. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. No, it's called husband and wife being of one mind. Bah, who would agree with you and your wife? Pretty girl, according to the plan, I wanted to invite you to the mountain to complete the final chorus. Are you sure you want to change it? In order to avoid being troubled by the child's mother in the future, Luo Dali held back his laughter and said the ugly words in advance. Humph, are there such conditions on the mountain? Don't worry, since you called me a pretty girl, I won't charge you for the recording studio. As long as the pretty girl is happy, if nothing else. Wait, don't try to beat around the bush. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Why would I choose a small apple instead of a big peach? What big peach and small apple? Bah, Luo Dali, I knew you had bad intentions towards me. Seeing the phone suddenly hung up, Ningmi was so angry that she wanted to curse. But when she was half angry, she laughed for no reason. Chapter 48, Evildoers will be punished by their own evildoers. After holding back for most of the day, Chen Pingtu finally waited until all his men were in place. He held a grudge and led his team directly to Honglang. Then book the whole place. Needless to say, Chen Pingtu directly pointed to manager number 36. What do you want to do? Think. No, I mean you. Why, are you afraid that I won't pay you? No, I mean we are serious here. Stop, all of us will just wash our feet, but we will all work overtime until dawn. Chen Pingtu looked furious. What? When the manager learned the purpose of the young man's visit, his face turned green. If she really had to work overtime until dawn, her hands would probably be crippled. Hey, you can refuse, but I don't know if we can continue to open the door tomorrow. Chen Pingtu pretended to be indifferent. What, do you want to know? Taking a deep breath, the manager gave in. I'm in a bad mood, so I'll work overtime until 12 o'clock. Fuck, there's absolutely no problem with my work ethics. Trying not to cry, the manager gritted his teeth and went to get ready for work. With the manager's hands numb, she finally made it to 12 o'clock. Then, without waiting for Chen Pingtu to ask, he took the initiative to explain some things he knew. Of course, she wouldn't be stupid enough to betray a captain in black. Instead, they used a tried and tested method to deceive Chen Pingtu. For example, Hong Langman also had outdoor mountain climbing packages and so on. Sure enough, when Chen Pingtu heard about the dangerous package of wild mountain climbing, he subconsciously lost much of his vigilance towards the manager. Are there any other ways to get to the armed view? Chen Pingtu hoped to change the subject. In fact, he really didn't want to climb the 1,080 steps up the mountain. No. The manager's answer gave Chen Pingtu a complete headache. It was a headache as to whether I should continue to bother Zhongling. After all, the thought of having to climb 1,080 steps every time to see your goddess is so painful. Sir, a man must be strong. As if he had keenly sensed that Chen Pingtu was inclined to give up halfway, the manager suddenly said something in a sarcastic tone. Fuck you. If a man is willing to climb 1,080 steps to confess his love to me, I would be lying if I said I wasn't touched. That seems to make sense. Provoked by the manager, Chen Pingtu couldn't help but get angry again. Calculate how much it will cost. I will lead the team to the summit tonight. Wow, if you succeed in reaching the summit tonight, I will cover all the expenses for the night. The manager directly cut off someone's back. Gone, bye. As expected, Chen Pingtu was enraged and led his team away in a rage. Soon, they arrived at the entrance below the Shinmen stairs. Hey, isn't this the dogskin plaster? When he met someone with bad intentions again, Su Buxiao made fun of him directly on the spot. Gone, are you looking for death? There are 10 muscular men in the fitness industry standing behind him. At this moment, Chen Pingtu was not afraid of Su Buxiao. With a disdainful smile, Su Buxiao clapped his hands calmly. Next second, the 10 brothers hiding in the dark revealed their true forms. Gone, do you know who I am? Looking at the 10 men in black behind Su Buxiao, Chen Pingtu became angry. Don't you just want to confess your love to the goddess? Is it necessary to create so many problems for me? Diakame, you idiot, do you know who our captain is? Before Su Buxiao could speak, a security guard in black couldn't help but retort to Chen Pingtu. Fuck, guys, fuck them for me. As a young ruffian in Kyoto, Chen Pingtu had never been provoked like this by a little karami. He roared and signaled his men. Well done. Instead of blaming his brother, Su Buxiao took the initiative to greet him. He wants to prove himself in front of his brothers. Bang bang bang. Under Chen Pingtu's wide eyes, none of the 10 muscular men from the fitness industry that he brought could withstand Su Buxiao's move, and they were quickly wiped out on the spot. Ningchen Su Buxiao, please teach me. After proving himself by fighting 10 people at once, Su Buxiao pretended to be ferocious and stared directly at Chen Pingtu. You win. Chen Pingtu had no idea that he would meet a top-notch military commander in such a desolate mountain area. He quickly calmed down helplessly. That's right. As a young villain from Kyoto who could frighten officials from other places, he was naturally qualified to come into contact with warriors. As far as he knew, the physical strength of a first-rate warrior was at least 250 kilograms per arm. Among the strong men in the fitness world, there are only a few who can lift a 200-meter barbell with both hands. The two sides are not on the same level at all. If they continue to show off, it will only make them more embarrassed. It's better to leave first. Etc. Su Buxiao suddenly called Chen Pingtu. Boy, I admit that you are very strong, but my Chen family in Kyoto. Thinking that someone was really going to kill him, Chen Pingtu had no choice but to tell his family. Stop, were you instigated to go up the mountain? Su Buxiao pretended to be sarcastic. What's the meaning? Behind Han Langman is Lin Tian, the eldest son of the Ningqing Lin family. The one from the Tingyun era? Hearing something was wrong, Chen Pingtu subconsciously asked for confirmation. It seems you are not stupid. Su Buxiao nodded in affirmation. Hearing this, Chen Pingtu was stunned. At least he thought he had never offended Lin Tian. Are there enemies of Lin Tian on the mountain? Suddenly realizing something, Chen Pingtu looked straight at Su Buxiao. The Lin family kid is not worthy of being your enemy. Sir? Thank you for letting me know. Goodbye. Seeing a sturdy and strong man like Su Buxiao calling the people on the mountain sir with respect, Jinping too was still aware of the terrible truth that he was being used as a gun. And an existence that all first-rate military generals must worship and revere, must be a top-level military general, that is, a martial arts master. Even the Chen family in Kyoto would not want to offend such a terrifying existence easily unless necessary. Red Romance is a pink private room. The captain in black shared the story of the dragon with the manager again. Bang! The door of the private room was suddenly kicked open violently. Fuck, who the hell dares to kick me? Just as he was getting angry, he saw Jinping 2 and 10 muscular men from the fitness world blocking the private room. The black-clad captain of the Lin family was stunned. This is going to be trouble. Are you the Lin family's dog? Jinping 2 looked directly at the captain in black and questioned him angrily. This. As expected, after his bad guess came true, the captain in black felt guilty. Hold him down for me. After noticing something, Jinping 2 immediately went crazy and roared. You, take that whip and whip him. Jinping 2 then pointed fiercely at a manager named number 36. As a cultured young bully, you must understand the law. Seeing this, the manager looked at the captain in black with a pale face. Beat. Knowing that Jinping 2 would not be able to calm down unless he got beaten, the captain in black gritted his teeth and signaled to the manager. It's true that a certain evil young man is really good at playing. Hey, manager, if this is the only strength you have, then I wouldn't mind swapping roles with you guys later. What the hell, this captain, treat me like the beast who abandoned you. Before the captain in black could finish his words, the manager suddenly and angrily whipped him hard with a whip. It was so fierce that even a young villain like Jinping 2 couldn't bear to look at it. 5 minutes later, the captain in black, covered in wounds, was carried to the hospital's emergency room by his younger brothers. Manager, please continue to work overtime until dawn. What, fuck, there is absolutely no problem with my work ethics. The manager was frustrated and accepted his fate. The other side. After learning that his security captain was beaten into the emergency room, Luo Dali's Ningqing enemy Lin Tian finally showed up. Ask for a free gift. Chapter 49 Subuxiao, you can't do this in front of the teacher. When he learned that it was his security captain who outsmarted him, which led to him being hated by the Kyoto villain Flathead brother, he forgave Lin Tianma. Even though he usually calls himself the number one young master in Ningqing, he is nothing compared to those real young masters in Kyoto. As for the attempt to use Tingyun Times to cooperate with the Chen family in Kyoto, it is just a dream. To put it nicely, Tingyun Times claims to have a market value of hundreds of billions, but the Lin family actually owns very few shares. Only the fourth largest shareholder. The top 3 shareholders are similar to the Dolua platform, all of which are occupied by 3 major overseas chaebols. To put it more bluntly, the Lin family is the spokesperson for certain overseas interest groups in Daxia. In front of ordinary people, he might be able to act arrogantly, but in front of the Chen family, which has a good family background, Lin would probably tremble at the mere word of the Chen family. This is the reason why Lin Tian has been plotting against Ningmi. To be more precise, it was the Ning Wang era that focused on the research and development of new energy technologies. This is also the reason why Lin Tian ruthlessly drugged and murdered the child after learning that Ningmi had married another man, and after failing, he still pestered Ningmi. You just said that Jinping 2 did not succeed in climbing the mountain? Resisting the urge to beat up the security captain, Lin Tian asked a key question. Sir, this is what the people under number 36 just reported. Why doesn't number 36 report directly to me? This. Number 36 is the young master's man, so how could the security captain dare to confess and show leniency to him? Explain. Feeling something was wrong, Lin Tian's face looked grim and forced. Sir, you are usually very busy, so you're just kind enough to help take care of my number 36? No, sir, please listen to my excuse. Where's the doctor? Give this piece of shit some salt to disinfect it. What, add salt? Sir, spare my life? Upon hearing this, the security captain was so scared that his face turned green. Sure enough, these young men who usually look like decent people are the best at playing tricks on others. The emergency room was soon filled with the cries of the security captain. After listening to a powerful DJ song, Lin Tian walked into the emergency room again. Why did you hide this from me, young master? Looking at the pale-faced security captain, Lin Tian questioned coldly. Sir, I have already found the bastard who made Miss Ning pregnant, and I'm sure he's hiding in the Armed Forces Temple. What? Keep going. Controlling his temper, Lin Tian clenched his fist and signaled to the security captain. Compared with the other party's idiot, Lin Tian knew clearly that the armed view was an absolute taboo in Ningcheng. Even the Lin family didn't dare to go up the mountain and cause trouble openly. So, when Lin Tian heard that a certain bastard could actually stay on the mountain, he almost went crazy. Well, Master, Ning Ke has arranged people to guard the bottom of the Xianmen stairs 24 hours a day. I was not afraid that forcing in would affect Master's layout. When I learned by chance that Chen Pingtu wanted to go up the mountain to confess his love, I instigated him to help us deal with Ning Ke's people. Who knew? Stop, are you saying there's someone else Chen Pingtu likes on the mountain? Yes, I heard from Xiao Wang that it was a person named Linger. Then what? Xiao Wang said that the company arranged for him to go on a business trip abroad. When they said this, the security captain and Lin Tian's expressions suddenly changed. 5 or 6 minutes later, they realized that Xiao Wang had taken his entire family on an overseas trip. Doctor, disinfect this piece of shit with salt water again. After realizing that Xiao Wang must have betrayed him, Lin Tian immediately made a ferocious gesture to the doctor. The security captain once again had to cry and yell for help. I'll give you a week. If you can't get that bastard off the mountain, then I don't mind arranging a business trip abroad for you. After saying this, Lin Tian left in anger. Finished. Understanding the implication of overseas business trip, the security captain's face turned pale. In fact, he had already found out Luo Dali's background. He was just an orphan, so it would be difficult to find an excuse to get him to leave the mountain. Etc. Thinking of something, the security captain quickly and with difficulty made a phone call. But no one answered. Changed the number, still the same. After some verification, the security captain found out that some shady people were suddenly sent in. Could it be Ning Ke who did it? Thinking of the last time he heard a certain young man's declaration of asylum, the security captain was numb. It seems that I, the captain, have to take action myself. I don't believe that you, a bastard, can continue to live safely in the mountains after knowing that your old boss and good brothers are being targeted. A night passed. After coming out of Honglang, Chen Pingtu came to the entrance of Xianmen stairs again. But this time, he did not bring 10 more fitness losers with him, but chose to be alone. Oh, you're still not giving up. You're looking for. Chen Pingtu's face was full of surprise when he realized that he was no match for the fierce man Su Buxiao. Get out of the way. I want to go up the mountain to do good deeds. Taking a deep breath, Chen Pingtu found another excuse to go up the mountain. Hee, just pick up girls, stop talking nonsense. With the confidence given by the physique of a first-rate general, Su Buxiao didn't even give Chen Pingtu any face. What the hell? What do you need to do to get me to go up the mountain? This. Just as he was about to send more people away, a team member whispered something in Su Buxiao's ear. In an instant, Su Buxiao's eyes lit up. I just checked the almanac. Today is not a good day for you to go hiking. Let's go to the 815 bar and have a night of fun. Fuck you, is there anything special about this bar? Chen Pingtu was so angry that he finally realized something was wrong. When did the island nation bow to us? Oh, that's interesting. What do you do after you go to the bar? If someone causes trouble, you just need to settle it. That's it? That's it. Okay, wait, who's going to cause trouble? Chen Pingtu suddenly felt something was wrong again. Why, is there anyone in this second-tier Ning city who can make you, flathead brother, give in? Fuck, you know my name, and you still dare to act so arrogant? Chen Pingtu's expression was wonderful. Oh, in front of the master, you can't. Su Buxiao had a mysterious look of confidence on his face. Make a deal. With his mouth twitching twice, Chen Pingtu still chose to cooperate. After the young man left, Su Buxiao immediately made a phone call respectfully. It is exactly the number of the new young master Luo Dali. Sir, we just found out that the Lin family's dog is going to the 815 bar to cause trouble. Oh, and then? When Luo Dali learned the purpose of his younger brother's call, he looked indifferent. Just one. 815 bar is home to many hidden talents. If the young man from the Lin family dares to provoke his low-key good brother, he may not succeed. After angering the other party, you have to honestly apologize. Sir, it just so happened that idiot wanted to go up the mountain to harass Miss Zhongling again today, so I took the initiative to let him go to the 815 bar to take charge. Good job. Unexpectedly, the new brother is such a troublemaker. Luo Dali didn't know what to say for a moment. Sir, there is one more thing. I promised the dogskin plaster that if I help stabilize the 815 bar, I can go up the mountain to see Miss Zhongling. Will it be? Stop. As long as there is sincerity in going up the mountain, there is no need to stop them anymore. Ah, all right. I thought I was going to be scolded, but who knew I would be praised? Su Buxiao laughed so happily. Chapter 50: The difficulty of changing the surnames of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Ling Tian Space. Looking at the beautiful courtyard in front of him, Luo Dali thought of 4 words: harmony between man and nature. Yes. The layout of the small courtyard is so harmonious with everything around the spiritual field space. Rather than a small courtyard, it looks more like a small hill. The spiritual field space is transformed into a mysterious little world where mountains and water blend together. Hey, this octagonal pavilion. When he walked into the pavilion in the courtyard, Luo Dali suddenly felt that the entire magnetic field had changed, which reminded him of 2 words: dojo. Studying in this pavilion will surely lead to extraordinary understanding. I asked the system and found out that the small courtyard was not affected by the 12 times passage of time. If there is a chance, we must find a way to bring in Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick to study and improve ourselves every day. That's not right. These vegetables are clearly ripe, but they haven't withered yet. Ah Tong, what's going on? Luo Dali discovered something strange about the vegetables grown in the spiritual field space. Host, the spiritual field space has not yet evolved completely. Currently, there is only spring, not summer, autumn, or winter. The downside is that it is difficult to reproduce the second generation. The advantage is that after they reach maturity, they will continue to optimize their talents and may evolve into natural talents. Damn, does the spiritual field space have such incredible functions? By the way, Atone, how can we make the spiritual field space evolve? The spiritual field space is like a small world, and the outside world is a big world. Well, it's the nanny system. When the host successfully changes the child's surname to Luo, the spiritual field space will evolve into summer. It's a bit difficult. Upon hearing this, Luo Dali felt inexplicably guilty. In fact, Ning Mi brought the 2 kids here by herself, and he just worked hard for one night. So how do we evolve autumn and winter? When the child is raised to 18 years old and the family is still harmonious, the spiritual field space evolves into autumn. When the host's children get married and start their own families, the spiritual field space will evolve into winter. I forgot to tell the host that after each evolution, the spiritual field space will expand tenfold. When the 4-season cycle evolves, it will. What? Ding, the host does not have enough authority. Dia came. Being suddenly kept in suspense, Luo Dali felt uncomfortable and angrily left the spiritual field space directly. The Golden Eagle's magical power is activated. When he appeared again, Luo Dali came near the farm. I saw Crouching Dragon, Phoenix Chick, and their 3 cheap apprentices making clay figures again. And compared to the technology on the first day, there have been earth-shaking changes. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be dignified. Luo Dali couldn't help but feel awe when he saw the clay figures. Looking at the number of clay figures again, there are already hundreds of them, 108 to be exact, which shows how persistent the children have been in the past 2 days. Apart from sleeping, I almost do nothing but make clay figures. Okay, let's stop here for the clay figurine. Sure, use your connections to build golden statues for them all. Then it was offered to the workers and peasants' hall. Yes, master. Hua Buan nodded seriously. Bei Xian, your master is going to reopen the Armed Forces Temple. Let's start building your candy store and flower shop today. Great, thank you, master. Idiot, from now on, the vegetarian meals for the pilgrims on the mountain are dependent on you. Well, anyone who donates more than $1 can enjoy a free lunch. Ah. Master, Erwo will definitely not let you down. Xiaoyao was overjoyed as he never thought that he would be entrusted with such an important task. Because for a chef, cooking for people is his greatest hobby. The so-called chef is similar to Fuzi, Jin Yuanzi, and is a chef who has found the way to cook. Unfaithful person, what about me? When he heard that his junior sisters and brothers all had work to do, the bored Ning Shusheng subconsciously looked directly at his unfaithful father. Ning Mingyue standing by also wanted to show off. Oh, you rebellious son, you are already an adult, and you still have the nerve to let your father arrange a job for you? No, then I'll be mobile. I'll go wherever someone needs me. Thinking that what his unfaithful father said made sense, and not wanting to restrict his own activities too much, Ning Shusheng immediately made a cunning announcement. Then he looked at his sister. There is no order without rules. From now on, I am the senior sister who is in charge of this mountain. What's that called? Yes, supervisor. I will supervise your work. If anyone is lazy, cuts corners, or breaks the law, don't blame me for getting mad. Have to. Sure enough, it's the senior sister. As soon as this supervisory position came out, Ning Shusheng and others immediately expressed their absolute agreement. The three cheap apprentices each went about their own business. As Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick had no specific work arrangements, Luo Dali took the opportunity to keep them. Dad, if you have anything to say, just say it now. Ning Mingyue gave Luo Dali a wise look. Ahem, Bao, do you think Ning Mingyue is better, or Luo? Stop, of course, Ning Shusheng is more domineering. Without waiting for his unfaithful father with impure motives to finish speaking, or for his sister to reply, Ning Shusheng immediately announced without hesitation. You. Unexpectedly, he would die before accomplishing his mission. Luo Dali was so embarrassed. Scumbag dad, if you want us to have your last name, that's not impossible. Please give me some advice, my dear. When he heard there was a chance, Luo Dali asked for advice without caring whether it was embarrassing or not. It's easy, just chase after our most beautiful mom in the universe. Ning Mingyue sweetly offered advice. This difficulty. Hearing this, Luo Dali's face twitched. Of course it's not easy. After all, if you want to deal with my mother, the most beautiful girl in the universe, you, a heartless person, must first deal with the scumbag in the enhanced group who has set his sights on my mother. Scholar Ning said something sarcastic again. After dealing with all this mess, we still have to deal with the bad-tempered uncle, the greedy grandma, and the old-fashioned grandpa. Ning Mingyue added a few words. Luo Dali's confidence was almost shattered upon hearing this. In fact, this is a bit too difficult. Although I cured my future mother-in-law's throat, I still didn't get an invitation from her to have dinner at her home. Wrong. Suddenly remembering something, Luo Dali's eyes lit up. If I work hard on my own, it would be really difficult to deal with the child's mother and other members of the Ning family. But it may not be the case if there is help from Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. That's right. Luo Dali thought of the system prompt that told him the truth that Ning Mingyue spoke well of him in front of her future mother-in-law. However, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick were also very cunning and did not tell Luo Dali this to his face. But Luo Dali would never believe that the other party did not think highly of him, the super father who had a system. Therefore, if you want to win over the child's mother, there is only one way to go, and that is to pamper the children madly, until they madly worship themselves as their biological father. Rebellious son, you haven't forgotten the promise you made to your father today, right? Oh, you ungrateful man, with your fishing skills, why bother to embarrass yourself again? As if he understood what his father was trying to do, the traitor retorted without any hesitation. Without saying much, Luo Dali pulled the other party to the Xuanwu Lake in front of the courtyard. Hey, why is there suddenly a small dock here? Both Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick noticed something was wrong. Rebellious son, do you believe that your father can conjure up a yacht for you? Pinching the traitor's little cheek, Luo Dali pretended to be profound. Thanks to user 157955034 for the small gift reward. After 100,000 words, I finally got the first small gift support. However, there is no comment on this book so far. Can the passerby give a 5-star praise to support and encourage it? Chapter 51, Another Gamble, Great Strength Makes Miracles Come True. Oh. The traitor only replied to Luo Dali with a word full of sarcasm. Ning Mingyue standing beside her was no exception. But this is not surprising. After all, they are not aware of the great existence of the system's golden finger. Hey, my rebellious son, if I can really conjure up a yacht, how about you agree to one condition for me? Without being angry, Luo Dali cunningly brought out his little thoughts. The system has 3 major functions, lottery and sign-in. He has already experienced them, and now the only function left is the babysitting return function. Must find a way to try it. Oh, you ungrateful person, you're not going to use some toys to trick me later, are you? Seeing the father-son conspiracy again, the well-educated Ning Shusheng did not fall for it easily. It's a 3-story luxury yacht, with 5 large luxury cabins and 6 separate bathrooms on the ground floor. The living area is in the middle, and the total area of the hall alone is no less than 300 square meters. As for the top floor, it is a super semi-open air terrace with a fishing platform, swimming pool, large sofa, etc. Luo Dali introduced it proudly. In fact, this big guy rewarded by the system is not simple. It is an upgraded version of a certain football player. In 2035, the starting price is 100 million. Listening to his unfaithful father's boasting, Ning Shusheng hesitated for a moment and looked at his wise sister. Hey, bro, you don't have a single hair on your body, why are you panicking? Ning Mingyue provoked her silly brother with something. Obviously, she was also curious whether her biological father could really transform into a super big guy. Let's bet, ungrateful man, tell me your terms? Thinking that he was indeed a pauper and not afraid of losing anything, Ning Shusheng simply took the initiative to provoke his unfaithful father. It's simple. If you lose, just learn calligraphy from me. Well, your cursive calligraphy is just average. Deal. Being teased by his unfaithful father in person, Ning Shusheng impulsively agreed. Don't you want to tell me your conditions? Hearing that his rebellious son had been fooled, Luo Dali asked with a smile. Simple. I want to learn horse riding recently. If you lose, you will be my scapegoat first. You know what I mean. Hey. Hearing that this rebellious son wanted to humiliate him in this way, Luo Dali's face turned black, but he did not get completely angry. Instead, he looked at the little girl cunningly again. In fact, the little girl's IQ is too high. She can always use her silly brother, Nizi, as a gun without making any noise. We must find a way to drag him into the water. Dad, you tell me the conditions for me to lose first? Ning Mingyue was inexplicably uneasy when the watermelon suddenly fell on her body. It's simple. Every time you talk to your mother or grandmother, don't say bad things about your father. Luo Dali expressed his little thoughts. If you ask your little one to help you say something nice, it will probably be easily seen through by the cunning adults. As long as the requirement of not saying bad things can be said to be just right. This way, you don't have to let your friend betray you, and you can also let the other party indirectly become your middleman. In case of future need. Are you sure that's it? Ning Mingyue was indeed surprised by the little request from a certain scumbag dad. That's it. Luo Dali nodded in affirmation. Make a deal. Ning Mingyue no longer hesitated. Hey, then you better open your eyes and watch carefully. Ahem, old man Hua, old man Xiao, what are you doing here? Just when he was about to show off, he saw Hua Bushi and Xiao Yuanshan suddenly rushing over. Luo Dali looked uncomfortable. Well, master, I'm not afraid of anything. I'm afraid that some unfaithful person will cheat my child, so I'm asking an adult to be a witness. Is there any problem? Looking at the two old men who were squeaking, Ning Shusheng took the initiative to confess and get leniency. Hearing this, Luo Dali didn't know how to refute for a moment. Ahem, master, how about we retreat? Giving away flowers is a way of retreating to advance. Although Xiao Yuanshan didn't say anything, he stood behind Hua Bushi swiftly and cut off the other party's retreat route. How about this temple master also make a bet with you two old foxes? Instinctively taking the opportunity to drive the people away, Luo Dali suddenly had an idea. Relying on the ability of his double pupils to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts, he had already seen through the shocking identities hidden by the two old foxes. But since the other party was hiding something, it meant that he didn't want to get involved in other people's business when he was old, which eliminated Luo Dali's chance to take advantage of him. If he could use the yacht to catch the two old foxes at this time, Luo Dali would not want to miss it. I've made a bet. If I win by chance, I hope the abbot will allow me and my grandson to live in the mountain for a year or two. What a coincidence, the old man also has this little request, but I want to live here for 3 years. Xiao Yuanshan pretended to be exaggerated. Ahem, master, can I change the conditions? Just change it to 3 years. I didn't expect Xiao Yuanshan to be even more evil than me, Hua Bushi added shamelessly. Sure. Trying not to laugh, Luo Dali pretended to pause before giving a definite reply. After looking at each other, the two old foxes smiled happily. If they were told that the young and mysterious master of the temple could move the warrior chariot up the mountain, they could barely accept it. But based on the size of the yacht that Ning Shusheng just described, they would never believe that Luo Dali could do it. Hey, master, please start your performance. Hua Bushi said proudly. No hurry, let's first tell you what you two old foxes can pay if you lose, right? Luo Dali pretended to be grim and hit back. This guilty look further confirmed the speculation of the two old foxes. I will do whatever the master tells me to do, within my ability. After looking at each other, the two old foxes announced in unison. Good, very good. Now you all have to open your eyes and watch carefully. Great force will produce miracles. Change. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Dali immediately used his inner communication system to disable the yacht's stealth function. Next second. Under the wide eyes of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Young and the two old foxes, they saw a light suddenly flashing on the surface of Xuanwu Lake. When the light disappeared, a top-level luxury yacht came into view. Oh my god, how is this possible? After rubbing his eyes, Huabushi was the first to scream in excitement. Xiao Yuanshan, who reacted belatedly, also had an expression of disbelief on his face. Dad, this isn't some kind of projection technology mess, is it? Ning Mingyue put forward her own sharp insights. As soon as these words came out, Ning Shusheng felt that he was fine again. I never thought that a 3-year-old kid could have such advanced insights. It seems that he must have secretly watched a lot of science fiction short videos when he was a child. Without saying a word, Luo Dali activated the virtual screen function of the bracelet in front of everyone. When this sharp black technology came out, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, who had seen it before, were not surprised, but Huabushi, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but scream again. It's because he knows too well what this black technology skill means. This is a black technology fantasy that countries around the world can only conceptualize. I never thought I could see it with my own eyes now. Huabushi further confirmed his suspicion that there was a terrorist behind Luo Dali. It might be so terrifying that it's beyond imagination. Chapter 52, Ning Shusheng, I want this day to no longer cover my eyes. Well, master, may I have the honor to go up and take a look? After coming to his senses, Huabushi couldn't help but make an excessive request out of jealousy. Luo Dali didn't say anything, as if he was considering whether to give it or not. Ahem, I heard that young Master Qingfeng likes to race cars. How about I airlift 10 of the world's top mini supercars to the mountain and use them as tickets to board the ship? Out of curiosity, Huabushi came up with a little trick. Make a deal. Sure enough, without waiting for Luo Dali to respond, Ning Shusheng immediately said happily. With the corner of his mouth twitching, Luo Dali looked at another old fox. Understanding what was going on, Xiao Yuanshan said to Ning Mingyue calmly, as long as Grandpa Xiao can do it, Xiao Mingyue can just ask for it. Really? That's great. Grandpa Xiao, Mingyue wants to eat seafood for 3 months, is that okay? What the hell? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuanshan, who had vowed so confidently, was immediately dumbfounded. In fact, where can you get seafood on a mountain with an altitude of nearly 2,000 meters? It is possible to use someone's helicopter to transport it by air, but it will take 3 months to air transport it. Xiao Yuanshan gets a headache just thinking about it. Old man Xiao, since my baby likes to eat seafood, how about you build a live water seafood pool inside the courtyard? Knowing that Xiaomi Aneo's request was indeed a bit embarrassing, Luo Dali added an explanation. Thanks to the 12 times faster flow rate of time, there are already a lot of edible seafood in the sea pond in the spiritual field space. Before this, Luo Dali had a headache about taking out fresh seafood every day and having to explain the source. If we could build a live water seafood pond, we would have no worries at all. Make a deal. It's just building a seafood pond, which costs much less than building vegetable fields and farms. Xiao Yuanshan immediately agreed excitedly. After confirming that the agreement had been reached, Luo Dali directly said through the smart bracelet, Xiaoyi, open the invisible staircase on the yacht plywood. Then, under the wide eyes of the two old men, the yacht really opened the invisible staircase. Get on board. Oh my god, there are 5 luxurious single rooms and 6 separate bathrooms. While verifying, the trader was making a fuss. My god, this top-notch decoration, the price starts at least $100 million. Huabushi, who is not short of money, shares his identification advantages. As one of the top 3 richest people in the world, he had seen 3-decker private yachts owned by wealthy people from all over the world, but for a yacht like Luo Dali's, even the knowledgeable Huabushi was still impressed. Oh, where did the yacht come from? What on earth is going on? As soon as they came out of the music room on the 3rd floor of the basement, they saw the outrageous big guy in front of the courtyard. Zhongling and Yuzureo couldn't help but scream on the spot. Having almost forgotten about the two beauties, Luo Dali had no choice but to invite them on board. Soon, the three children who were notified by Ning Shusheng also came on the boat. Dad, does this yacht have a name? Ning Mingyue suddenly whispered something in Luo Dali's ear in a sly voice. How about learning music, chess, calligraphy, and painting from your father and letting you have the naming rights for the yacht? It's too complicated. At most, I can learn the piano. Make a deal. He had not expected that his little girl would learn so much at once, so Luo Dali nodded with a smile. Ahem, everyone be quiet. I have an important announcement to make. From today on, this yacht will be named Mingyue. What, damn it, why didn't I think of that just now? When Ning Shusheng heard that his wise sister had gotten the good thing ahead of him, he was extremely envious. But I dare not hate. Ignoring his son's resentful face and signaling everyone to do as they please, Luo Dali went to the fishing platform of the yacht and started fishing. Call out. Really? After changing his position, Luo Dali quickly caught a fish. It was not a grass carp, but a green bamboo carp, at least 10 pounds. I think it was released by the Taoist priests in the previous armed temple. Xuanwu Lake even has species of fish such as green bamboo carp, which have extremely high requirements for water quality, which shows how clean the water quality of the lake is. Call out. Not long after, Luo Dali caught another fish. I couldn't forget the fish, such as sea bass and golden eels, all of which were large in size. Ha, this is fishing skill. After successfully catching fish in succession, Luo Dali kept showing off to his unfilial son. After enjoying a meal on the yacht, Huabushi and others went about their own business. Luo Dali caught Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick and started his first nanny teaching mode. Rebellious son, do you know how to write good cursive script? Tell me about it. Ning Shushan looked uncomfortable. First of all, if you want to write good cursive calligraphy, the writer must be wild and unrestrained enough, even to the point of being unrestrained. What's next? Not to mention, the treacherous father's weird teaching method is more to Ning Shushing's taste. After all, he has always claimed that his name lives up to his character. The second one is not complicated either. It means that you need to integrate knowledge and action. It is not enough to just be unrestrained in your heart. You must have the confidence to be arrogant and domineering. To put it bluntly, you must first be strong enough. Only in this way can you have the mysterious self-confidence of a sparrow swallowing a dragon. Do you understand? This is not very understandable? What is your dream, you rebellious son? Does it have to be there? Hey, there better be. As his sensitive nerves were repeatedly provoked by his rebellious son, Luo Dali had no choice but to control his temper as much as possible. Actually, I have always had a little dream. What dream? Drink the strongest liquor and sleep. Shoot. Before the rebellious son could finish bragging, Luo Dali couldn't help but pointed a finger at him with a dark face. Fuck you, you are still young and don't learn your lesson. I'll beat you to death. Hey, you ungrateful person, it was you who asked me to talk about my dream. You have no moral principles. You, change your dream. After all, he was his own child. Luo Dali couldn't bear to kill him, so he could only signal the other party in a frenzy. I want to live forever. I want to do that myself, but is it possible? Change it to the last one. Luo Dali yelled madly. Ahem, in that case, let's be frank. My dream is, I want the sky, which can no longer cover my eyes, and I want this land. Stop, you, just pretend that I didn't say anything just now. No, I haven't finished yet. Seeing his unfaithful father with a frighteningly dark face, the traitor immediately shut up and behaved himself. There are many ways to show that a person is powerful. For example, if you are an official, your dream can be to be second only to one person and above everyone else. If you join the army, you will become a king, a prince, a general, or a minister. Okay, the master will lead you to the door, but the practice depends on yourself. You, the rebellious son, will figure it out on your own. It was the first time that Luo Dali's teaching ended in failure so quickly. He was very tired. Dad, I don't need your nonsense. Just get started. I can watch and learn by myself. Looking at the mysteriously confident little girl who wanted to gain the upper hand everywhere, Luo Dali had no choice but to calm down his thoughts and do as he was told. I got infected on my first show. I felt dizzy all day. I give up. In addition, thanks to the friends who sent free gifts. I hope you find money when you go out and have girls pick you up. Chapter 53 Going Down the Mountain. Beside Erdeo Bridge. 815 bar. As soon as the shop opened in the evening, Chin Ping Tu couldn't wait to lead the team in first. Unlike other bars, the atmosphere here gave Chin Ping Tu an indescribable feeling. For example, it makes him inexplicably want to curb his previous fickle thoughts. Hey, why is this guy here? Seeing Chin Ping Tu, Zhu Zhu on the DJ stage couldn't help but mutter inwardly. However, I just wondered for a moment and then went about my preparations. Guests are welcome, and as long as the other party does not cause trouble, Zhu Zhu will not pay too much attention to them. About half an hour. The hall was already packed, which showed that the bar's business was indeed good. As Zhu Zhu's flamboyant drumming led the way, the guests in the audience began to drink to their heart's content. Why do I feel like I've seen this somewhere before? That's impossible. There's no way that person would come to such a shabby place to be a DJ and embarrass himself. Shaking his head, Chin Ping Tu continued to call on the 10 muscular men in the fitness industry to drink happily. Just then, a group of men in black rushed into the bar. The leader was none other than a black-clad captain from the Lin clan. Seeing this, Chin Ping Tu was happy. Without waiting for the bar's security to come out, he took the initiative to stand up and pretended to be angry and said, "Hey, that dog, why do I meet you everywhere? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Fuck, why is this evil young man here too? Fuck. This dog actually said that I am a bad boy. He is really a bad boy. Hold him down for me." "No, Master Chen, I. Shut up. If you don't finish these 2 bottles of wine today, I can beat the shit out of you. Do you believe it? I drink. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head." The captain in black didn't dare to provoke Chin Ping Tu again at this time, and had no choice but to admit defeat on the spot. 10 minutes later, the captain in black fell to the ground like a balloon. "Don't spit here. I'm leaving right now." "Wait, say one more word." "What?" The captain in black instinctively felt something was wrong. "You'll pay for all the expenses tonight." "What the hell? Well, is 300,000 enough? This is all my income in the past few years." Even though it felt like it was too much, the captain in black still lowered his head again to save his life. Nodding, Chin Ping Tu gestured to the other party to pay the bill. "Mr. Chen, how about I transfer it to you directly and let you show off?" "Oh, what? Do you want me to have a record of the transfer and then file a complaint?" "No, there is absolutely no way I would have such a dangerous thought." The captain in black turned pale with fright. Because that was indeed a little trick of his. "Remember, go to the DJ booth and show off before paying the bill." With a contemptuous smile, Chin Ping Tu blocked all the escape routes for the captain in black. 10 minutes later, the captain in black left with a fake smile on his face amid the warm farewell of the guests. Puff. After finally holding his breath and getting outside, the captain in black couldn't hold back any longer and started spraying in the bushes. The kind that almost turned my eyes white from the spray. "Captain, should we call for help?" One of the younger brothers thought he was bullied because he had too few people with him, so he pretended to be fierce and asked the captain in black for instructions. "Shoot. I had the honor of becoming the captain in black's temporary punching bag." That expression was blank. "Well, Captain, why don't we go to Red Romance to relax? I'll treat you." After realizing that something was wrong, I subconsciously tried to remedy the situation in time. "Shoot." I was once again honored to receive a slap in the face from the captain in black. Team leader. The younger brother looked resentful. "Get out of here, all of you, get away from me." The black captain roared. "Wait, help this captain to wash his stomach first." Ugh. At the same time, Zhang Sanhu reported the Lin family dog's mysterious actions to his sister. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaofan immediately locked onto Chin Ping Tu. But when asked, even his younger brother, who was always good at keeping up with gossip, didn't know the other party's origins. "Boss, Brother Biao, that guy just left." At this time, a security guard came running over to report the situation. Looking at each other, the brother and sister were confused. "Do good things without leaving a name, what a kind person." "Sister, I need to return the money just now." "Stop, all the guests have drunk the wine, are you going to pay for it?" "Ahem, sister, my stomach hurts." "Stop, spread the word immediately, thank that person." "Ah, my sister is still the best." Scratching his head, Zhang Sanhu hurriedly went to do as he was told. Armed view. Originally he thought that through his master-level piano skills, he could reap the rewards in front of his little one, but he couldn't hear any prompts from the system, and Luo Dali was very discouraged. The little cotton-padded jacket is too smart and really hard to fool. Bao, isn't your father's piano good? Luo Dali asked his doubts. Dad, who did you learn piano from? Instead of answering quickly, Xiaomianeo asked Luo Dali instead. This. Luo Dali was incoherent on the spot. You can't say it's like shooting, which you can learn without a teacher. Dad, did you also learn this from short videos? The little cotton-padded jacket continued to ask. Yes, that's right, that's it. Baby, I know it's hard for you to believe. It's not hard to believe. This is how I learned it. Bao, we are really like-minded father and daughter. But Mom said you are a bear. Puff puff, cough cough, rebellious son, it's been so long, have you realized anything? Luo Dali was really scared of being led around by his little girl all the time. Mainly because it would damage his father's dignity, he cunningly changed the person he was chatting with. However, because his dream had never been realized, Fan Guzai ignored Luo Dali. Well, your mother invited me to go down the mountain to practice singing. How about I take you down the mountain to practice singing for a day tomorrow? Since the deceptive teaching method didn't work, Luo Dali had no choice but to try another approach. Really? As soon as this down-to-earth suggestion came out, Wulong and Fingchu's eyes immediately lit up. Unfaithful man, I want to do business. The rebel put forward his own demands. What business? Luo Dali asked in confusion. In fact, he really didn't know what this rebellious son had to sell. You can't sell vegetables, right? Heh, you're really a bumpkin. I'm going to make a show of it. I plan to invest in junior sister Shior's gold shop, Erwo's food shop, and Beishuan's fruit and flower shop. But. So, what do you have to invest? All of this on the mountain belongs to my father. Aren't the ingredients they use considered investment costs? Oh, now you are not called an unfaithful person? Ahem, who wants a useless father? You, Bao, what do you want to do when you go down the mountain? Resisting the urge to hit his son, Luo Dali shifted his gaze back to the little girl. Be a stranger and attract people. After thinking about it, Ning Mingyue said wisely. Good job. He is indeed worthy of being the little military strategist of the family. Even Luo Dali admires his way of thinking. He did it as soon as he thought of it. After notifying a young man who was guarding the mountain, Luo Dali immediately asked everyone to go down the mountain by helicopter overnight. Of course, in order to avoid causing trouble and exposing the truth that Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick suddenly got better, Luo Dali asked a beautiful professor who was proficient in makeup to give the two cute kids a drastic makeover. I guess even if his uncle was in person, he might not be able to recognize him. Chapter 54, Visiting a Bar and Being Provoked to Sing on Stage. After completing the agreement, Chen Pingtu wanted to go up the mountain immediately at night to confess his love to his goddess. But he was told the cruel truth that there was no one left on the mountain. Chen Pingtu was so angry that he was furious. Just one. He thought he was fooled by that idiot Su Buxiao. Mr. Su, do you think that I really don't dare to mess with you? Pointing at Su Buxiao, Chen Pingtu clenched his fists. Poorly shook his head, Su Buxiao did not refute, but gave way directly. Is there really no one on the mountain? Analyzing something from Su Buxiao's contemptuous behavior, Chen Pingtu just felt that his punch with full power hit cotton, which was not very effective. How about you go up and confirm it yourself? Su Buxiao shrugged indifferently. Where did they go? No, your husband left the mountain, why should my goddess follow him? Suddenly he realized something was wrong and his scalp went numb. Oh, this. I don't know. Halfway through his speech, Su Buxiao hurriedly stopped the loss in time. After breaking through the strength of a first-class general, he went up the mountain to meet Luo Dali in person and learned the identity of a certain goddess. To the outside world, she is the administrator of the academy, but in reality, she is just the nanny of the teacher's family. If I tell the honey badger in front of me the cruel truth, I don't know if it can accept it. No, you must know that, right? The more Su Buxiao denied, the more Chen Pingtu felt something was wrong. How about you call and ask yourself? Resisting the urge to continue mocking the poor young man, Su Buxiao pointed out a clear way for the other party. Hearing this, Chen Pingtu also felt that it made sense, and immediately called the goddess. No one answered. Hit again. Still no one answered. Because of his excessive imagination, Chen Pingtu burst into tears on the spot. Just one. After years of being a bohemian, this was the first time he fell in love with a woman at first sight. I thought that with my family background, it would not be difficult to deal with the other party. Who knew the process would be so difficult? At this moment, Chen Pingtu felt that he was the great enemy of Tang Sang. Hey, I've already told you, there's really no one on the mountain, why are you doing this? Seeing Chen Pingtu suddenly going up the mountain, Su Buxiu was a little confused. I will go up to burn some incense. Is there any problem? Chen Pingtu looked stubborn. Well, praying to God is useless, ahem, just be happy. Halfway through the persuasion, Su Buxiu saw someone's face turned extremely dark, so he quickly stopped talking. However, after climbing a few steps, Chen Pingtu suddenly turned around and asked Su Buxiu, hey, do the wolves on the mountain bite people? Pfft, looking at your delicate skin, it's hard to say. Why are you guarding here? Chen Pingtu was so angry that he suddenly became curious about Su Buxiu, the guy with the hair in his mouth. At least he had never heard of any first-rate military commander being used to guard the mountain. You don't understand. Su Buxiu looked proud. Gone, he pays you a high salary? No salary. What the hell, are you crazy? Dogskin plaster, do you believe I can do that to you? Being questioned about his intelligence in person, Su Buxiu showed a ferocious look towards Chen Pingtu. If it weren't for Su Qingyi's continuous donations, his old mother would have died long ago. Therefore, even though he knew there were better jobs available, he chose to stay in the Ning family as a security guard. Just to repay Su Qingyi's kindness. Compared with Su Qingyi's kindness, Su Buxiu believes that Luo Dali's kindness is no less than that of his own biological parents. I absolutely do not allow others to insult me. Okay, I was wrong. But what I meant was, how about you hang out with me in the future? Well, I can give you a monthly salary of 50,000. Chen Pingtu exposed his little tricks. In fact, in today's high-tech environment, first-class military commanders with strong physical strength are really rare. Even rarer than the king of soldiers. However, in Daxia, where hot weapons are basically impossible to use, the value of first-class military generals is obvious. Anyway, if he could get Su Buxiu to be his personal bodyguard, Chen Pingtu believed that he could walk around freely when he returned to Kyoto. Puff, you are such a bullshit. I will give you 100,000 a month. How about being my little brother in the future? Hey, you know my identity. Stop, with your shabby status, you might be able to bully others in Ningcheng. But in Kyoto, who are you? Don't you have any idea of yourself? Hey, believe it or not. No. You. Chen Pingtu pointed at the well-developed Su Buxiu in frustration, then turned around and walked down the mountain. There is no way. Even the evil young man who relies on the power of others to bully others is afraid of the idiot, let alone a tough guy like Su Buxiu. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, beside Erdeo Bridge, an ultra-luxury helicopter suddenly landed in an uninhabited area. And this is exactly where Luo Dali lost his life tragically. Now that he has returned to the old place, Luo Dali cannot help but feel deeply moved when he finds himself the father of two 3-year-old twins, a boy and a girl. Master, let's go to the 815 bar and have some fun. I'll treat you. The 815 bar was not far away, and Shen Beixian happily invited Luo Dali. You're here now. There is really no reason not to visit your old club and good brothers. Soon, everyone stepped into the 815 bar. This scene was quickly heard by a captain in black by someone who had been secretly watching. Hey, Lao Luo, what's going on? Zhu Zhu didn't expect to see his good brothers coming down the mountain at this time, and bringing all the people on the mountain to the bar to have fun. He was stunned for a moment. Well, there's nothing I can do. The kid's mom invited me to her recording studio, you know. She doesn't know about the top music room in the basement of the courtyard on the mountain? I guess she wouldn't believe it even if I told her. Well, you're really good. By the way, now that you're here, do you want to go up and show off? But Zhu Zhu immediately took the opportunity to instigate him, not believing that his good brother only knew 3 songs. Is this really okay? Luo Dali pretended to hesitate. You are a heartless person, you wouldn't dare to do that, would you? Before Zhu Zhu could continue to instigate, the traitor on the side gave a sharp-eared assist. After glaring at his rebellious son in anger, Luo Dali simply walked onto the stage without hesitation. Without further ado, he took the guitar from the guitarist of the bar band. They were old acquaintances, but the guitarist didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he seemed to be strangely expecting something. He hasn't seen Luo Dali show off any guitar skills in at least 3 years. Oh my god, sister, can an unfaithful person also play the guitar? Seeing that his father didn't pick up the piano or something he was good at, but instead picked up the guitar, Ning Shusheng could be forgiven for being surprised. Who knows? Because she had just lost a bet, Ning Mingyue no longer looked down on that mysterious scumbag dad. Sister Zhongling, does my cousin's husband really have some cool guitar skills? Yuzureo widened his eyes and asked Zhongling for advice. Isn't he your cousin's husband? Are you embarrassed to ask Professor Ben? Let me be frank. Actually, I just met my cousin's husband for the first time yesterday. Yuzureo responded somewhat awkwardly. Professor Ben 4 days ago. Zhongling shrugged. Staring at each other with wide eyes, the two beauties looked towards the stage expectantly. Ning Mingyue, thank you for your support and encouragement. I would also like to ask for a free gift. Forget about the money gift. Chapter 55, Human Device Integration. Mr. Xiao, what do you think? Pointing at the mysterious master on the stage who quickly got into the state, Hua Bushi looked at Xiao Yuanshan and asked. Look with your eyes. Xiao Yuanshan responded calmly. He just lived a few more years than ordinary people because of his master-level cooking skills. He is not a god, so how could he understand Luo Dali? But one thing he believed was that the old Taoist priest would not make a mistake in choosing someone. As if he understood something, Hua Bushi said no more. De Biao, when did this kid learn guitar skills? Upon hearing her son report that Luo Dali had arrived unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaofan immediately walked out of her office. However, when she saw a handsome guy getting on the stage to sing, you could forgive Zhang Xiaofan for being a little confused. In fact, even after knowing each other for 3 years, she had never seen Luo Dali play the guitar. Sister, I don't understand him now. Scratching his head, Zheng Sanhu confessed the truth. It was mainly because he was beaten into submission that he did not dare to say bad things easily. Stunned for a moment, Zhang Xiaofan stared at the stage. At the same time, many young ladies in the audience took out their mobile phones and prepared to record Luo Dali. Needless to say, most of them were Luo Dali's former customers. Every time I unbox, I ask Luo Dali to serve me, and I have to tip him proactively. Looking at the commotion in the audience, Luo Dali calmed his thoughts and closed his eyes. At this moment, my thoughts seemed to go back to a night 3 years ago. In an instant, a song came to my mind. Luo Dali said, about Erdeo Bridge is for everyone. For your charming smile at Erdeo Bridge 3 years ago. 3 years later, I am wandering on this deserted street. If the crescent moon in the sky wasn't like your eyebrows, I will never in the silent night hear my heartbeat. Not every passionate man. In order to make it fit in, Luo Dali slightly changed 10 years to 3 years, while the rest of the lyrics remained basically unchanged. But he didn't know that as soon as his female voice came out, the audience went completely wild. The female voice blessed by the singing skills can be summed up in 2 words, invincible. So invincible that it is hard to tell the real from the fake. Oh my god, my cousin's husband can actually sing a female voice, and his perfect voice is almost as good as that of my angelic cousin. It's simply amazing. But this lyrics, wasn't it written by my cousin's husband based on his past relationship with my cousin? Yuzureo widened his eyes and muttered to himself. It turns out that this guy can really play the guitar, and he can actually achieve such a resonance. This is definitely a top-notch skill that is no less than Bayukalon's piano skills. It's really so handsome, so cool. Zhongling had to admit that she had been tricked by someone again. Fuck, the man and the instrument are one, the master of the temple, it's awesome. The flowers were donated. Xiao Yuanshan standing by was also shocked. As the only surviving top imperial chef of his generation, he had the good fortune to have personally heard and seen many top music masters in the palace. But there is definitely only one genius like Luo Dali who can achieve the unity of man and machine at the age of 24. Isn't it just playing guitar? Sis, the way you look at him is a little too stringy. Bah, you are a music-deaf person, you know nothing. Also, I don't like him, but I understand the story behind this song about Erdeo Bridge. If nothing unexpected happens, this story has been buried in his heart for at least 3 years. Wow, this unfaithful guy can actually play the guitar, and he plays it so coolly. But sister, why does this song sound weird? If nothing unexpected happens, the reason why we came here is related to the song. This, I think. But it's better for children not to interfere in adult matters. Come on, second brother, please continue talking. Hey, idiot, are you really hoping that something bad will happen to me, your second senior brother, so that you can take my place? Second senior brother, you're worrying too much. Urwo just likes to listen to short stories. Yes, that's it. But junior brother Baishian, why is your mother crying? Could it be that? Xiao Urwo, this is my territory, I advise you to be kind. Hey, since the fourth child likes to listen to stories so much, you should take him for a good stroll, fifth child. Well, if he can't tell the stories of 8 or 10 people tonight, I will starve him for 3 days. What, senior sister, Urwo is innocent. It was just a casual chatter, but who knew the consequences would be so serious? Xiao Urwo's face turned green. Take away. Ning Mingyue didn't give any face to the little brother who dared to blatantly spread rumors about his own father. Even if Xiaoyao asked his grandfather for help, it would be useless. It sounds good. It sounds really good. Dolly handsome boy, please sing another song for me. One song is not enough, at least 3, Dolly handsome boy, as long as you make me happy today, the tip. Hey, you old woman, you can be someone's mother, how dare you call yourself a sister? Brother Dolly, can you sing this song about Erdeo Bridge for me again? As long as you nod, the young lady will be yours from now on. You little devil, you want to steal my man? No way. Look, I'm going to take you away today. Oh my god, sister, is this unfaithful person so popular? Should we stop him? After hearing that a group of young ladies next door were so shameless as to snatch his own father in public, Ning Shuxing couldn't keep calm for some reason. Why panic? Our mom is the most beautiful girl in the universe. As long as our scumbag dad is not blind, he will know what to choose. Keep reading. Well, if you're worried, you can record it as evidence. Hee hee, my sister is smart. You'd better control your thoughts tonight, or else, don't blame me for killing you for the sake of justice. Ning Shuxing took out his gold-inlaid cell phone and stealthily pointed it at someone on the stage. As he had left the armed observation range, Luo Dali's mountain god skill had become ineffective at this moment, and he could not detect the little movements of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. But as Xiaomi Aneo said, after confirming that he had a child with the beautiful Ningmi, Luo Dali's concentration reached an incredible level overnight. If I had to describe him in one word, it would be, a sage after the fact. Lao Luo, do you want another song? Xu Zhu gestured to his good brother with some complicated feelings. Just now he was just trying to make things difficult for someone, but who knew that the other party was so sharp? Xu Zhu couldn't tell how crazy he was at this moment. You have to know that for the sake of his musical dream, he didn't care about the people and things at home for 10 years. I thought this would allow me to learn from others and eventually become invincible in music. The sudden appearance of Luo Dali made Xu Zhu realize that he might be a fool. What song do you want to hear? Looking at a certain young master who was hiding his frustration, Luo Dali grinned. Are there any love songs that are more suitable for bars? Unable to bear seeing someone being proud, Xu Zhu gritted his teeth and continued to make things difficult for him. This is just my own temporary idea. I don't believe that someone else can create it on the spot. If it is really possible and it surprises him, Xu Zhu will be completely convinced. Chapter 56 Lover. After hearing his good brother's temporary request, Luo Dali was in a dilemma. If we really have to say which songs of the Sword God are more suitable for bars, they would probably be Lover and Punishment for Impulse. But the problem is that if I sing these 2 songs, it will probably be easily misunderstood by the child's mother. Wow, you ungrateful man, it turns out there are things you can't do, it's really not that great. When he heard that there was an opportunity, the traitor couldn't help but act up again. Hey! Seeing his rebellious son provoking him and not forgetting to record the video blatantly, Luo Dali was so angry that his face turned black. Lao Luo, as long as you can make me listen to you, I will follow you in the future. Xu Zhu suddenly said something serious. Sure. Hearing this, Luo Dali became excited in an instant. Ever since he had the idea of promoting the songs of the God of Swords in the parallel world, he immediately set his sights on his good brother's sharp skills such as the drum set. Naturally, Huabushi, Zhongling and others, even the future mother-in-law Suqingyi, were also included in Luo Dali's little plan. That's right. As a dad, it is impossible for me to work part-time. But the dad also has dreams. In addition to taking care of the baby, Luo Dali's dream is to livestream and sing Dao Lang's songs part-time, or when the time is right, he may simply hold a concert in a parallel world. Zhu Zhu, Huabushi and others are the future concert team he is optimistic about. This was the reason why he was willing to give the two old men the miraculous medicine, the top-grade Peiyuan pill. In addition to giving them a second spring, what is more important is to focus on the energy behind each of them. And for sure, but only if you can impress me. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zhu made a solemn promise. Deal. Ahem, rebellious son, can you not record the video first? Why, is there a shameful story? You. After glaring at the traitor, Luo Dali gritted his teeth and tried to calm himself down. After calming down, he went on stage again. This time, he didn't choose guitar. Instead, he chose a horsehead fiddle. Without a team, this instrument is the most suitable opening prelude music for a lover. Moreover, the horsehead fiddle is also a type of qin, and it is perfect for Luo Dali, who is proficient in the instrument. Oh my god, could it be that my cousin's husband can play the horsehead fiddle? Yuzureo couldn't help but ask Zhongling for advice again. Hey, that's your cousin's husband. Zhongling's face darkened subconsciously. Please don't make it seem like she is very familiar with the young monk, as it may easily be misunderstood by the child. After spending these days together, Zhongling has already determined that Luo Dali is a complete bootlicker. The kind that licks the boots of its own little ancestor. And once she was misunderstood by that dangerous pair of little ancestors and then whispered something to Luo Dali, Zhongling would be terrified. Mr. Xiao, what do you think this time? Huabushi, who had finally calmed down, couldn't help but become active again when he saw Luo Dali pick up the horsehead fiddle. If you don't want to believe your eyes, feel it with your heart. Shaking his head, Xiao Yuanshan responded calmly. In fact, he was extremely curious at this moment. However, it must not be exposed in front of a young person who is only 72 years old. Wow, sister, Xiao Zhu has no moral principles. Looks like that guy is going to be embarrassed. Out of inexplicable envy and jealousy, Zhang Sanhu couldn't help but get angry again. Shaking her head, Zhang Xiaofan was too lazy to bother with her tone-deaf brother. Dali handsome guy is looking at me, is he going to compose music for me on the spot? Wow, I'm so moved I'm going to cry. Diakame, get away from me, you old woman. Dali handsome guy obviously composed the song for me, and he's going to confess his love to me on the spot. Luo Dali, I like you. Luo Dali, I like you too. Oh my god, my dad is so damn charming. I must not let him go to the bar anymore, otherwise my mom will be in danger. Looking at his father who was being doted on by the old woman on the stage, Ning Mingyue made a secret decision in his heart. Here, through the skill of photographic memory and the assistance of the skill of singing god, Luo Dali has basically grasped all the details of lover. He also perfectly integrated his ill-fated relationship with Ningmi into it. The love is deep. Start singing. You are my lover. A woman like a rose. With your fiery lips. Let me be endlessly distracted in the midnight. You are my love. As pure as a lily. Oh. Awwa. Ah. As soon as these catchy and hormone-filled lyrics came out, the young ladies in the audience, who had already drunk a lot, were completely brought into their own intoxicated life scenes. Luo Dali, the male god. My god. My male god. Their hearts were aroused, and the young ladies let themselves go and screamed without caring about other people's expressions. It was as if they had successfully won over some handsome guy on the stage. Damn, this Lao Luo, I'm afraid he made up a song on the spot about his one-night stand with that girl. Isn't he afraid of being found out by that person? The corners of his mouth twitched, and Zhu Zhu was convinced. Oh my god, it turns out that my cousin and her husband have such a little story, it's so exciting. Yuzureo was so excited that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Zhongling standing by wasn't much better. As a professor, she did find the lyrics a bit vulgar when she first heard them. But as she listened, she felt that the lyrics were very simple, so simple that they returned to nature. Of course, this is just her personal opinion. Mr. Xiao, what do you think? Huabushi couldn't help but ask Xiao Yuanshan for advice again. For one thing, he felt that the song Lover was somewhat inconsistent with Luo Dali's arrogant character. In fact, compared with Embroidering the Red Flag, this song is really unbearable to watch. Xiao Hua, how old are you? This time, Xiao Yuanshan finally took it seriously. 72 years old, what's wrong? Huabushi was a little slow to react. If you were 27, would you still think this song is vulgar? As if hit by a wake-up call, Huabushi fell silent. Our master is only 24 years old. In his young world, he doesn't have too many worldly wisdoms. He is full of passion and has no regrets. To put it bluntly, from the perspective of young people whose hormones have just awakened, this song is invincible. Xiao Yuanshan continued to share his insights. This principle is not difficult to explain. For example, parents often think that their children are childish, even if their children have already started their own families and careers. However, parents overlook the fact that when they were young, they were actually the same as their own rebellious children. What damn it! Zhang Sanhu fell into a manic state in a second after receiving some sudden news. What's going on? Feeling something was wrong, Zhang Xiaofan immediately questioned seriously. But before Zhang Sanhu could respond, a large group of men in black rushed into the bar. The leader was none other than a black-clad captain from the Lin clan. You bastard, I finally waited for you to come down the mountain. Come, hold him down for me. Don't axing, what do you little bitches want to do? Just when he was halfway through boasting proudly, he suddenly saw dozens of young ladies below the stage suddenly turn around and glare at him. The captain in black instantly felt something was wrong. Thanks to Meng Lanrue for the small gift, may the Lord live forever. Chapter 57, The Rebellious Son is Making Trouble, Ningmi is furious. Okay, my man is a section chief, you dare to call me a bitch, you have guts. Let's be frank. My father is Ning Cheng's sixth brother. If you call me a bitch, just wait for me. What are you waiting for? My brother is one of the 3 kings in the underground of Ningxing. I have always been the one bullying others. How dare you call me a bitch? Today, you are doomed. Sisters, hold him down for me. If anyone dares to interfere, I will let you know what terror is. It was such a great auditory feast, but suddenly the good mood was disturbed and the women were labeled as little bitches. Forgive each other, the women present almost instinctively fell into an irrational state. There is one more. They will never be little male gods who are insulted in front of them. How dare you? I am the security captain of Tingyun Times. Who of you dares to? After confirming the bad guess, the captain in black wanted to take advantage of the situation. Shoot! Before he could finish his words, the captain in black was rewarded with a brutal slap in the face. The kind that makes you see stars. It can be seen how angry the young lady who hit others must be. Team leader. Seeing the captain being beaten, the men in black also became angry and wanted to take the opportunity to steal the peaches. Ha, he's just a dog, are you sure you want to offend so many women for him? Don't let your job be lost and you end up in jail for it. Faced with so many men in black, a young lady stood up and verbally fought back against the threats without batting an eyelid. That's right. It's the little sister who just said that her father is the 6th brother. Brother, the stinky security guards of Tingyun Times want to beat me up, hurry up and bring people over to arrest them all. The young woman who stood up first took out her cell phone and started crying. This power is indeed extraordinary. The men in black were so frightened that they became hesitant and finally just pretended to be deaf and dumb. As a certain young lady said, they really shouldn't be imprisoned for the sake of a captain. Maybe only if the captain is gone will they have a chance to rise. How dare you today? The captain in black realized in a second that his gang was intimidated by the words, and he wanted to give them a boost. Shoot! The man in black was beaten again. The one who took action this time was the young woman whose brother was the section chief. He hit the captain in black right in the face. Sisters, the law does not punish everyone, get him for me. Not satisfied with the beating, the young woman shouted fiercely again. As soon as these words came out, the young ladies, who were already a little excited, could no longer control their fists. 5 or 6 minutes later, the captain in black was carried out of the bar by the men in black. The whole bizarre process left Zhu Zhu dumbfounded. Fuck, Lao Luo, you are really invincible. I thought I had to show off this time, but who knew that a large group of Luo family army guards composed of passionate young ladies suddenly appeared? I'm sorry, Zhu Zhu was really convinced. Anyway, if he were the one being targeted, he wouldn't have the confidence to receive such favor from the young ladies. Ah, sister, I just recorded the whole thing. Let's see whether the ungrateful person will die or not. Compared to the envy and jealousy of others, the traitor has a sarcastic look on his face. My dear brother, this video of yours will only make our most beautiful mother in the universe more nervous. Ning Mingyue was speechless. What do you mean? The traitor was somewhat slow to react. Delete it. Ning Mingyue shook her head and advised. Impossible, I'll send it to my mom right now. Ning Shusheng finally got the chance to punish his unfaithful father, and the unwilling Ning Shusheng stood up in front of his sister for the first time. Seeing this, Ning Mingyue did not stop it. Senior sister, sure, it seems that this second senior brother is even more stupid than me. I was just inflamed, but he was going crazy. Xiao Erwo, who was a bystander and could see things more clearly, couldn't help but sigh to Hua Buwen. The corners of his mouth twitched, but Hua Buwen did not refute. Second brother has a hole in his brain. It's better not to provoke him in the future. Chen Beixian then concluded. Hearing this, Hua Buwen and Xiao Erwo nodded frantically in affirmation. Mr. Xiao, what do you think? Hua Bushi couldn't help but become active again. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Xiao Yuanshan pretended to be serious. Puff. Upon hearing this, Hua Bushi couldn't help but break down on the spot. Even Zhong Ling and Yuzureo, who were standing by, almost couldn't help laughing. There is really no funny thing without comparison. Ning Mingyue was certain that it was Feng Chu. But it is hard to say whether Ning Shusheng, the sleeping dragon, is serious. Ahem, children are not suitable for the environment here, retreat. Unable to bear the old man's sarcastic remarks about his rebellious son, Luo Dali said something speechless, then left with the rebellious boy in his arms. Oops. Sensing the mysterious master's displeasure, the talkative Hua Bushi immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Yuanshan was better, after all, he was very serious just now. After looking at each other, Zhong Ling and Yuzureo called out to the children under them to follow quickly. The other side. Ningmi curiously clicked on the video sent by her son. When Ningmi saw the bar environment shown in the video, she became furious in an instant. Just when Ningmi was about to call and give a certain cheap man a good scolding, she was stunned by the next scene in the video. Apparently, she had imagined too much about the scene after the song about Erdeo Bridge. How could this bastard arrange what happened back then into a song like this? Oh my god, these crazy women are so shameless, they are so. Bah, how dare they snatch a man from me, Ningmi. Oh, Ningmi, you are not in love with. Hey, there's also this song Lover. Ningmi was so angry that her face turned red and her neck became thick after imagining too much again. Just one. She felt that a certain cheap man had revealed the truth of that year through a song. How could she face people in the future? However, after watching the last video of the women protecting their husbands, Ningmi didn't know what to say. Although the lyrics of this song Lover sound quite vulgar, the catchy tune is simply intoxicatingly beautiful. No, the man in black was Lin's security guard. How could this bastard suddenly come down the mountain without saying a word? Wait, I can't go there myself, and I can't even let the Ning family's security go there, otherwise everything will be exposed. Just as she was about to rush out the door, Ningmi thought of the identity of the child's mother, whom she had been hiding all these years. If this were to be exposed at this time, the consequences would be disastrous. It's okay for her personally, but it would be fatal if it was used by someone with ulterior motives to manipulate public opinion against the Ning Wang era. Wait, damn. When Ningmi thought about this, she suddenly understood why a certain bastard in the Lin family had never exposed her affair with Luo Dali. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party is most likely waiting for the best opportunity to kill Ning Wangshida. Chapter 58, Learning of the Crisis, Ningmi's Request. After finally calming down the young ladies whose hormones were surging, Zhang Xiaofan got troubled by a sudden phone call before she could even breathe a sigh of relief. It was Ningmi who called. When it was inconvenient for the Ning family to show up, she thought of Zhang Xiaofan, or to be more precise, her younger brother Zhang Sanhu. This is because he is a well-known ruthless person in the underworld. Even Ning family's security captain Su Buxiao is no match for him. The main point is that Zhang Xiaofan knows about her and Luo Dali, so she doesn't have to worry about being exposed if she asks him for help. Sister Xiaofan, it's not convenient for me to come out for the time being, so please trouble your brother to protect me. Is Qingfeng Mingyue okay? Ningmi had no choice but to continue begging as she received no response. However, the truth is that Zhang Xiaofan didn't know how to answer. After all, her younger brother had already told her how terrifying this handsome guy Luo Dali was. He was the one who could kick her naturally strong brother 5 meters away. We don't even know who is protecting whom. But obviously, Zhang Xiaofan knew that Ningmi probably had no idea about Luo Dali's powerful trump card. Sister Xiaofan. Hee, don't worry, sister-in-law. My son is right next to Dolly. How could I let anything happen to him? Coming back to her senses, Zhang Xiaofan quickly made the assurance with a guilty conscience. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xiaofan signaled her brother to catch up with someone quickly. Sister. Stop, since Dolly has not chosen to expose his abilities over the years, he must have his reasons. Go and help him deal with some evil spirits. Sister, you are getting cocky. That is the Lin family, not some ordinary monster. But do we have any better choice now? It seems so. Scratching his head, Zhang Sanhu quickly led his men to catch up with Luo Dali. Soon we found a newly established hotel. Same hotel in Tang County. That's right. With the Hua family's crazy spending of money and the element of Ningqing wolf soldiers, Hua Buwen finally succeeded in impressing the boss behind Tingxian Hotel. Conditions do not allow this. This hotel does not accept bastards. When Zhang Sanhu saw the eye-catching sign at the entrance of the hotel, he couldn't help but grin. All I can say is that the hotel slogan is very much to his taste. At the same time, the wording of slogans is also very knowledgeable, and there are at least two rights of external interpretation. First, people who are instinctively disgusted by the slogan will most likely consciously take a detour. Secondly, the people at the hotel front desk who look unpleasant to the eye can all be classified as bastards, making it inconvenient to receive them. All of them. Send someone over right now, deliver a flower basket to the hotel entrance, write a message, post it on WeChat Moments, and build up momentum for me. Thinking of something, Zhang Sanhu gave the order cunningly. As long as this tactic of creating public opinion momentum is carried out, no matter how arrogant the Lin family is, they will not dare to provoke them openly. Otherwise, you will definitely be criticized to death by the awakened public opinion. Really? When Zhang Sanhu's outrageous behavior was reported to the black-clad captain in the hospital's emergency room, the other party was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. Captain, should we arrange for someone to check that hotel? A smart little brother asked the captain in black for instructions. Shoot. Dit Songming received a big slap in the face from the captain in black. Obviously, the captain in black is not crazy. Captain, why do you always hit me? Stop, I'm tired, you all go out. Before De Kongming could finish his complaint, the captain in black closed his eyes. After the smart guys left, the captain in black carefully called Lin Tian. Although it was indeed very unlucky today for not checking the almanac before going out, but after all, Luo Dali was able to go down the mountain, which meant he completed the task assigned by a certain young master. What, that bastard went down the mountain? Wait, you just said they stayed in the Gangjin Hotel? Well, sir, do you want to arrange someone? After affirming his own young master, the captain in black immediately pretended to be angry and made a suggestion. Just one. My own son likes to be flattered. Another thing is that my master doesn't seem to like people around him being too smart. The captain in black resonated with this point. Even though he usually looks angry at his younger brothers for not fighting back, once someone is really too smart and ambitious, he will immediately find an excuse to fire this idiot who threatens his position. I'll make arrangements for your mother. First, just wait and see what happens. The phone was hung up in a rage. The captain in black breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he had not heard that he was being arranged to go on a business trip abroad. Finally, I don't have to die. Gangjin Hotel. It means to be very confident. It's hard to write clearly, but those who understand will understand. Wow, third senior sister, I thought you were just bragging. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you have successfully opened a hotel of the same type in Tang County in Ningxing. It's so cool. Unexpectedly, his third senior sister became the boss lady without making a fuss. The clever Xiao Erwo was the first to show his support. Third senior sister is awesome. Chen Beixian, who realized it later, was not stingy with his praise. Ha, it's just so-so. Well, senior sister, second brother, this is the hotel's platinum card. Cardholders can stay here for free forever. Please accept it. After accepting the compliments from his two junior fellow apprentices, Hua Buwen did not get carried away. Instead, he immediately presented the two platinum cards he had prepared to Ning Mingyue and Ning Shusheng. Ning Mingyue just smiled and nodded. Ning Shusheng, who felt that he was extremely valued, couldn't help showing his two big front teeth. He has a shifty look. Luo Dali kept shaking his head when he saw this. Compared to the little cotton padded jacket that is as still as a mountain, the rebellious son's determination is still far behind. He, Master, Mr. Xiao, Professor Zhong, little girl Zireo, the platinum card, everyone who sees it must have a share. It is true that where there are showy grandchildren, there must be a shameless grandfather. As soon as Hua Bucai finished showing off, Hua Bushi immediately started to distribute gold cards one by one with a smile on his face. Only a fool would not want a free platinum card. Luo Dali accepted the card with peace of mind. Snort! It was not his home court, and Xiao Yuanshan felt he was being suppressed, so he took the gold card unhappily. After looking at each other, Zhongling and Yuzureo happily and respectfully took the platinum cards. Unfaithful man, I'm hungry and want to go to Pingxi Lane for a midnight snack. Well, sister, you've been craving for all the seafood barbecue there, right? Afraid that his ungrateful father would not give him face, after saying this, Ning Shushen cunningly dragged his sister into the water. Sure enough, although he originally didn't want to pay any attention to the rebellious son, after seeing the greedy look on the little boy's face, Luo Dali softened his heart in an instant. However, he took the opportunity to make a cunning request to Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, which was to avoid the secret being revealed by passers-by and to temporarily announce to the public that the sibling's surname was Luo. After hearing that it was just a temporary request, the brother and sister looked at each other and agreed on the spot without thinking too much. What the brother and sister didn't know was that the moment they agreed, 2 system lottery reminder sounds rang in Luo Dali's mind, which was so nice that he almost couldn't help but shake his butt to celebrate on the spot. 5 minutes later, everyone arrived at the hotel entrance. Nephew, what are you doing? Seeing Luo Dali and others suddenly walk out of the hotel, Zhang Sanhu couldn't help but feel nervous. If his nephew and others stayed in the hotel, he could definitely ensure their safety. But it's hard to say when you go outside. If you are not careful, something serious might happen. Why, do you have any objection? Hearing something, Luo Dali calmly questioned Zhang Sanhu. Little, brother, is it okay for me to call you brother? Well, I mean, what do you want to eat? How about I ask someone to pack it up for you? Feeling uneasy under Luo Dali's stare, Zhang Sanhu hurriedly asked for instructions cautiously. Thanks to Linlin who loves bitter melon and user 10881359 for their small gift. I wish you too longevity. Chapter 59, Mountain God Upgrades, Heavenly Sword Appears. Final. Zhang Sanhu's suggestion was rejected by Luo Dali. Possessing physical combat power that is no less terrifying than that of Li Yuanba back then, Luo Dali is confident that no one can hurt anyone around him as long as there are no hot weapons. Besides, he didn't believe that a person like Hua Bushi didn't have secret security personnel around him. Taigua immediately arranged for all the bar's security to put on makeup and enter Pingxi Lane. Well, to avoid being seen through, invite the princesses who are resting in the bar and are willing to dress up as the brothers' sisters or girlfriends, etc. Each person will be rewarded 500. Watching Luo Dali and others leave in a taxi, Zhang Sanhu roared and gave orders helplessly. Taking advantage of the time while riding in the car, Luo Dali excitedly called out to Golden Finger. Ah Tong, smoke them all. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavenly sword, a cross-era black technology masterpiece created by Far Ahead and the Great Summer Palace in 2035. It is made up of a total of 108 million super solar nano copper coins with independent flying capabilities, which can be combined into the Tianke giant sword to assist in sword flying. It can also be divided into 108 million independent copper coins, which can be freely combined to perform the technological version of summoning 100,000 heavenly soldiers, the return of the great sage, flying dragon in the sky, 5 thunders and the apparition of the ancestor, etc., which are sharp and magical light show moves. Third, the maximum operating speed of each independent nano-copper coin is 1 times the speed of sound. Putting 10 together will double the speed, putting 100 together will double it again, and so on. With a maximum speed of 9 times supersonic, it can have devastating and terrifying killing power on any fighter plane of the current era. Please use with caution. Warm reminder, the Heavenly Sword can be perfectly voice-controlled by the Chaos AI intelligence system inside the Agia 13 bracelet on the same platform, which can definitely make the host a qualified invincible Tiancher. Ding, since the host has successfully persuaded his children to temporarily not object to changing their surname to Luo, which is in line with the core purpose of the Invincible Daddy system, he will receive an upgrade card, which can be used to upgrade any skill that he signed in or drew. Congratulations to the host for having lived 2 years longer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 top-grade Peiyuan pills. Host, please choose the skill to upgrade. Atong, can the mountain god skills be upgraded? Ding, the mountain god has been successfully upgraded from immovable to movable. From this moment on, within any radius of 3.3 miles, the host can communicate with all kinds of animals, shrink the ground into an inch, walk on the air, see golden eagles, and hear ants fighting. Name, Luo Dali. Overlord, 50%. Lifespan, 2440. Supernatural powers, Lingtian space, double pupil level 2 eavesdropping on people's thoughts, judging people's fortune, mountain god movable, remembering what you hear. Skills, god level driving skills, singing skills, proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, master level cursive writing skills, helicopter driving skills, god level marksmanship, unshakable horsemanship, clay figurine skills superb, guitar skills superb, dragon's kiss. Resources, Augia Z13, a yacht, a heavenly sword, and 5 top grade Peyuan pills. Damn it! It actually works. I was just trying it out, but who knew that Auton would give me such face? Feeling the instant recovery of his mountain god skills, such as shrinking the earth into an inch in eyes compared to the golden eagle, Luo Dali's face was crooked with smiles. Although the power of the movable mountain god skill has been reduced tenfold, it is definitely enough within the territory of Daxia. In order to avoid being treated as a fool, he quickly pretended to be calm. Looking at Tianjian's explosive skills again, Luo Dali was numb. This thing is really so cool, it is tailor-made for him, the new heavenly master who inherited the throne. Oh no, why do I suddenly have a bloodthirsty instinct? Is this the hidden danger of violent tendencies that Atong mentioned? Luo Dali's face was filled with horror when he inexplicably and uncontrollably had the idea of completely wiping out the 9 members of the Lin family. He knew that this was because he suddenly gained too much strength, but his state of mind could not keep up, which led to the emergence of evil thoughts. Dad, are you okay? Ning Mingyue asked cautiously. Just now, she suddenly felt a great terror. It was so scary that she didn't even dare to speak loudly. And she also had a hunch that the great terror came from her mysterious father. Of course it's okay. By the way, Luo Mingyue, what do you want to eat later? Well, ask your third junior sister to pay. Unexpectedly, the little girl's perception was so sharp. In order to prevent the other party from overthinking, Luo Dali quickly and cunningly changed the subject. Puff, you ungrateful person, do you have no money? Before Ning Mingyue could respond, the careless trader nearby couldn't help but interrupt. Luo Dali was so angry that his face turned black. But who can blame him for being so short of money? If Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick only had some ordinary midnight snacks, they could still barely cope with it. But if he ordered all those expensive fresh seafood dishes, Luo Dali would be really afraid of embarrassing himself. Hee hee, second senior brother, it's a small matter like treating a meal, so why would master need to help? I have more than enough money to spend, so just eat as much as you want tonight. Seeing his master's embarrassment, Hua Buwen immediately took over the conversation with filial piety. Luo Dali was so happy that he couldn't help but give the other party a thumbs up. Oh. After saying a contemptuous word to his ungrateful father, Ning Shusheng did not cause any more trouble. Resisting the urge to beat up his son immediately, Luo Dali looked outside the car helplessly to divert his anger. Hey! As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Pingxi Lane, he saw a familiar creature through his magical power of comparing with the golden eagle. Who else could it be if not the dogskin plaster Chenping Tu? It's just that the other person doesn't seem to be in a very good state, as if the word broken heart is almost written on his face. Hey, with this dogskin plaster here, I'm afraid the beautiful professor will go crazy later. Really? As soon as they got off the bus, the two beauties Zhong Ling and Yuzureo beside Luo Dali immediately became the focus of attention in Pingxi Lane. Naturally, Chen Pingtu also discovered this soon. Linger, what's that saying? If we are destined to meet, we will meet even if we are thousands of miles apart. Ignoring everyone's contemptuous looks, Jin Pingtu was so excited that he turned into a bootlicker and rushed to Zhong Ling to confess his love. Stop, this professor doesn't know you. Afraid of being a troublesome dogskin plaster, Zhong Ling pretended to be cold and ruthless before the other party finished speaking. Ahem, whatever Linger likes to eat, I, Jin Pingtu, must pay for it tonight. Well, are you all Linger's friends? My name is Chen Pingtu, and I will pay for all your expenses tonight. Pretending not to understand Zhong Ling's refusal, Chen Pingtu cunningly locked onto Luo Dali and the others. Asshole, who wants you to? Zhong Ling was furious that the dogskin plaster was so cunning. Okay, Dean Zhong, since someone is inviting us to dinner, why should we refuse such a good intention? Luo Dali interrupted Zhong Ling with a smile. Hearing this, Zhong Ling was stunned, but did not refute. Seeing with his own eyes that Luo Dali could actually strictly prohibit his goddess, to be honest, Chen Pingtu was so jealous that his heart almost exploded. But when he thought of the mysterious existence that even powerful people like Su Buxiu had to respect, Chen Pingtu had no choice but to control his temper. Well, you guys go buy all the most popular and expensive food around here. In order to divert the embarrassment, Chen Pingtu immediately signaled his 10 most useless fitness players to act as temporary waiters. At the same time, the fact that Luo Dali and others came to Pingxi Lane for supper was reported to the black-clad captain of the Lin family by the younger brother who was in charge of waiting at the Gengjin Hotel. Upon learning that there was a chance for revenge, the captain in black smiled grimly. Chapter 60, Evildoers need to be punished by evildoers. The midnight snack that someone treats you to is much more delicious than the one you buy yourself. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Chen Pingtu was fascinated by Zhongling, Luo Dali transformed himself into a human glutton and unceremoniously ordered many delicious things that he usually wouldn't eat. Just one. After his dominance was awakened to 50%, he felt that he could eat a lot, and it was probably no problem for him to eat a whole calf by himself. This loser's behavior of "if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard" was despised by the traitor next to him. In response, Luo Dali chose to ignore it. Because he had relied on the Ning family when he was young, apart from his physical condition, the traitor had seen too little of the ways of the world. It is necessary to arrange a lesson for the other party as soon as possible. The name of the course is Raise Your Son in Poverty. Luo Dali has decided that after returning to the mountain, he will completely restrict his son's income, so that he can be completely separated from the luxurious aura of being the grandson of the Ning family. Then find ways to let the other person experience the down-to-earth life of a child from a poor family. Compared to Luo Dali and others who were enjoying the food heartlessly, Zhang Sanhu, who was responsible for the secret protection work, was always nervous. Really? The bad stuff still happened. I told Zhang Sanhu the news that the black-clad captain of the Lin family had led his men to kill people in Pingxi Lane. Brother Biao, should we give them a break midway? A younger brother pointed something at Zhang Sanhu. What do you want? Zhang Sanhu asked subconsciously. We created a minor accident and asked the hat guy to help us hold them back. By the time they are done with the rear-end collision, the young master and his friends will probably be back at the hotel. Unlike the black-clad Captain Lin's subordinates, Zhang Sanhu's subordinates are much smarter. After thinking about it, Zhang Sanhu chose to agree. After all, if you can deal with some bad guys by paying some money, and your car has insurance, you can give it a try. The suggestion was adopted, and Ling Shui immediately took people to carry it out. There are 3 people in total. He planned to stop the car of a captain in black from 3 directions. After overhearing the despicable plot of Zhang Sanhu and others, Luo Dali was speechless. However, he had no intention of stopping the other party. After all, if possible, he really doesn't want certain people to disturb his life of raising children. However, Zhang Sanhu's plan failed. Just because he was too excited, the gauze on a certain captain in black broke off, so he had to change cars halfway and go to the hospital for bandaging, which finally saved him from the disaster. It was precisely because of his unlucky younger brother who was hit by the car instead of himself that the captain in black came up with a more cunning temporary response plan for this revenge. Not long. 2 groups of people changed out of their black security uniforms and put on deliverymen's clothes and poured into Pingxi Lane. Probably because they didn't expect this, Zhang Sanhu's people failed to discover this in time. Under the sinister gaze of the captain in black, a deliveryman disguised as someone in yellow was accidentally bumped into by Luo Dali. Of course, this is the case when Luo Dali doesn't mind actively cooperating with the other party in acting. After all, with the magical power of the Golden Eagle, there is almost no secret left for all the evildoers in front of him. This time, the people arranged by the captain in black are no longer useless. To be precise, they don't need to have any talents. As long as they are accidentally bumped into by Luo Dali, they will fall to the ground and cannot get up. He also appropriately spat out some plasma that had been prepared in advance. That's right. This time, the captain in black had no intention of fooling around with Luo Dali in public, but instead planned to take this opportunity to send him to jail. Then use Lin's connections to let the other party stay in there for a few more days. It has to be said that the black-clad captain's plan was very successful this time, causing the surrounding onlookers to point fingers at Luo Dali without knowing it. Some kind-hearted people have even helped call the police and surrounded Luo Dali to prevent him from running away. Damn it! Unexpectedly, despite such tight defenses, some dogs still succeeded. Zhang Sanhu looked unhappy. Captain, what should we do? Looking at Zhang Sanhu, whose face was gloomy, I asked for advice cautiously. How the hell do I know what to do? Unable to see through the truth about the delivery man who was knocked down, Zhang Sanhu went crazy. Mr. Xiao, is there anything we need to do? Huabushi also didn't notice anything wrong with the delivery man, but unlike Zhang Sanhu, he just stood there and watched. Instead, he chose to help immediately. Xiao Hua, I think you can just help call the forensic doctor over. Xiao Yuanshan just said calmly. That's right. With hundreds of years of cooking skills, he could tell in a second that the blood flowing out of a delivery man's mouth was not human blood, but pig blood. What's the meaning? I don't quite understand, Huabu Shi. Just yell. Xiao Yuanshan didn't explain much. Seeing this, Huabushi immediately signaled the person in the dark. At the same time, the captain in black who was waiting for the opportunity, no, it should be said that the captain in black who was disguised as the delivery supervisor showed up. He did not blame Luo Dali for his wrongdoing, but instead acted out his tears at the grave of the delivery man who had fallen to the ground, and his tears were so miserable. Not to mention, the other party's acting skills directly ignited the crowd of spectators who were eager to watch the fun. Sister, what should we do? A disaster could happen while I was having a midnight snack. The traitor was reliable and didn't take the opportunity to cause trouble. Set a time, eat when it's time to eat, drink when it's time to drink. After glancing at his younger brother, Ning Mingyue continued to enjoy his food. It was because she was almost the first one in the whole place who noticed something was wrong with some of the delivery men. In addition, her father did not show any signs of nervousness from beginning to end, so she was sure that her father must have a response strategy. Sister, look at that guy, he's bleeding all over the floor. I'm afraid that ungrateful guy will have to go to jail this time. Hee, second brother, that's pig blood. Xiao Erwo, who couldn't bear to watch it any longer, couldn't help but whisper something in Ning Shuxing's ear. Upon hearing this, Ning Shuxing's expression was very interesting. In fact, he never thought that the adult world would be so complicated. Pig blood? The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Chen Beixian took the opportunity to find his uncle, the big devil. Diacame, these dogs have become smarter. Zhang Sanhu was speechless when he learned the sinister truth. Nephew, what do you think uncle should do? Zhang Sanhu, who is not good at scheming, took the opportunity to ask his nephew for advice. Hey, uncle, Grandpa Hua has called the police and asked the forensic doctor to come to the scene. You are already a step too late, but what? Uncle, since they can pretend to be villains, we can also pretend to be the villains' brothers. Well, nephew, you know your uncle's mind, just tell me what to do? Hey, uncle, you are like this. After giving Zhang Sanhu a few words, Chen Beixian returned to his seat calmly. After eavesdropping on the thoughts of the cheap fifth disciple, Luo Dali was convinced and almost laughed out of anger. However, he still did not choose to stop it. Damn it, how could I encounter something like this while having a midnight snack? Unable to bear seeing his cousin's husband get into trouble, Yuzureo instinctively wanted to find his cousin to resolve the issue. Unexpectedly, as soon as he took out his cell phone, he saw Zhang Sanhu rushing into the scene with a grim look on his face. Shoot! Under the wide-eyed eyes of Yuzureo, the captain in black and others, Zhang Sanhu slapped the delivery man who fell to the ground hard.